Hello. Sorry I'm a few minutes late, guys. The Rottweiler. He decided he wanted to be outside. And then he decided, or then he revealed the purpose for being outside was that he wanted to play with the cat who lives across the street. And I was like, how the am I going to get him to leave this cat alone? So, bribery occurred. I'm not above bribery when it's called for with dogs or pets, anyways. So, yeah, I had to bribe him with food, obviously. Food and the stern voice, which I'm very bad at doing. So, hi guys. I hope that you're doing really well. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for voting on the topic or theme of this reading. So, we're going to look at the inner alchemy that is unfolding within you right now. Basically, just like the more, yeah, it doesn't even have to be super profound, but I guess it would just be the internal shifts taking place. Yeah. Oh, you're on the way to the airport. Yay. Travel safe and shoot me a message when you arrive in Thailand so that I know that you're there safe. I'll be thinking of you, sending good vibes for your travel day. Thanks for saying hi though. Hi, Josephine. Okay. So yeah, so that's the topic, and we're going to look at as that shift is taking place, what is it aligning with you? What is it aligning you with next? Okay. You can still barely hear me? Oh, one earbud. I was like, are you kidding? I just changed the sensitivity on my mic. Hi, Kelly. Yes, don't worry about lasting as long as I do. Because we know that I'm an abnormally weird, energetic person who is also nocturnal. So if you guys need to sleep and come back when there are timestamps tomorrow to find your sign and all of that good stuff, then by all means, feel free to ditch me tonight. I mean, I would love to have you, obviously, but if that makes more sense to you. And so I guess on that note, I will just let you know that the timestamps will be up. They'll be up after the stream finishes, obviously. And they will be in the pinned comment down below and also the info box. Okay. There. I was like really pink for some reason. I had the wrong ring light setting. Yeah, so when you are in the stream, though, there's going to be these little gifs up in the top right hand corner, and they will tell you what sign we are currently on. So I do just want to take a minute to ease into the energy as I have been doing, because that has been helping in a very large way. And I don't know how you guys all experienced that Capricorn full moon, but it kind of like laid me out energetically. It was quite a bit. So I don't know if you guys were feeling that, or how you've just been feeling the energies overall the last little bit, but they do feel as though they've been a little bit intense. So it's important to ground. It could also be Mercury retrograde that is kind of shaking that up or making us feel a little bit more like whatever, but there's a lot of energy going on right now. So we're just going to take a minute and just bring it down and kind of ground it together and set some intentions to bring through just the most clear, direct messages that are in perfect comfort and alignment with everyone's highest and best good. Okay, so I'm gonna just use a little bit of Apollo here. And then I have this really amazing frankincense and myrrh, but this really amazing incense that I've been super into being plugged into the grid. It feels like one hell of a timeline shift, or like like, I don't know. It feels like a big jump to me is what that feels like. And it's like, what is time? What is space? Everything has changed. That's the way that I experienced it. It was very Twilight Zoney, and I think that that has something to do with why my sleep's been so messed up as well. It's just because time in general has felt really weird. Like, it's felt like a different day of the week, and even though I don't know. Yesterday felt like today should be the weekend, and I have to keep reminding myself that it's Wednesday. But that could also be because it's Canada Day today. Canada, Canada. I like it's Canada Day, and I'm like the one day that I wear a hat, and it's a Philadelphia Flyers hat. Aren't they like the city of brotherly love? Is that Philadelphia? If that's true, then Canada is basically the country of brotherly love. So we can make it work. We can find a connection here. What's up, Nim? Hi, darling. How are you? So shout out if I've got any Canadians in the chat, any Canadians that come in, holler at your girl and let me know where you are from. I did bring something special to, I brought a vibe to tonight's. I brought an Albertan brewed beer and it's very icy and I'm going to crack that. What's up, YouTube Shorts person? But yeah, so this brewery is literally in Calgary, Electric Avenue. It's Wild Rose Brewery. So I'm gonna have a little blonde ale while we vibe. I was like, Canada, we love our beer. That is just one thing. We love our hockey. We love our beer. See, I'm on trend here. I definitely am on trend. What is up, Natalie? I'm not doing any personal readings. Sorry, YouTube Shorts, but this is an all signs reading. But thanks for sending that, but I'm not taking those. Your goal is to visit Canada one day. You should. Natalie Claire readings. I should check out do you have a channel as well? I'm assuming. I will check out your channel if you have one. But yeah, visit Canada. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm not going to lie. It's a really beautiful country. There's a lot to see. There's a lot to see. And I'm from Calgary, and it's kind of beautiful how it's situated. Like it's kind of right between the Rocky Mountains and then the prairies. So, yeah, I can't say. I mean, we've had our fair share of political leaders, and but luckily he's dating Katy Perry now, so good for you. Just stay out of politics, Trudeau, and just keep screwing pop stars, and we'll be fine. We'll be good with that. Number one gaslighter of life. So he can stay gone. But Canada and the people are pretty awesome. So you have a sun line going through Montreal. Montreal is beautiful. Montreal is really beautiful. There's a lot of history there. Although this is our 159th birthday? I'm pretty sure we're turning 159. We are but baby. We are baby, little baby country. So, not many decent world leaders. Politicians in general, I think we can pretty much, they're few and far between, the good ones, And the good ones, they're out there, I feel like, making changes as, like, mayors maybe, or, sheriffs of their town, or they're doing the work, I feel like, behind the scenes a little bit more. The big world leaders are, well, they're special, We're not going to get started talking on politics, but even though I'm the one who brought up Trudeau being a schmuck face, but that's okay. Suck it, Trudeau. Anyways, happy birthday, Canada. Happy Canada Day to my fellow beautiful Canadians, and I'm representing, so whoop. So if you want to grab a cold one and crack it with me, let's live it up. Let's live it up this live. Okay, I have to keep relighting this. I don't think that there's much negative energy hanging around. Usually I can tell by the way that the smoke cleanse goes. I think it's just grounding that needs to happen. So okay. So I have this frankincense and myrrh incense, and I found this company that I am kind of obsessed with. They're called Calm Veda. And they are incredible. All of their, it's all charcoal free, which is beautiful, so that like when it burns, it's quite clean. It's also, all of their incense is made from recycled temple flowers that they actually use in temples. And so it's very good for the environment. They also, who do they give back to? It's like women that, marginalized women hand make the incense. And so they use this to also help empower them. But yeah, there's a lot less indoor air pollution. And then they also save a lot of flower waste by using recycled sacred flowers. So I'm going to use, so this is them, Calm Veda. Calm Veda. Me forgetting this isn't an ASMR video. Okay, but I'm gonna light some frankincense and myrrh. And we're going to just breathe in, well, I'm going to breathe in the richness and beauty of that. My consistency, thank you. I know, I told you guys it's go time and I'm showing up and showing out. You didn't believe me, huh? Okay. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for noticing. What's up, Lisa? Hey, babes. Okay. Ugh. It just smells so good, too. Like, it's not just that they're awesome for all those other reasons, but it just smells amazing. They smell amazing, too. What's up, Magnetic Magic? 333. Thank you. I'll try to throw a couple A's in there. A? I really don't say A very much. I say hey. I don't know if that's a Canadian thing. Hockey, beer, moose, the Mounties, police who like ride on horses with big weird hats, you know. It's a land of magical things, really. A land of magic and adventure. But yes, I highly recommend that you do visit if you have a chance. It is a very, the people are very warm and kind for the most part. Pretty welcoming. Multiculturalism is kind of our thing. So you should be accepted no matter where you are coming from, hopefully. Hopefully, or else I'll have to lay the smack down on some of my people. But what's up, Andrea? You've been to Saskatoon. I would recommend going somewhere more exciting than Saskatoon. Like the most boring place you could probably visit in Canada. But that's great that you've been here. Saskatoon. Saskatchewan is just very flat. It's still beautiful. It's quite flat. It's still nice. Just as far as like things to really see and do, it's probably not like the Mecca. But all over BC is absolutely stunning. Good job. There you go. You struck out. You struck out and you went elsewhere. All right, I'm just drawing a couple incense or a couple Reiki symbols here. Toronto. Toronto is beautiful, yeah. We will meet. We will meet in Thailand on a beach, darling. Okay. Where does Tom Green live? I have no idea. Does he live in Canada? Pamela Anderson lives on Vancouver Island or Victoria Island, I'm pretty sure. Victoria? She might live in Victoria Island. Okay, that feels absolutely exquisitely wonderful. So I'm going to put this over a little bit farther away from me though, because it is kind of strong incense. I want to keep it going though, because it's just so nice. And also it smells like Rottweiler down here. And while I love Django, he's a little bit of a stinky boy. A stinky boy. Okay. All right, darlings. So I do have a tiny little moment of prep to do here with, well, let's chat. We can chat. I can multitask. But I do just need to put the decks in order. He moved to Canada on a farm. Well, maybe he's in Three Hills, Alberta, my hometown where I am now. It's a very small, like, farming community, like farming town. Like, if you were to look out the windows, it's just fields, you know, basically just farming fields. So that's good times. But let's do the, let's crack this fun little buddy open. Yeah, Wild Rose is a great, like I said, a local brewery, and I was like, it's Canada Day. I haven't had a beer in a long time, I feel like. I really don't drink at all too much anymore, but I do like a good cold beer every once in a while. And so, wildly Albertan, let's celebrate. But yes, so cheers to my fellow Canadians and non-Canadians, because Canadians love everyone. So cheers and happy 159th birthday to us. So let me put these decks in order and we're gonna get started. Yes, that is fucking delicious. Okay. Not going to lie. That is a good beer. Okay. Me just getting my cute little 4-pack of beers today. Happy Canada Day. Just drinking a little 4-pack by myself with my internet friends. Okay. You guys are almost there though. Couple days, and everybody, all of my US friends will be living it up as well. Are you excited? And do you have any plans for the 4th of July? You guys tend to go a little harder than we do on Canada Day. We're like, cheers to us, buddy. Yeah, no, I know, eh? And then you guys are like, fireworks, parties, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's a big thing. I like watching it. I like witnessing you guys go off. You do nothing small, and I love you for it. Okay, let's see. Okay, which deck do I want to use for Pisces? Wow, that beer really hit the spot. Love that I made that choice, that executive decision while I was buying groceries today to be like, yes, we're getting this. That was an excellent decision on my behalf. With the house to myself. Maybe I should just throw a kegger this weekend. Anyone in town? You want to come on over? There only needs to be 2 of us to do a keg stand. Okay. Let me stop. Okay. 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 Nothing can change. All right. Thanks for being patient with me, you guys. Recently doesn't seem like they have much to celebrate. Sorry, not sorry. The US? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to, have things gotten worse somehow? It seemed like just a bit of a clusterfuck happening. That's coming from the people that I know that live there, not from me projecting that onto you guys. So I'm not sure how things could be worsening. From what I heard, everyone was a little bit on edge, but I hope that things are not worsening. I hope that you're at least finding personal things to celebrate. But yeah, things are a little intense. things are a little intense in a lot of places in the world. So I say, let's enjoy each other's company. And do you want to party together as the world ends, you guys? Nowhere else I'd rather be. Let's watch the world end together. A universal experience. That's what I think too. At this point, I don't think it's like one country that we can look at and point the finger. It's like, well, except for it's clearly not Canada. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, you guys. I'm kidding. But yeah, it does seem like it's just kind of a thing that we're all in it together. And maybe it's like we always have been, right? We always have been, obviously. But maybe it's just time to highlight that and bring ourselves together a little bit more, right? To meet more as humanity and a little bit less as Canadians, Americans, whatever, wherever, Europeans. The whole world. Spiritual baddies unite. Yes. Okay. So I just need to make one little note and then we're good here. Okay, let me see here. I did pre-pull a couple oracle cards too, like I did the last couple ones, just to save a bit of time. So I'm just gonna quickly note which ones I did. My man voice? If you mean my beautiful, sexy voice, then yeah, thank you. It's low and nasally. I'm actually a huge fan of my voice. Which is nice because I really don't I didn't love that many things about myself, but hate all you want, biatch. The golden rose. Let's see. Let's see here. 245. I kill myself. Fun fact, that's actually the most common comment on my channel, that people love my voice. But hey, we accept the minority here as well. Let's see. Glass. Okay, cool. My guides like, do you want us to fucking end someone for you? No, it's okay. Oh god. I'm hungry. I'm kidding, by the way. The only way to live nowadays. Your Pisces moon making you delusional? Oh, well, I don't know. A little bit of delusion isn't always the worst. Keep your light going. Obviously, place it in the right space, but... Okay, I'm almost done, you guys. I'm trying to just focus on this and not get distracted because it's going to take like about half the time if I do that. Just writing down the signs. So also, I guess I'll just tell you like some common things you might need to know before things start here. So yeah, I don't read for a particular placement, so feel free to watch whatever you feel called to, okay? You can watch your sun, moon, rising, Venus, if you have a stellium. Really just do whatever it is that you want. Trust your own intuition. I'm not going to tell you what to do, babe. You're your own person. So just have, obviously, you just have to trust your own discernment, right? So when you're listening to a message, you'll know if it's for you or not. Truth has a very particular resonance. And it's not going to be something, if you're starting to feel on edge, if you're getting a little annoyed by the message, if it's just not, if you're trying to make it fit, you know, if it's rubbing you the wrong way, you can just let it go. It can be that simple because it is just not your message. That's a really clear sign that it's not. So feel free to just not worry about that or take it personally. You fall asleep to my voice most of the time. Yeah. Yeah. It's good for ASMR as well. I feel like nobody, well, at least I don't like listening to like a high-pitched voice when I'm trying to fall asleep. But different strokes for different folks. Foxtail. But hey, I love every part of me actually, so anyone can kind of come and say what they want at this point, which is sort of a flex. Fuck yeah, healing. Okay, 199. And lastly, red and white. Okay. Aw, the red and white rose. It's almost like it's Canadian or something. Okay. Let's get started. You're beating. It's a behind the scenes joke between the two of us. But yes, she's here for her personal spanking. And I'm here to administer, darling. You know it. Okay, so you guys, we're good to get on into it, babes. So let's kick this bad boy off with some Aries madness. Where are my Aries baddies at? Last one was a little brutal. We're all masochists here, right? I feel like if you're not a slight masochist, you probably wouldn't be here. You're not one to kink shame. Yeah, exactly. We don't shame really on any front here. Or tear down. We're just kind of like, we try to be accepting because life has enough assholes, honestly. We don't need to shame. We don't need to blame. We don't need to be a dick, you know? We can be nice. We can be friends instead. Okay. So, what deck am I using for you? Okay. Use this one for you guys. So with this spread, we are... Hey! What's up? It's good to see you, love. I like how you aren't in a live for, like, a long time, and then you just pop in and drop a casual hundy. Thank you. Thank you. That's very generous. I'm good. I hope that you're good, too. Mexico and the U.S. won. You're going to save and watch the vid. All right, good. Do it. He is awesome. He's good shit. Not because he just dropped $100, but just in general, good shit. Okay. I'm going to turn the brightness down on my screen since it seems to be having a heart attack earlier than it usually does. And let's see if we can get into this. Okay, can we? Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong thing. Well, it would help if we were on in the right program. Okay. So up here in the right-hand corner, that's where you're going to see the sign that we're on. Okay. So as you can see, the cute little Aries gif chilling up there. And yeah, so for this spread, we're going to basically do like point A to point B. So the inner alchemy unfolding. Point A is kind of like where you started, not where you started like at the beginning of time and at the beginning of your journey as a human, but more so where you started, kind of like what form you were in when this particular alchemical process started, the one that we're going to highlight tonight. And then we're going to look at the alchemical process, which is in between point A and point B. And then point B is going to be your new form, whatever is rising from the ashes. What does that look like? And lastly, we'll look at what you are aligning with next as a result of doing this transmutation or this alchemical work. Okay, that's what we're doing. So yeah, let's get into it with Aries. Okay. Aries. Aries. Do I want to do reversals in this reading? I feel like I do. Okay. I've just kind of been feeling it out lately. I don't know. Sometimes I just haven't wanted to read reversals. I mean, I'm reading the energy of the cards. So even if they come out in the upright, when I'm not doing reversals, I'm still just reading how the energy is presenting, but I think I will do them tonight. So okay, so let's tune into Aries. What does my Aries collective need to know? What do you want to highlight about the alchemy that is taking place, the alchemy unfolding for my Aries, and what that process looks like and what it is aligning them with next? What does that process look like and what is it aligning them with next? Okay. Okay, point A. Two more. New form. And what they're aligning with next as a result. Okay. Okay. Let's get an oracle card or two here. Where can I put this book? Spread on it here. Okay, so show me, clarify this, what Aries is aligning with next here. Wow, a whole new adventure for you, huh? I like it. All right. Where's the timestamp here? 3:20. Hi, Aries. Let's get into your reading and check out this alchemical process that is taking place within you and what it is aligning you with next. So, what we have for point A, kind of where you started, we're going to look at where you started the process, point B, which is your new form, and then what you are aligning with next. So, point A is the Fool beginning. If you're going to start somewhere, Why not make it the beginning? This is card 0, but it is the first card of the whole tarot, of the major arcana. It is associated with Uranus energy. And some people associate it with Aries and Aquarius a little bit as well. The Fool. But yeah, the Fool is literally about the beginning of a whole new journey. And the major arcana is kind of the Fool's journey, right? Once you get to the World, then it's the closing of a cycle or a lesson that we've been invested in. And so let's get a little bit more about that. That's where you started. So it feels like you started at a natural starting point here with this. There could have been something sudden or unexpected that you were launched into that ended up being a little bit like more than you bargained for. That doesn't have to mean that it was bad. But with Uranus, there's always an element of the unexpected. There's always an element of not being able to predict exactly what is coming. So I feel like this was something that you were launched into or that you stepped out into and you didn't quite have the full scope of exactly where it was going to take you. Even if you thought that you knew what you were getting yourself into, it feels like this is a process, or I'm getting like a level of intensity about it. So let's clarify that Fool energy. Tell me more about where Aries, where this process started for Aries. What kicked this off? But yeah, mostly I'm getting something sudden and somewhat unexpected. The Queen of Swords in reverse, intelligence, changes, the Two of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Yeah. You weren't privy to this. It looks like there's a change that happened that shook up your world. The Two of Pentacles can talk about like having choices to make, having things. It's almost an energy of slight destabilization. It doesn't have to feel super like unstable and reckless in that sense, but I just am getting the sense that it's not something that you expected. There's this element of it being like liberating, a liberating force though, a little bit. So that's kind of interesting that that's coming through. Okay. You could have been thrust into the beginning of some sort of process, though, specifically by someone maybe cutting you out. Is this like, I'm almost getting that you were thrust out into a new beginning by something being cut out, and it's something you weren't expecting, sorry. It could have had to do with somebody else, like someone suddenly breaking up with you, or you losing a relationship in your life. It just feels like an unexpected change that then all of a sudden thrust you out into a world of potential and possibilities, which is positive, but it could have felt like a little bit intimidating just because you weren't expecting it and you didn't really have time to prepare. You just got thrown off the cliff, you know, the Fool, into the Fool's journey, and started manifesting something totally new. But this was positive. I'm getting that this was a force of liberation for you. In other words, it set you free from something. And we can tell that because the beginning of it was the Fool, which means that the prerequisite to the Fool is the World, like we talked about before. And the World is Saturnian energy, which is the closure of a karmic cycle or a very deep, usually a pretty profound lesson or pattern that you've been repeating in your life. So, yeah, obviously, it's almost like something both closed and started a new chapter for you. And it was almost unexpected and happened maybe in a bit of a whirlwind for you, is what I'm kind of getting, Aries. Okay, so let's look at the process, the alchemical process itself. So for that, you get the Knight of Swords fighting. Fighting? Aries? Never. I've never known Aries to fight. And then you also got the red and white rose. So I just used the alchemy deck, but because we ended up doing this reading on the alchemical process that you're engaging with, I thought that I would use it again, since that's literally what it talks about. So this card is about life force energy. It is about vital life force energy, and it is also about an awakening of some sort, an awakening of that energy. So it can talk about arising. What is that song that is that a Christian song? No. Is it? It's that, I haven't heard this song in a really long time. It's that the lyrics are like, you raise me up, you raise me up, so I can walk on, what? So I can walk on mountains? Is that the lyrics? You raise me up to more than I have been, or something. I think the lyrics are. I don't remember who sings that song. I think that it is about, I think it's a spiritual song, but I really honestly can't recall. I just heard it, started hearing it. So that's really interesting. So it's kind of making me feel like there is an external force very much at play here, which makes sense because 3 out of your 4 cards are major arcana cards. And that for me indicates forces that are grander than you. They're bigger than you. There's an element with them that's somewhat out of your control. So while the minor arcana is kind of your day-to-day life, human stuff, and it's stuff that we generally put into motion, or we cause, or we have a hand in creating or playing into, and we have a lot more say in how much control we have over those things because they're a little smaller. Major arcana forces are more cosmic forces, karmic forces, spiritual forces, things that are just like, life is life and shit happens, right? Things that are a part of everybody's life, like sudden transformation, like sudden change, like being propelled forwards by this internal force of like conviction, when you feel something internally pulling, or you, and at the same time you feel like you're being magnetized to something outside of you. Or when someone comes into your life that you feel like you've known forever and they have a very profound impact on you. These are things that we don't necessarily control, or like fated, destined type feeling events, like the Wheel of Fortune, karmic cycles and lessons, like the world, that sort of thing. So you have 3 out of the 4 cards, majors. And then you have this vital life force energy that is awakening and sort of like raising you up as your internal alchemical process. I'm almost wondering if it's your higher self fighting for you, because there's a force within you. And it's interesting that this is the only minor arcana card, and it's a court card. It's a person, but it's your inner alchemical process. So this is an element or an archetype of you. And it's showing me, because it's swords, that it's something that has to do with your mentality, your mind, your expression, your ideas, the ways that you communicate, that sort of thing. Sorry. I think that this is a part of you fighting for you. And it's a part of you that knows something about you. It's a part of you that knows your greatness. And I think you know your greatness. I think all of you does know your greatness. But I do also think that this is indicating that maybe there's like an awakening, or almost like a phoenix rising that you were ready for, that you maybe weren't quite willing or prepared to instigate yourself. So maybe the universe stepped in, or your higher self stepped in, forces greater than you kind of put something in motion. You probably did too, because energy doesn't lie, right? And you were ready for it. And so it feels like this part is either fighting the process, like fighting against the process using your ego mind, or it's fighting for you. But The red and white rose talks about all elements of you as you rise and evolve, not losing itself to meld into just one big mix, but still remaining vibrant in their own expression. So there's a lot of health and vitality. And this card actually does indicate the physical as a gateway. So the red, the physical as a gateway to the spiritual, which is indicated more by the white rose. Okay. So there's something very important, Aries, about right now, something about the alchemical process that's unfolding. It has to do with honoring your body, treating your body as the temple, as a spiritual temple, or however it is that you want to put that. You can call it a conduit. You can call it, you know, your meat suit. You can be as graceful or as whatever with it as you want. But this process is about observing your physicality, listening to your body, and hearing what it is telling you, what information and guidance it's giving you. So it's kind of like mastery of the body, the physical form, through learning how to read it, listen to it, witness it and what it tells you, and then listen to it, which leads to uniting the body with your soul's purpose. So you're kind of just like getting on the same path. Basically, you're aligning your physical actions with your purpose, a deeper purpose in some area of your life, and that's what's happening. I want to know a little more about this fighting, though. I want to know what the Knight of Swords is getting so riled up against or riled up for. Josh Groban, right. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. Thank you. Thank you so much for looking that up. What's up, T-Baby? You're loving the lives? I'm loving seeing you guys frequently as well. Okay, tell me a little bit more, okay? Happiness, the Nine of Cups. Okay, good. It's fighting for your happiness. This is a part of you that's fighting for your happiness. You might even be fighting against, like fighting to, not against, but fighting to tame or master the monkey mind, for lack of a better way of saying it, the egoic mind, right? Which doesn't always have to look like egotistical in the way that we naturally, I think, jump to or conclude that is. But the ego is just this self-protective mechanism, right, that wants to convince us that we are in danger, essentially, so that, you know, it thinks that it can protect us from ever getting hurt. So we just have to know when things are actually a threat and when to allow that part of us to protect us and when it's not necessary, when that part of us actually can kind of like get in our own way, right? And stop us from going after things that would truly make us happy or be a wish fulfillment. Because sometimes the ego can be so self-preserving that it can try to talk us out of listening to, postponing listening to our inner voice. But the thing is, with the High Priestess and the Four of Swords here, your inner voice is quite at peace with something, and it knows something strongly. It feels like your body you're in this process where you're mastering the mind as part of your physical body. So your mind could be showing up in like very physical symptoms, like in physical ways for you right now. The manifestation of your mind. For instance, if you're spiraling into like rumination, let's say, you could feel a lot of anxious energy in your body, like in your solar plexus, almost like a knot there, or something to do maybe with your digestive system acting up. Virgos, where you at? Can I get a Virgo? Hell yeah, Virgo's in the house. That's the digestive issues group. Love you guys though, but you know that it's true. That affliction is number one yours above anybody else's. So that's, I think, why this process is requiring you to listen to your body and the ways that it's talking to you, and then look for the deeper meaning. Look for how that could be interpreted as your spirit kind of talking to you, because for the purpose of this reading, it is kind of coming through as that. And it's actually this part of you that knows what will make you genuinely happy, knows what you truly desire, and it's almost like there's this sense that you've been not listening to that, because these things, there's this common thread of like parts of you or external energies fighting for you, like instigating, like throwing you, off the fool's cliff and into this place of change that you were not expecting. And then there's this part of you that is kind of like fighting behind the scenes, it feels like a little bit though, to master some element of your physical body so that it can be aligned with a deeper purpose, or be more aligned with your soul, the longings of your heart and your soul. And I am feeling like the primary thing getting in the way of that, I feel like you want to trust your heart to take action here, potentially towards somebody else, or just with a lot of confidence. But there's something that you can have victory. Yeah, for some of you, it's love. Victory and love for some of you. But for some of you, that's just a new level of loving yourself. But you got to get out of your mind. There's something that you've been telling yourself that, like, if you go for something, you'll be disappointed, or you're not patient enough, or you're not healed enough to invest, or you need to protect yourself. You need to be like a miser with your energy and conserve it. But none of these things are true. These are all like voices from the ego trying to, self-preservation voices. Now, obviously, if you're facing a very real threat, then use your discernment and you would know that this message is not for you, right? But what I'm getting is that for the message, or for the Aries that this message is for, it's your heart and your spirit that are trying to break through. Your higher self and even your guides and your ancestors are present here in this with you. They're wanting to... They want to pull you out of yourself in a way so that you can be more fully embodied. I'm seeing like you being pulled up so that you are looking down almost at your own process from a higher vantage point. I don't know exactly what that's indicating for you. Maybe some of you are in a situation where you feel called to take the high road in some sort of situation. And through considering taking that approach when maybe a part of you would just rather fight, you could see how there's the potential for you to be really happy or to gain a lot through taking a different approach. And you could also be seeing different elements of yourself that want to be utilized. They're ready to be integrated, basically. Anything else about this alchemical process for Aries? It's bringing you into a state of more emotional and spiritual fulfillment for sure, though. I love that. I love it. Okay. Yeah, there's something you're meant to experience here, and it may be something that you haven't ever experienced, like even in however many past lives you've lived. There's something, I feel that this is big. It's like brand new for your spirit. It's something for that reason that there's like a lot of buildup around it, energetic buildup. It's anticipation, but it could also be read as fear. That's where the mind comes in. Okay, so brainwaves. In terms of brainwaves, it's the same brainwave for fear and excitement, right? So the only thing, like it's the exact same brainwave. So the only thing that actually sets one apart from the other, like whether we read a situation and we decide to be afraid, or whether we read a situation and we decide to be stimulated, lit up, excited, anticipating, right? Is how we choose to perceive it, how we choose to perceive the energy, which is crazy, right? It kind of tells you how much power you actually have over your experience, because that's like a biological fact that is, it's the same, and it's just you choosing. So it's the same line, and you get to choose which side of it you're going to walk on. But sometimes we can go back and forth, right? There are things specifically that when they hold a lot of weight, and we know that deep down, it can be that mix of fear and excitement, and that's very human and very normal. So I think that that's what this mind, this Knight of Swords, it wants to take action towards your happiness. And there's something that the body, or the 3D, the physical and the spirit, are trying to align in purpose. They are aligning in purpose so that you can have something that you've never experienced before. I mean, because you haven't experienced it before, there's a little bit of hesitancy. You might not even be, it might feel like a disproportionate amount of fear surrounding something. And you're like, why am I so afraid to just leap out into this? Why am I so afraid to just go after that boy, that girl that I like? Why am I so afraid to take the first step down this career path, or whatever it is for you? And it's because there's a hell of a lot more behind the scenes that's feeding into this. So be gentle with yourself, but also challenge yourself. Challenge yourself to move beyond that fear. Like to allow it, to accept it, but to choose courage ultimately over it. Because this is something that deeper parts of you really want. And I see that. So the new form, point B, the new form that you're moving into is the Chariot, Triumph. This could be happening, like culminating in a pretty big way for you this season, Cancer season. We're in Cancer season right now, and that is the sign associated with the Chariot card. This is a card, though, of being propelled forwards, propelling yourself forwards by emotional conviction. So the Chariot, Cancer, is cardinal water, and cardinal signs make shit happen. They get stuff started. They're the fire starters. They are the spark. They are the dam breaking, you know. They are the tornado forming. They are the shit that's getting put into powerful motion in that element. And so the Chariot is a card of incredible strength, a card of incredible endurance, power. And the reason that it's so powerful, the reason that it is so enduring and such a force of nature, really itself, is because it is backed by the motivation of the heart. The motivation is coming from your heart and your soul. Right? Whatever you are feeling called towards, whatever you're moving towards with conviction, you're being called to it for a deep purpose. It's not just, I think I want to dabble in that. There's something that is really strongly calling you. And sometimes sometimes the Chariot calls you out of a state of oppression, right? Sometimes the Chariot just wants you to liberate yourself from something. It doesn't always need to be moving towards one specific thing, but it is about taking powerful action. And it's also balanced action. Balance between your desires and your virtues. Balance between knowing who you are and knowing what you have yet to learn or define about yourself. And that helps you determine which direction you want to ultimately move with the Chariot. So I feel like that energy, it shows you a lot about yourself. So maybe this season's going to be very powerful for your consciousness, your expansion And I'm feeling like your consciousness is going to inform your emotional body. And then you're going to feel such strong emotion that it's going to just really feel like this momentum that hits you, I think, this push forwards. That's when you know that you're in new form. Right now, you may feel as though you don't have the capacity to do this. It's because you're at conflict here with yourself. Oh man, this is loud. It's about control. Ah, Aries. Don't worry. That control bug gets the best of us at some point or another in life. Yeah. The need to control. That comes from the ego. And it is blocking a level of receptivity and creativity for you. That's what the Chariot, that's what this new form is going to ultimately liberate you from. This like desire or need or even like misplaced idea that you can control something, because you can't. And I think that all these cosmic forces that are very much having their hand in like stirring the pot for you right now, they're sort of serving to show you that you are the creator that you think you are. But if you feel so much oppression around gaining or getting what you want or how you're going to do that, then it almost prevents you from putting the work in, you know? You can have success and celebration, but right now, your vision, your focus, something is transforming into a more harmonious state. And once you're balanced in that internal state of harmony, you're going to move forwards without conflict around knowing your capacity. Or at least, at the very least, knowing that no matter what happens, you're going to survive it. And when we move forwards, we just prove our capacity to ourselves. That's how we learn what our capacity is, right? So this looks really beautiful for you. Okay. Let's see. So what you're aligning with next due to this alchemy, you have the devil in reverse. I mean, there's definitely been something, it's not free reading time. It's an all signs reading. So Aries to Pisces, but not personal readings. But you can watch your sign if you want and see if you get anything out of that. I don't know is the greatest possibility, but when you know, you know. Yeah, exactly. The smartest people know that there's a lot that they don't know, because that is what keeps you open and receptive, is knowing what you know, and then knowing that there's a lot that you also don't know. It's humility that keeps you open, and you have to be receptive to learn, obviously, right? To learn new things. So, yeah, it's very important that you have that ability to have this kind of like beginner brain. It's not the same as calling yourself stupid or saying like, I don't know anything, and beating yourself up about it in that way. It's different from that. But the devil, obsession. I think that this is an obsession with control. A little tiny bit, maybe. Maybe, baby. A little tiny bit, maybe, baby. Because you're the emperor. And that can be the emperor's downfall, if you will. Now, I don't think you're in a downfall. Let's just see a little bit more. Tell me more about this obsession. But I have a feeling that that's what that is about. It's something about creating wealth and abundance for yourself and controlling how that happens and how you're seen doing that. Like how you're witnessed, or how people perceive you as they witness you building your life, I guess, your legacy. But there's like this sort of stifling rumination or concern that people won't see you embodying the fullness of your capacity or capabilities that kind of, I think, puts you in a state of conflict and stops you from moving forwards with the powerful and magnetic force that you naturally carry. And that's the need to control how you are perceived, how things play out for you, if how every little step manifests and falls into place. But I think that you're learning that it's more brave to just like be unassuming to a degree. Allow yourself to be taught by your wins and your L's, right? But also just trust. Trust that you are guided. Trust that you are able. And trust that no matter what happens, you're going to be okay. It's also, the devil in reverse is also clarified here by this card, the Wanderer. I like this. Traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, aloneness, and broaden your horizons. See, there's something that you are being held back from. And it was you holding yourself back by creating some sort of rigidity in like the way that something needed to unfold, or the way that you needed to be seen. You needed yourself to be seen. But you'll never be able to control that. You can never control how other people perceive you. You can only know that it doesn't ultimately matter at all how anyone else sees you. It matters how you see yourself, how you embody yourself, and how you express yourself with the integrity that you desire to embody and express as. Like, anyone can think anything about you, and at the end of the day, it literally means nothing. It says everything about their relationship internally with themselves, what they think about you, because we see the world not as it is, but as we are. Until we integrate more and more, until we open up and become receptive through that integration and that internal state of harmony. And then we start seeing things more clearly. But a lot of the time, what people think about you or say about you, it's just a projection of how they feel about themselves. And it's really obvious when it happens. It's extremely obvious. So when you are aware, it just rolls off your back and you're like, oh, that person, that person doesn't really like themselves right now, or that person is insecure, or that person doesn't believe in themselves, or they're intimidated by unapologetic liberation, or by striking out to do something on your own, or something different from what those around you are doing. But there has been this obsession that has thrown off balance, and I feel like you haven't actually been getting exactly what you've wanted in the past. It's almost like there's been a dream, and you know that it's justice. You know that you feel very strongly that this is something that's on your path, this dream. But I feel like in the past you made a choice not to go for something, and that's why you haven't experienced it. And when I say the past, I mean like a past life. I think in past lives, this is something that you fought against, or you had the choice to do something and you chose not to. And that could have looked like many different things. That could have looked like choosing to play it safe, or choosing to conform, choosing to follow a path that was laid out for you rather than pave your own way. It could look like a myriad of different things. But I think that in this life, you are meant to move into an adventurous state and do something on your own to broaden your horizons. And your spirit is ready and willing to cope with the unfamiliarity that comes along with that pilgrimage. I mean, you're a rebel, Aries. You wouldn't have incarnated in this life with strong Aries energy if you weren't here to do something on your own, to shake shit up, to prove yourself to yourself. Because ultimately, that's who you really want to impress, Aries. It's you. It's you. You want to prove you to you. You want to compete with the last version of you. You just want to be bettering yourself. That's what Aries is like when they are healthy, in a healthy relationship with themselves and others. They're not seeking to control themselves or others. They're just seeking to know better and then do better all the time. And to fight for that with the strength and bravery of a warrior. Right? So that's what I see for you here, Aries. I really like it. Is there anything else that wants to come out? But you're breaking away from something that has definitely felt very, like, constraining. And what you're moving into feels very free. It's giving, like, the hermit vibes, this wanderer. Just because it says aloneness too, it doesn't mean you have to be alone, but it just means, I think, that you're making this choice on your own. And you're not afraid to move in a direction with yourself. Now, I think that there are other people in that direction as you move down that path. But it might feel a little bit like, well, it will feel like you're making this choice to do something on your own at the beginning. And I think that that's actually a sign that you're on the absolute right path. And if that intimidates you a little bit, good. Because sometimes the things that intimidate us, they are there to intimidate us, to show us that that thing is for us, but we need to rise to the occasion. And sometimes we're ready to do that. Sometimes we're not, but you are telling me, or your spirit is telling me pretty strongly that at this moment you are. You're ready for this. So I have all the faith in the world in you, Aries. And yes, we're going to leave your reading there and move on to Taurus. Laptop, why are you overheating constantly? I don't understand. Why? Okay. Losses teach you. What's up, Christina? Losses teach you more than your wins. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Well, I don't even see it as loss. I just see it as pain. Pain is a teacher, for sure. And, you know, seeing it as such can be your saving grace, honestly, because pain can also, like, you know, kind of consume. It can suck you in. So let's move on to Taurus. But yeah, if you're a warrior, if you're brave enough to reframe that pain when you're ready to, I mean, right? Hold space for the pain and just let it be raw and what it is, first of all. Don't try to bypass that. But once you do that, then allow it to be more than that as well. Ask, like, not what happened to me, but what did this actually bring? What did it gift me? And a lot of the time, that is just knowledge. That is awareness. That is expanded consciousness. You just need to be humble enough and brave enough to see it for what it really is. So, yes. Okay, let me close my curtains because it's dark outside now. I'm just lit up. Lit up. I'm all lit up. I'm all lit up again. Who's that? Was a buck cherry or something? Just channeling music already, guys. Okay. Alright, we're moving into Taurus. Taurus. What up, gangstas? Okay. My beautiful Taurians. Let's get a card here for you. So show me what Taurus is aligning with next. I don't know if this is like not bright enough to give you more. You need to move you a little closer to me, if you don't mind. A little up close personal action here. Okay, I feel like that's better. Let's see. Taurus gang, gang, gang. Let's see. It's the bulls. What badassery are my bulls getting up to here? Ah. Okay. Well, let's get more information on that. There's my deck here. Chilling like a villain. Did you get some good rest at least? So you're traveling with your full head on your shoulders? Get 4 cards for Taurus. Point A, the process. Point B, and what they're aligning with next. I wonder if I raise this up, if I can avoid or evade slightly the ring light in my glasses. Maybe? No, not really. Okay, it was worth a try. If you guys are interested though, just because 2 people already asked, for like personal readings, if you guys are interested, I can do a live where I just do super chats, and then the rules for the rules or guidelines for the super chats are in the info box down below. But basically it's like, I think like $5 is the minimum amount, but you can donate, and then just you put the question in the super chat box so that it shows up in the chat, and then I can actually I won't miss it. I'll see it there. But yeah. So if you guys are interested in me doing a live like that, where I do like some super chats for you, just comment, leave a comment and tell me that you're interested in that. I haven't done that for a while, but I am open to it. It's just these all signs are long enough as is, so I really can't do any personal readings during them. So I apologize for that, but yes. You got some rest, but debatable whether it was good rest. Okay. Well, I guess we're just taking what we can get these days. When you're quantum jumping, I guess you just take the piece that you can get. Okay, show me the process. Ooh, okay. Well, talking about pain being a teacher. Okay. And point B. Okay, one more card for this alignment. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's see here. Let's timestamp you. Taurus. My beautiful, beautiful Taurian peeps. I hope that you're doing incredible. Okay, let's take a look here at what's going on for you, alchemically speaking. What are your insides up to? Let's check it out. What are you up to energetically? Let's look at that. That sounds a little bit less creepy. Okay, so we're looking at point A, basically where you started in this particular alchemical process, what that looked like, the process that's unfolding for you, and then point B, what your kind of new form is looking like, as well as what this process is ultimately aligning you with next, okay? So, point A is coming through as the Four of Wands celebration, okay? Okay, let's get more on that. Celebration. I'm for some reason getting like safe, but not getting what you want. Like the Four of Wands is nice, right? But it's almost like being at a party all the time, which just isn't life. And if we are in that state of comfort all the time, then it ultimately kind of leads to a complacency, or just, it's a comfort zone where we stop realizing maybe what we need outside of that because we enjoy being there, right? And sometimes Taurians can get comfortable and, stuck places, being fixed earth and all, but there feels like there's a culmination, a physical culmination that wants to come to you, like a financial culmination, a level up in terms of your physical fitness, maybe a move that is more individual or independent and going to put you in quite a space of abundance. Something physical though that wants to culminate, and it very much has to do with you. Like it's a Nine of Pentacles kind of energy. It's individual physical fulfillment that wants to culminate here. So at the beginning here, you were at the Four of Wands celebration. So this isn't bad, even if there is that level of like, oh, we've gotten into like a little bit of a comfort zone here. It's still a nice place to be, right? The Four of Wands is an energy of joy as your baseline. So I think that you entered into the process in this energy because it was kind of like you're fully charged, or you are all fueled up for the road trip, right? For this leg of the journey. That's how it's coming through. You started from this point for a very specific reason, and it's because you needed that. You needed that joy in your back pocket there. Because I feel like this process hasn't been the easiest. So it was important that you start off with that as your baseline. Yeah, because the Sun in reverse, then the Wheel of Fortune, competition. Because what you weren't seeing is that what you were about to embark on or go after, there would be injustice involved. There would be competition and, you know, a bit of challenge, and you would have your dreams and your sense of control tested. And so you started out, spirit started you out on this like light note, right? So that you could so that you could get the ball rolling and be like, woo, optimistic going down the, it's like follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road, and then all of a sudden there's flying monkeys carrying away your scarecrow, and you're like, what the fuck? Can we go back? Dorothy, we're not in Kansas anymore. It's one of those moments. I love spirit. They're like, we gave Taurus this like high to start on, and then we made shit hard. I love that. You guys know how to push through, though. I mean, you have an incredible amount of strength and perseverance as Taurian people. You also carry this like innate understanding of beauty and sweetness, pleasure, the life's pleasures and joys, you know. And you know how to pull those out of life, kind of romanticize life even when it is hard. And I think that that pulls you through a lot. You can also be very good at making something out of nothing, or at like starting down or being on a path where you don't have a lot, and you can like stretch that out. You know, you can get a very long way just by putting one foot in front of the other and being consistent. There you are, the Hierophant. Yeah. So the process, the alchemical process that you are in here is the Five of Cups, disappointment. Oh, man. With the peacock's tail. This is a peacock's tail. See, that's disappointment in there. Okay. So the peacock's tail, alchemically, talks about the full spectrum, basically, of like vision, full vision. And it also talks about inclusivity, a level of inclusivity. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So this talks about your perspectives opening up so that you're not just looking at something one way, you're looking at something from multiple perspectives, and you're realizing that basically you can hold many truths at once while still having one strong truth. You don't have this like black and white thinking anymore. You have the full spectrum of nuance, of color, of solutions that would never have been possible had you been in like a more rigid or it's just like tiny little headspace, right? People who are very rigid minded specifically, not a lot of growth can happen there. People where it's very black and white, and it can be extremely frustrating talking to people like that, right? And I'm not saying you were like that before, but I am saying that you're definitely broadening your vision to be able to open up an entire new world of possibility and potential in front of you. But this also allows you to approach like humanity in a different and a really beneficial way. So when you think about like complex social issues or political issues or polarities, in order to show grace, love, and acceptance to one another, right? As humans, we kind of have to find this sacred space where there's a new paradigm and there's inclusion, and we can hear other people's perspectives, and we can be open to positive change. Yeah. So something about grief or being disappointed is actually what opened up or is opening up in this process your vision and your understanding in a really sort of big way. I'm not really getting that for you guys, this was one specific thing that caused you grief and pain, although for some of you it could have been. I'm feeling like for most of you, though, it's just been like an era that's been a little bit difficult or disappointing. It doesn't have to be full out like grief. It's just kind of coming through as something that you would rather, like an era or a chapter that has been lackluster, or you would rather, you're ready to leave it behind, basically, is what I'm feeling. So tell me more about this process here for Taurus. Whoa. Okay, the Nine of Swords, fear. Fearing, no. It's like fearing movement. Don't love you that much. Well, I do love you that much, Taurus, but we're still not doing it. The Nine of Swords and the Eight of Wands, fear and movement. See, from this place, fearing movement and change is a lot more likely than from this place, right? Because we're not as tempted to stay in a state of disappointment or discomfort as we are tempted to stay in a cozy, cushy place of stability and celebration. So sometimes things get shaken up, and it's not a punishment. It's just that, like, we are meant to move. We're meant to evolve. That's what humans are. That's what humans do. We're not meant to stagnate. We're not meant to stay stuck. And we're not meant to be comfortable all the time, because change can't really occur when we are. I know, the struggle of fixed signs, right? So it feels like something did happen here that it kind of showed you the complexity, where you may have been seeing something as black and white or just like a lot more simple. Something has really been opened up for you, or is currently opening up in this process for you. And I really like it. It's getting things shifting, and it's getting anxiety. Like old anxieties are being laid to rest. I feel like your leadership qualities are gaining a level of like vibrancy. As well, because it's almost like you're leading yourself out of darkness. Again, it's kind of just coming through as leading yourself away from a past that wasn't really, the last chapter hasn't been super fulfilling in some sort of way. And it could just be emotionally fulfilling. It doesn't have to be in every part of your life. The Page of Swords in reverse, curiosity, and then the Three of Wands in reverse, vision. These are both in reverse, though. Curiosity and vision in reverse. I think that your intuition was telling you something in the past, and you weren't really curious about that vision because you already felt comfortable. So you were like, why would I throw myself out into something that requires like a level of resilience when I've already accomplished something? But there's new levels of determination that wanted to be unlocked in you. New levels of competency and inclusivity for yourself and your complexities and the world around you, then like by extension. I really love that. Okay, so your new form that you are moving into here through this process is the Ten of Wands, burden in reverse. Love to freaking see it. Lay it down, baby. Oh, I'm channeling a song. It's by the Temper Trap, and it's called Giving Up Air. I'm obsessed with this song right now. It's so good. But he says, disarm. No use resisting, disarm. Lay it down. Yeah. Disarm your heart. Just disarm. Because there's some sort of armor. And it came through as anxiety. For some of you, it might have been a slight paranoia. but it was an anxiety around your greatness, or an anxiety around receiving everything that you are actually worth. I feel like maybe not having to work for it, maybe just being seen for all that you are. I feel like this is something you want, but there can simultaneously be anxieties around the things that we want most as well, right? And those are just things that like are prerequisites for us to work through, so that when we get the thing that we ultimately want, essentially we don't get in our own way and fuck it up. Like we don't let the thing that we don't let our ego talk us out of it, talk us out of receiving it, because, oh, well, what if we lose it one day? It's like, that's not a good reason to not accept it now, though, right? We lose everything one day. Nothing lasts forever. So it's not a good reason to avoid things. But whatever this new form is, it's unburdened. It feels light. And it's a lightness of the spirit. There you are. For me, the King of Pentacles, the King of Discs in this deck, power. This is Taurian energy. It's in reverse. It's not about power. I think that like the desire for that, or like the projection onto you that you needed to pursue a position of power, maybe, or like just what power is even. It seems like that was weighing heavily on you, and it was maybe making you judge your accomplishments in the past and be disappointed in them, feeling like you hadn't achieved something. But I think that being pushed out of this like past, and for some of you this is like a family dynamic here, which can be indicated by the Four of Wands. You can talk about your home life. For some of you, this is like the goals or ideas that your family had for you, and what power or success looks like, and the path that you need to take to get that, to get that. But you could have like formed these kind of crushing expectations on yourself, and these anxieties around not achieving certain things that weren't really like your dreams or expectations to begin with. They were more inherited, it feels like. I kind of feel like you want love. You don't want a life of isolation. You want a life of exploration. And not the kind that hurts. Most prominently, anyways. Everybody hurts sometimes, but you know what I mean? You're not really seeking power right now. You're seeking abundance, and they're different. There's an overlap, but they're different. I really like this for you. It feels like an unburdening of expectation, which is true freedom. You're dropping the expectations that others have of you. And that doesn't mean that you don't still want to succeed. You don't still want to make other people proud. It doesn't mean that. It just means that you're not crushed under the weight of these things, and you can actually have a chance at achieving them because of that. And you're also a lot clearer on what is yours, like what dreams are yours and what dreams are other people's, is what that feels like. Okay. So what you are being aligned with next, this beer is going to get warm if I don't keep drinking it. So pardon me, I keep on forgetting that it's there. Okay. So this is interesting. You're being aligned with the Fool in reverse, which is just beginnings in this deck, and Jealousy, 23. This is coming in as like living it up, but under the radar a little bit. The thing that I really like about this Jealousy card is that it has this talisman, this evil eye on it, which means that you're protected from jealousy. So I'm actually reading this as like what you're being aligned with is not jealousy itself, but it's like if others do witness your come up, your confidence, the confidence that you've gained through this process that you're moving through now is kind of dissolving heavier emotions. And I feel like this jealousy would come from people who don't feel free and liberated in their own lives, or don't feel truly in dominion of their own lives. They're seeking power at all costs, or and that's just such a slippery slope, because then you start playing these games, you get all caught up in just shit that doesn't matter, honestly, for things that people call power that really, are they though? Only you know what power is to you. It's not the same for everybody. Despite what the world would have you think, it's not just money, sex, and, all those things, money, sex, status, these things are elements. But what makes you actually feel powerful at the end of the day? Because for me, it's not something external to me that could be taken from me. To me, that's not true power, if you're relying on that. And if you're looking to obtain those things or attain those things, it's kind of the same as validation seeking. It's just you're seeking validation in stuff rather than from people. Right? What is this Fool in reverse here? I think that you're moving into an existence that you're not going to have any desire to escape from, because there isn't like despair there. There isn't this sense of crushing, oppression. I think you've been dedicated primarily to like fighting for something, competing for something. And where you're moving next, what you're moving into next, it's almost like you're realizing that you have something very important, and you've had it all along under your belt. And I think this has something to do with like where you will be. It has something to do with, it's something very physical that's shifting for you. I think you're going to feel a very large, like, energetic unburdening, though. And you're finding a lot more stability, personal stability, and personal power through, like, making your own choices based on what power is for you, or what abundance is for you. You're feeling in control through being stable internally, or being connected to the strength of your virtues and your convictions. But it's a lot more coming from this internal state of inclusivity and like broad vision, full vision that's opening up, the full scope of color, the full spectrum. Okay, tell me a little bit more here. Whoa. You have clarity. You have the Ace of Swords, clarity, and the Sun. Okay. That's clarity, all right. That's clarity and truth, but it's like personal truth and divine truth and cosmic truth. Just this, you're seeing that you are the sun already. And once you recognize that in yourself, you realize you don't need to take a leap out into some new adventure to pursue something new to attain that. You just need to radiate it. I think you stop trying to plan for something and you just start embodying it. You just start embodying the stability that you're seeking. And all this weight falls off of you. And you realize that power isn't something that you seek, it's something that you hold inside of you. It's something you embody and express. It's something that you keep yourself in alignment with. And it's not something that anything or anyone can take from you when your power is coming from that place. So with this jealousy card, it has a lot to do with confidence with all this yellow, but then also the way that you are seeing and expressing yourself. And it's coming from this more divine place. But yeah, it's kind of like, just because I could do more doesn't mean that I have to. And it feels like that's new for you. Just because I could do more, just because I could pursue and seek and strive, doesn't actually mean that I should. And it doesn't actually mean that that is going to bring you more power or abundance either. So it feels like you're getting more and doing less, which, you know, we're here for. And if I know my Taurians, you're also here for that as well. You know, work, what is it? It's like what's that really popular saying? Why can I not remember it? But you're gaining more and you're working less. You're kind of just realizing that it's not something that requires work at all. At least not the kind that you've been putting in primarily. It requires internal clarity. And that is you're definitely aligning with new levels of that. You're seeing the full scope of yourself and then the world around you and what is possible in a way that you haven't. But it's important also to recognize that disappointment and grief had a big part in opening this up for you. So give those elements of your journey credit where credit is due, because I feel like that's also going to help you face those difficulties and challenges as you move forwards, because they'll always be there. That's life, right? But I think that this will help you frame them differently. So I think that that's very powerful and really positive. Good job, Taurus. All right, loves. I'm leaving it there for you, but I love you. And I'm moving on to Gemini. Gemini. My Geminis. My sweet little gems. Let's see what the peoples are saying. Are you guys talking? I have the chat covered when I'm doing the readings, so that I do not get too distracted. Work smarter, not harder. Thank you. I'm like, this is literally a very famous saying, and I cannot think about it. What is happening? Andrea, you want some a super chat live? I can definitely do that in the near future. Breath of fresh air. You are a Scorpio. What is up, Scorp fam? It resonates. You're going for abundance. Good. Do it. Well, yeah, you can learn a lot from like looking at the other side of that axis, your Taurian sister sign, right? That tells you a hell of a lot about yourself. Especially, I don't know if you're a Scorpio sun, but if you're a Scorpio rising and you have Taurus in your 7th house, like your girl, then yeah, it teaches you a lot. That's for certain. All right, let's get into Gemini. Gem jams. My gemmy jams. Okay. Cards back. Okay. Okay, show me what Gemini is aligning with next. It was half an hour, buddy. It was like just under half an hour, which is what I'm aiming for in this reading. So last reading, because it was like a relationship dynamic reading, every reading was like 40 45 minutes long. And I was like, that's not this one. I'm good with doing those, but that's not necessary for this particular reading, I don't think. Let's see. Aligning with you next. What is Gemini aligning with? Ooh. Aw. All good. Love that. Gems. Why are you so cute? Why do I love you so? Let me count all the ways. Let's see. Is this the deck we're using for Gemini? I don't feel like it is, actually. This is the one. Yes. How are you all doing out there? Are you doing okay? I wonder if I should let my puppers in. Oh yeah, I probably should. It's 11:30. It is 11:30 p.m. He's been out there since he finished supper. So I should probably quickly prepare for the chaos that is 5 or 6 year old Rottweiler just destroying the setting. But I am gonna let him in, because otherwise he's gonna start whining momentarily. Okay. Let me just grab him from outside, you guys. I'll be right back. It was not shorter. I started at 1:20. It's 1:50. It was half an hour. Allow me to set your mind at ease. I would never shortchange my Taurians. Excuse me. I don't think so. Okay. Nope, I definitely lied. He had no interest in coming, and that's because it's absolutely gorgeous outside. It's been raining for like a couple weeks straight, and so I wasn't sure if it still was, but it's beautiful out, and it's just like the crickets, and he's like in his big dog house on his big comfy bed, and he's just like, I am not moving. I am good. And I'm hunkered down for the night, potentially. So, all right. Gotcha. Sorry for interrupting. He usually wants to be snuggly and like within arm's length of me. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it takes as long as it needs to. So when they just naturally wrap themselves up, it's nice when they naturally wrap themselves up in a shorter time, though. It is. Aries was a little longer, but sometimes it takes me Aries reading to get into a flow. Aries can sometimes be slightly chaotic and like a little, but they like that. So, you know, it all works out. You guys also voted, and I have to say I'm not surprised at the topic that you picked for the Friday all signs. You're my people after all. But you did vote on the, we're looking at someone's desire for you. Potentially a late night sexy read. And yeah, it's not going to be all smut. There might be some smut. Smut might slip in some places. I'm not going to turn the smut down if it comes up, you know, because I'm Scorpio rising. So what of it? But Aries Venus, you know, let's talk about sex. But we are going to look at it from like the arrow's point of view as well, which is more like the root of desire, like just what turns you on in general. So that will be an element of it. But we're going to look at the root of their desire for you, like what their desire looks like, what is at the core or the root of that. And then based on that, how healthy it is, whether it would probably be better to like give it the go ahead, the green light, like indulge and may the force be with you and have fun and I'll be living vicariously through you. Or avoid, mene, do not engage. So we'll see what comes up and take it with a grain of salt, obviously, but that's going to be Friday's. That's going to be Friday's topic. Chosen by you, my community of schmexy little freaks. You guys match my freak. Grateful. Grateful. Okay, is Gemini's deck ready? Let's see. Yes, we're good to go. All right. Let's see. Okay. I hope everything goes well. Let's see. Show me point A for Gemini here. Okay. Or the process. Whoa. Okay. Speaking of saucy times, spicy saucy times. It's looking sexy, Gemini. Point B. Gemini's new form. Aww. Okay. With the cuteness. One more here. What is Gemini aligning with? Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Okay. right. Hello, Gemini. I hope that you're doing wonderful, darling. And let's get into your reading here. Let's see what's up with this process, what's kind of shifting in you in a profound way, what that's leading you towards, and all of that jazz. Okay. All right, so point A. So kind of where you started in this process. Let's take a look at that first. Okay. So it's coming through as the Two of Pentacles for you. Well, it's looking like you were in a bit of a, this feels very Gemini-esque, not gonna lie. A bit of like a precarious position. Not necessarily dangerous, but your balance in there, you know, it's not probably the most comfortable. You're flexible, so you can handle it. And I like that there's all of these like flowers, this beauty, this growth around it, around this person and their form. The roots are coming out of them. Actually, if you look, the roots are coming from their mind. This feels very Gemini. It's the Two of Pentacles, but it feels like a Gemini card to me. I like how there's like the infinity loop in here like numerous times as well. It's all coming from your mind. However, speaking as a Gemini moon. Okay. Sometimes when every possibility is open, it's like it's too much, right? Like when sometimes Geminis, I feel like we feel pulled to so many different things, or we could genuinely see ourselves in many different things, being successful with them, finding beauty and fulfillment in them. And it can become hard to make a decision. And sometimes we can even get stuck in this, like, we can almost get addicted to options, to having unlimited options, when really I think sometimes it's a fear of actually making a choice. And we become more convinced that it's like, but I don't want to make a choice. I want to have all these options. But I think that you did actually want some clarity surrounding something in particular, like you wanted to pick something or someone is what I'm seeing. But you were just kind of used to being your mutable air self, being flexible, maybe showing up for many things at once, or being drawn to many things at once, and maybe for different reasons, maybe different, like they were calling to you for different reasons or calling to different parts of you. Something could have been calling to you from more the root chakra, something that you wanted to physically experience. Something could have been calling to you more from your heart. Something could have been challenging you from your solar plexus that required confidence or like leadership or something like that. And there could have been a spiritual element as well. You kind of get the picture, but it feels like there was a lot of things open, a lot of tabs open, which is not unlike us. Tell me a little bit more about this starting point. So I'm just seeing you having many things in the air, many options open, many ideas, but not one true path, just an openness to many things at once. And this doesn't have to be overall in your entire life, right? This is just one area, most likely. So it could have been like romantic partners. It could have been career paths. It could have been lots of different things. The Ten of Wands in reverse. That's come out for every sign so far. The Ten of Wands in reverse and the Six of Pentacles. There was a need to drop some of the weight because it's like you were carrying everything, right? You were carrying so much. You were carrying kind of the weight of every possibility. And in order to alleviate some of that so that you can move forwards unobstructed or without like carrying so much baggage or weight, there needs to be more of an equal give and take energetically, rather than you just like holding the weight of many possibilities but then not truly committing to one. So then one of them can't really give back to you because you're not claiming a path. You're just kind of holding a billion doors open at once, right? So picture literally trying to physically, like, you're like holding one with your leg over there and your toe, and then you're like holding one with your head open, and it's just, it's giving this, you know? But what Spirit is saying here, or your higher self, or however you want to look at that, is that in order for there to be more energetic balance, there needed to be a dropping of some of that, like a refining, is what you could see that as. Okay. I think maybe you were having lots of options open. As a means of self-protection against like being disappointed by putting all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak, like really getting pulled into something that you genuinely believe is like, you thought you were avoiding disappointment, but you were avoiding the Wheel of Fortune, which is probably the least disappointing thing on the planet. You know, the way to be truly disappointed is to evade the Wheel of Fortune and hold every door open. That doesn't sound like a good time at all. But I think that there's something about you seeing the truth that you weren't really moving forwards, like towards anything. You weren't really, you might have been communicating with numerous people, or like invested into numerous people or paths. But there was like enough that you weren't fully claiming or invested into really anything in the kind of way that would truly bring you abundance or expansion in that area. And I think that what you saw is that you weren't really moving anywhere for that reason. It's like when you're choosing everything, you're kind of ultimately choosing nothing, right? When you're holding a billion doors open but not moving through any of them, you have a lot of options, but you're not going anywhere. So that is not sustainable or healthy ultimately. And it's also not balanced because, like I said, nothing's giving back to you. You're not even really giving to anything fully. You're just wasting your energy holding things open. Okay. So the process, the alchemical process then that you are in now, is the Knight of Wands with this antimony card, which I love. I love, love, love this for you. Okay, so the Knight of Wands. Little witchy. Got a black magic woman. Got a black magic woman. All right, let me sing with my man voice to you. And antimony. Sorry, let me not. The antimony card here is so gorgeous, and this is just a very beautiful pairing, honestly. It's a kind of a perfect match energetically. Antimony is about wildness. It is about fierceness. It's kind of about the animal in you, like hunger. What do you hunger for? The Knight of Wands is definitely hungry for something. Their spirit is hungry for something, and they're in search of that. For me, it's a Sagittarian energy, so it's a very explorative, passionate, even philosophical, spiritually tuned in, spiritually curious, philosophically curious kind of energy. You could be physically traveling right now, or you could be going through a phase where travel has to do with this transformation, this alchemical process. Because specifically, there's something about the unpredictable quality and its ability to be kind of like corrosive, but not in a negative way. It more corrodes the parts of you that you've outgrown, or it forces you sometimes to see where the things that you're doing are not super effective, right? Because you have to be self-reliant. You have to be kind of like effective when you're traveling, or efficient when you're traveling most of the time. Depends on how you travel. Like if you're just rich AF and you're just like in a hotel the entire time, well, that might be a little bit different, but generally putting yourself outside of your comfort zone to see places that are not where you've been or where you're from brings out this like wildness in us and makes us feel alive in a way. And it sort of introduces us to new parts of ourselves, or not new parts, but parts that maybe we were not as well versed in. So I really think this is beautiful, and these energies are very complementary. So there is a delicate nature to this card, though, and also to the energy of the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands is one card in the deck that can get a very bad rep. It's probably the court card that gets the worst rep the most often, honestly, because in the reverse, the Knight of Wands energy is, questionable at best. Irresponsible, not self-aware, can be kind of like ignorant and entitled and just scattered, or just, irresponsible, inconsiderate. But on one hand, it represents like this wild and free spirit that wants to express itself. But then there's also this fierceness that can turn destructive. And this energy, the key is channeling it into something creative. It needs to be channeled into something inspiring or creative. So when you're in this energy and you're dealing with your wildness, your fierceness, your hunger, you might even say an element of your shadow or the inner animal, right? It's like your inner wolf. You want to challenge it gently to come out from the shadows and to express itself in a healthy way so that it gets itself out there. So it's like embarking on an adventure, creating something like a project or something like that, but listening to what is calling you. And then instead of focusing on why you can't do that thing, beginning without giving it too much thought and not quitting, not letting yourself quit. This is an energy that it's about respect, not repression. And if you try to repress this part of yourself, essentially you lose respect for yourself, because this wild part of you wants to be free. It wants to be witnessed, and it's very powerful. So it's not healthy to repress, and it's going to come out and make itself known, whether you choose to express it openly or not, whether you choose to like draw it out and then embody and express it in a healthy or a creative or exciting kind of way that actually benefits you. But it does walk the line there of being, a little bit, it can corrode away what is ready to be dropped. Specifically like ambivalence, boredom, ignorance, like those things that you almost need to be put in a situation where you are in your creative mind or you're inspired by your surroundings, like you're traveling and you're seeing something new. It needs to be like brought out by this sense of wonder and awe and excitement and creation, conviction, inspiration. When it's brought out for reasons other than that, like just for the sake of proving itself, just for the sake of like starting shit just to start it, it can actually be like a very annoying energy, right? So I'm loving that it's in the upright position for you, because I think that you're engaging with this in a healthy way. And I like that. It's also kind of a nice energy to be the process for you because it doesn't really feel like work too much, right? This process is not one that feels like work. It's not like striving after the 10 of Pentacles. It's like jumping on a flight and seeing where you end up. It's like following your intuitive nudges or your instincts to try something new or to put yourself out there, express and embody yourself in a new way. And it's kind of a process or an energy that when you are working through it or moving through it, it sort of shows you that it doesn't have to be that hard. Like success doesn't always have to be a struggle. And it also doesn't require like this big thing that you have to really lead yourself up to or talk yourself into. It can really just be about following your wildness, your fierce hunger, your passion, and then keeping it in a moderate state and channeling it into avenues that inspire you and lead to expansive places. Like open the world up for you, basically. Okay, anything else about this process that's taking place for Gemini? No, that's that about that. Okay, so point B, your new form that you're kind of moving into. 3 cards came out for this. They were all stacked on top of each other. And it was the 5 of Pentacles in reverse first, with the Tower in reverse and the 9 of Cups behind it. Love this. I adore this. I really do. The thing about holding a billion doors, possibilities, potentials, options open is that it doesn't feel freeing. It doesn't feel stable. It kind of feels like you're out in the cold because, again, you're not walking through any of the doors. You're just like looking at them, thinking about it, you know? It's exciting when you're fantasizing about what could be behind every door, but it gets really boring, honestly. Like, it does become, I feel like, an excuse for just standing still eventually, especially for someone that is a mutable sign. You need movement. You cannot be stagnant and be fulfilled. But whatever this is, when you're moving into your new form, you don't feel out in the cold anymore. And you also don't feel like there needed to be this big, violent, destructive crashing down of what was to form something new or to move you into your wish fulfillment. Again, it doesn't really feel like work. It just kind of feels like magic. Because this part of you is magic. And the thing is, a lot of people, well, this goes for everything, not just this element of us, but a lot of the time we fear what we don't understand, right? And we tend to judge what we don't understand, but it's because we fear it. We almost think like, if I don't understand it, and this is in ourselves or others, right, then I have less control over it. But the truth is, if you don't understand it, getting to understand it, well, then you have knowledge is power. So avoiding it, judging it, making assumptions, or projecting onto something or repressing an element of ourselves or another person is kind of the worst way to go about it. But I feel like sometimes that happens out of fear, right? My little white knees. Little white knees. So then the 9 of Cups comes out. And it's this beautiful emotional fulfillment. And all of a sudden you're kind of just in it. It feels very natural, the way that you get here. I love it. I love that energy. It feels so nice. And the thing is, it does feel like you. It feels very you in nature, in essence, because again, you're playful, you're curious, you're childlike, you're expressive, you're creative, adventurous, you like to dabble. Um, but ultimately also you function best within some sort of natural flow state because again, you're mutable. So you don't like to run into walls or be restricted or be stuck. Again, you get bored. That becomes like ambivalence, and then you kind of get numbed out, complacent, detached. Or you just start making bad decisions, like bad life choices, just to shake shit up. You're like, haven't made any bad decisions in a while. I'm getting bored, you know? It's like you wouldn't be though if you were in your natural state of flow, your essence, following this instinctual hunger or fierceness. Basically, it's being in tune with your desire as well. And it just leads you there, it just guides you there. There's something about you looking back to at where you came from. What are you looking back? How are you perceiving this looking back? Because on the table, it's like this, right? So you see how you're looking back at this, at past you, while flying on your broomstick. And then it's almost like you just fly right into emotional fulfillment, and you're like, oh, how did I get here? Like, it doesn't, the most beautiful part about it is how much it doesn't feel strenuous. It doesn't feel like work. And I kind of feel the surprise of that in your energy, which is just making me happy because it's a pleasant surprise. And it's really sweet feeling. It's like you definitely weren't expecting to be surprised in this way, and it feels very sweet. La dolce vita, darling. You're tuning into the sweet life. And it's so much easier than you thought. It's so much easier than you thought. So how are you perceiving, as you look back, how are you perceiving from the Knight of Wands vantage point this Two of Pentacles? Because you're definitely looking at it. The Lovers. It's you. And the Six of Cups in reverse. Wow. Wow. The Seven of Wands in reverse and the Three of Cups. That's really beautiful. You're looking at it with this like tender, graceful acceptance of self. You're saying that was me. That was still me. That's still a part of me. And that was still a strength. And you're right. It's just that you're not meant to stay in that state. Right? Like being able to be flexible and handle many things at once is definitely a strength. And it's definitely a Gemini strength as well. So yes, that is you. And innately having choices is also you. Because again, you are very much about the full spectrum. Specifically like the way that you think about things and perceive and consider things. You really see in a prismatic way. You think in a prismatic way. All sides. You pick something up and you look at all the different sides of it, all the different angles. And that's a beautiful element of you. And it's part of what makes you so highly intelligent as well. And also just likable, like resonant with people. Because you know like a little bit about everything, basically. Most Geminis that I meet know a little bit about a lot. And so it makes them very interesting, relatable, and yeah, intelligent, smart. Often funny too. But the Six of Cups in reverse, you're saying like, yes, that's a part of me, but also I'm ready to evolve out of that. That will always be a part of me, but I'm ready for a little bit more. And it's like, as you are taking flight, there's a big difference here, right? Between like walking on your hands on the ground versus sitting on a broomstick and flying. The amount of just like effort, difference in effort is really being highlighted. And this feels better. And so it's like you're saying you're not being hard on yourself for the way you've approached things, which is good. It's allowing you to reconcile that chapter with grace and not be critical of yourself, which is beautiful. But you're also saying that you recognize that you are ready and that you're not any less you moving away from the past. You could still be this version of you. You are still this version of you. And you're carrying it within you in an integrated way. You're just cracking open another part of you that feels really good to crack open as well. But there's something about readiness to move away from the past there that you're showing me. So I like that a lot. Okay, so what you are aligning with next, my loves, you are aligning with the Two of Cups and sincerity. Okay. The combos are beautiful. The Knight of Wands with antimony and sincerity with the Two of Cups. Like, these are perfect energetic matches, and it's showing me an energetic alignment within you. That's what that's indicative of, and it's beautiful. This is definitely about you, and what you're aligning with are situations and relationships that are deeply resonant to the most sincere and authentic parts of who you are, because you're showing up in those parts. You're showing up with sincerity for yourself here, because the Two of Cups, even on this card, it has the sun and the moon coming out of these cups, these flowers and roots, right? And the Two of Cups, if we're looking at it as just like us, then it's a card of balance, somewhat like the minor to temperance in the major a little bit. And it talks about internal harmony and alignment. And if it's with somebody else, then it talks about the same thing, but with another person, like a harmony and an alignment, a natural complementary sort of energy between you and another. But when it's just you, it's having those basically the twins are in balance. And really, you're not one or the other. It's like you can do all things, and you know that. And I think most mutable signs are aware that they're very capable of many different things, being many different things, achieving many different things. That's what leads them to have so many options open, usually to begin with, right? Is because they're aware that they could do a myriad of different things, or believe a myriad of different things, feel a myriad of different things. But when you have that internal state of balance, it's easier to feel which way your spirit wants to move, like where you want to fly, because it brings about this element of confidence. When you are regulated and balanced internally, when you have that state of internal peace and harmony, that gives you innate confidence. And so then the confidence allows you to show up in more of a brave and unapologetic, sincere or authentic way, both with yourself and then with others as a result of that. So that's what you're aligning with. It's beautiful. There is something though about like where you started had more to do with like your virtues or your like light side, which it could be more about like your integrity, your morals, your values, your beliefs, your responsibilities, that kind of thing, right? Sort of like your conscious expectations of yourself based on who you already know you are, what you already know of yourself, who you know yourself to be. And then desire, which again you could see as this like current process of being in this wild, hungry energy of antimony and the Knight of Wands. That could be more your shadow, right? And one isn't good and one isn't bad, but it's like the sun and the moon, they're both part of us. They're two sides of the same coin and they need to be balanced to work together. So it's almost like where you're coming from, you were more in your virtue element, but the desire element wasn't balanced, or it wasn't finding expression. It was feeling repressed, and so you might have been feeling bored or out of balance because of that. Or kind of like backed into a corner, like hedged in, I'm feeling. It's kind of like a suffocated feeling, but almost like a generalized suffocation, like just feeling the need to escape. That's kind of what I'm sensing. Because this whole part of you wasn't really being like utilized, expressed, and explored. And now you're integrating that part, which is why you're looking back and you're saying, I'm seeing it as the lovers. I'm just seeing it as still as me, just as I'm seeing this current state as me. Because it is, it's just these two different, it's two sides of the coin finding balance. I love it, Gemini. Fuck yeah, baby. And so it's what you're aligning with next then is the confidence that comes from that balance. I see you showing up in a more authentic way, and I see some of you coming into contact with an important partnership in your life or union. It doesn't have to be romantic, but it's true. It's very true, and it's very like naturally aligned and resonant with you. Yeah, the Three of Cups. For some of you, this is a friendship. For some of you, you're reconciling with someone that you already know, that you weren't able for some reason to show up in, like with as much sincerity with in the past for some reason. But it's you coming together with yourself and then coming together most likely with another. And what's created is this beautiful state of celebration when you come together. You're celebrating one another. And because you're showing up in a more holistic state of who you are. And so there's more to see, there's more to witness, there's more to love, there's more to celebrate. And it's really gorgeous. Anything else for Gemini before I let them go? No, that's it, baby. Okay. Let's move on to Cancer. Let's move on. What's up? What's up, potato? Cass, what's going on? Rochelle, a sweet life girly, yeah. What's up, Tunmei? Aw, you're welcome. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing up for me as I show up for you. I appreciate it. Okay. What is this music name that you've got here? Do you make music? Do you review music? What are you doing with this music vibe? I like how I'm like not even halfway through this beer. I'm like, a beer for Canada Day. Takes me approximately 2.5 hours to get halfway through the beer. I keep forgetting to drink it. Probably good though that I'm not just chugging a fucking beer while we're attempting to do this reading. That probably wouldn't be the most effective. Okay. My beautiful Cancerians. What deck are we using for you? Yeah, this one, for sure. I was laughing so hard, Rochelle. Like, I was like, if I ever meet Shane, like, if I ever come visit you or something, he's gonna be like, wait, why do you look familiar? Wait, did Rochelle wake me up in the middle of the night to, like, listen to this, listen to what she's saying? Like, I was laughing so hard. Wait, you're that bitch on the internet that always gets my girl riled up. I'm gonna have to fly under the radar, undercover. Or else I'm gonna be like fish bait. Cancer. Okay, I feel like you're ready. Smack that deck a little bit. Is there like a big lag between us? Because I'm feeling like there is. No, maybe there's not. Okay, just making sure. Sometimes that happens when my computer overheats a little bit. It gets to be a little laggy. It's not too bad. Okay. What do we have for Cancers? Cancerians. What do they need to know about this alchemical process taking place, where they started, what their new form is kind of evolving into, or what new form they are evolving into, and what that new form is aligning with next in the external realm? Whoa, okay. I'm hearing that song by the Counting Crows. It's like hanging around. I've been hanging around. I've been bumming around this old town so long. Huh. Maybe you were feeling a little homebodied, a little stuck in a comfort zone somewhat as well. Maybe somewhat similar to Gemini. Just your comfort zone looks different from Gemini's. Okay, show me the process. That's too many cards. pull this closer to me. So that I can. Okay. It's working. It's doing what it needs to do. It's better. Okay. Tell me about this process for Cancer. Okay. Okay. It's the new form. Okay, why? Just tell me why. Do you not want me to use this deck? Because it just exploded everywhere. And overall, it's just shuffling kind of like a little bitch, not gonna lie. So, we might need to pick a new deck. It's not feeling cooperative whatsoever. Let me consult my trusty little pendulum here. What is going on? What is happening? Okay. It was just, the deck was just telling me this isn't the deck that wants to be used. So, thanks for that. Thanks for coming out, telling me so violently. Sometimes they just do that. They will just like shoot everywhere. And then they're just like, yeah, it's not the right deck. That's what we're trying to say here, Lisa. Okay. What deck wants to be used for Cancer then? By all means, do tell me. Interesting. I'm going to pick that one. Okay. I guess that's the whole point. I didn't pick it. Right. This one has some darker themes a little bit. It's the, I forget what this is called. Lost Forest or something. Tarot, maybe? All right. Interesting. Glasses keep sliding down my face. I felt a spider on my foot. There have been this specific kind of spider, and I don't know what kind they are, but they're scary looking. Like they're not like a little like with their tiny little legs. They're like big bodied, big fat legged, big. They're just big. They're buff. And they're like this big with their legs and everything. They're like probably like a quarter size or a loonie size. You guys probably are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Canadian coins, okay? I'm using them. Yes, we have coins called loonies and toonies. We're very serious over here in the land of Canada, in case you weren't aware. We're known for our seriousness. I can't even say it with a straight face. Okay. Are we good to go? I think so. Okay, Cancer. Being difficult, huh? It's your birthday season, so I'll allow it. All right. Show me 4 cards here, please. Looney Tune. They need to make one that's a mixture. It's a $3 coin. And we'll call it a Looney Tune. I sometimes called Luna that. I'd call her Looney Tunes. I had so many names for her that were just like not like Loons Magoons, Luna Bean, Queen Bean, Loon Tunes, Looney Tunes. Just so many names. Little Bean, Stink Bean, Fur Baby Butthead. Just an array of adorableness. No big deal. Loon Moon. I never called her Loon Moon, actually, which is weird. I would call her Moonbeam. Or, yeah, Moonbeam. Or Moonbean, because I called her Luna Bean. I never called her Loon Moon, though. No. Okay. 4 cards. Loony. My Loony. Okay. So glad we're past the point of just spontaneously ugly crying every time I think about her, because that was a fun time to move through. What's up, Dana? Aw, thank you. Thanks for wishing me a lovely day. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are loving the consistency. Thank you. You are... Moonbeam is a decent spell in Dungeons and Dragons. Well, Luna's up there just like... I was owning them all this time and you didn't even know. But yeah, thanks for, like... well, appreciating the consistency, I guess, or letting me know that you do, because, yeah, it feels good to me too, so I'm glad that you're also enjoying it. Okay, next card. Tell me about the process. Okay, that card came out in the last. So that's, yeah, that was meant to be there. It's important to show the love. It is, and I am receiving it. I'm picking up what you're putting down, babes. So thank you. Okay, new form for Cancer here. Ugh. Okay. And what they are being aligned with. A dam. I like that. Entertaining an adjustment. Okay. Let's get 1 card. Can you clarify this, what Cancer is aligning with, please? Okay. Oh, my little heart. Me little heart. Actually, there's nothing little about my heart. My big ass heart. It's feeling all the mushy things. All of the mushiness. The squishy, mushy gushies. Okay. All right. Where are we at here? 30. No. Hello, my sweet little crabby cakes. Happy birthday season. I will be saying that all through your season, so try not to get sick of me saying it. But I just love you and I appreciate you and your existence so freaking much. So I'm going to need to tell you constantly that I'm stoked about you being here in this life, in the same life as me. Okay, this ring light's just really annoying me, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, that's better. Let's see what's going on for you, okay? So we're gonna start by looking at kind of like where you started this particular process, sort of like what you looked like at the beginning of this alchemical process. Then we're going to look at the process itself, and then point B, which is kind of indicative of your new form, as well as what that new form is aligning you with in the external as well. Okay. So point A, where you started, you have the Four of Swords in reverse, truce. Okay. I'm just getting like an unsettled energy from this. It could have had to do with somebody else. Like you just couldn't get on the same page with somebody else that meant a lot to you and it was causing you a lot of distress. Specifically, it was like putting you in your head if that's the case. But if it didn't have to do with anybody else specifically, then there's just something that you couldn't like put down or let go of within your own mind, or I'm just seeing like it would be the mental equivalent of this, but I'm seeing like applying pressure to like a knot in the muscle so that the tension can release, right? There's something that you weren't reconciling within your own mind. And so you weren't at peace about it. You know, you hadn't come to a truce either within your own being or with somebody else, or both, about something. So this could be, it could overlap. It could be you within yourself and also other people as well. But just take it how it resonates for you. Okay, show me more about that. Okay, the Knight of Pentacles, the Prince of Pentacles in reverse here. Something wasn't moving forward. Something was incredibly stagnant. So I don't know exactly what that was. But the Knight of Pentacles in the upright is already the slowest moving knight in the deck. All the knights are about action and actual like movement, taking action on something. But the Knight of Pentacles is about taking physical action, and they're notoriously slow, slower than the rest of the knights. And a lot of that just has to do with the fact that they are the knight of the earth element, which is the most dense element of all of them, right? It takes longer to move things, to make changes happen, most of the time to manifest in the physical, right? A little bit more. Whereas like, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, it can almost be instantaneous depending on exactly what it is that you're shifting or breaking through. But Earth is different. And so with the Knight of Pentacles, they're very reliable. They're very solid. And it's like if you have the Knight of Pentacles on the job, you know that that job is getting done. You know that like that thing is getting where it needs to go, that you're getting where you need to go if they are behind the wheel. Like, you know that this, you never doubt that the Knight of Pentacles will show up for you or get shit done. But it just is slow and steady wins the race. But in reverse, it's like there is no movement taking place, or we're actually like regressing. So that could have been it too. You could have had peace about something, and then like a level of it was unmasked. A new level was unmasked, I'm getting. And it brought in more complicated feelings or more stagnation, because it threw you back into a pit of having something like not fully processed. So there could have been an element of feeling that you couldn't move on from something here in some way. in the past here? Anything else about that? But it was something physical. It's just, it was, I feel like what was stagnating you was a lot of thinking about it. And it could have been a physical situation that did make you feel a little bit vulnerable. Like you gained, it was like one step forward, two steps back. But potentially because something was being hidden from you a little bit. I feel like you were seeking happiness without peace, which is interesting. And you weren't moving anywhere because, I mean, it's hard to get somewhere when you are at war with yourself. It's hard to like succeed when you don't have a state of internal peace. So you could have been in a situation that kept like, you kept trying to like claw your way out of, or like gain, like make strides in regards to. And this could be your, like I said, it's anything physical. So it could be a physical relationship. It could be your living situation, a career, a job, finances, your health, your physical health. But there's something here where you felt like the more you tried, the more was revealed that it's like you still have more to go, or like you thought that you dealt with that, but now you're slipping back into realizing that there's more that you actually have to deal with, and it was making you feel a little bit vulnerable is what I'm seeing here. Especially because it's like a crappy place to be, right? It's when you think that this could have been a relationship for some of you. It's like feeling a lack of abundance and then feeling tempered, and then being thrown back into a state of vulnerability, and then thrown back into a state of joy, and like feeling like you've reconciled and you've got everything like balanced out again, and then back into a state of anxiety. And it's just like that drains your energy and your hope pretty fast, right? It's very hard to have faith in something that keeps like giving itself to you and then pulling itself back, or just dangling a carrot. So I don't know exactly what that was for you, but it doesn't feel great. And it feels very stagnating, both mentally stagnating and physically stagnating, like in terms of your embodiment, your expression, and your manifestation of things. It feels quite, yeah, this lack of peace is really being highlighted as the force that was kind of defeatist, whether that was self-defeatist or a situation externally kind of putting you in your head. Okay, so let's take a look at the actual process, the alchemical process. So for that, you have the hanged one, the hanged man here, Neptunian energy. And you also have the uncreated. I feel like all of this is rather Neptunian, to be honest. It feels quite Neptunian in nature. Yeah. So the uncreated is like what has not yet been conceived yet. It's like the seed within the seed. So if you think of like a plant, right, growing and how it needs to be pollinated, and then the seeds spread, or whatever, however you want to see it, right? I'm just using that as an analogy. It's like the pollen before it's ever actualized. When it's still at the center of a blossom or of a plant, and it doesn't know that it is, has so much more of a function to serve. Or maybe it does know, but it just hasn't yet. Or maybe I'm giving pollen an awful lot of consciousness. But you know what I'm trying to say, right? But the uncreated is It's like the land before time. It's like when everyone you knew didn't exist yet. Everyone you knew wasn't born yet. Every city that you love now wasn't built, didn't have a name. Your favorite song hadn't been written, hadn't been, you know, belted out on stage in a way that literally did something to your freaking spirit. You know, all of these things were uncreated. So it's a subtle force, but it's extremely profound at the same time. And it kind of like summons, it gently sort of pulls everything that will be out of nothingness and into existence. So it is not something that can be controlled. It can't be bought, sold, contained, forced into expression. It's the pure intelligence of creation. It's the intelligence of creation knocking on the door of reality, really. And it's interesting because when this card comes out, it very much holds this, the time is like now. This is happening now. Because what is uncreated until it's not, right? And it's like, you aren't the one pulling that into being. So it's not like this big process where you are like beckoning it out. It's happening on its own. It does what it wants when it wants to. Its timing is precise, and its timing is whenever it says it is. It's the intelligence of the universe. And so this is really an invitation to allow something to gestate, to form. And that's what you're in right now. And it's so interesting that you're in the Hanged Man as well, because you're doing kind of the only thing that you can do with this energy, which is witness it from this place of, this Neptunian place of higher ground, of just witnessing the uncreated from this place of awe and wonder, not trying to force anything, knowing that you can't. You can just bear witness to what is not yet, but what you feel coming into being. And when you're present in the now, in the moment, and you bear witness to something like that, it is profound because it's sacred, it's divine. You're witnessing the universe at work in your own life, in this life-filled burst that is just taking place in the moment. And the thing is, like, oftentimes this is easy to miss, right? It's really the miracle of life. It's easy to miss. And you're not missing it. I feel like you are profoundly present with whatever this is right now. And it is like, it is it's like it's calling to you to watch. It's like, pull up a chair, you know? Hope you've got your popcorn ready. Check this out. What we're about to do. Let's get some more information on that. That's coming through as just like, it feels it feels big. That's what she said. Okay. Let me ruin a deeply spiritual moment with that's what she said. Anything else about this? I feel like this will be different for all of you, but yeah, strength in reverse. It's not something you can repress. See how this strength card, this deck has two different strength cards. One where they are kind of like repressing that strength, that wildness in them. They're like, or the power in them, the wild power in them, the raw power, they're pushing it down. You can't do that with this. This can't be contained, controlled, forced in any sort of way. You're just bearing witness to it. But what's being created is not grief. It's not... Oh, there's the other strength card at the top of the deck. Interesting. This is what the other one looks like. It's like embracing that through mastery and knowing yourself. Like GNO. Gnosis. Knowledge. Deep knowledge of the self. Spiritual knowledge of the self. Neptunian knowledge of the self. Okay. The Seven of Wands in reverse, Valor. This is your new form. This is what's showing up as your new form. I just saw a super chat. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Thank you, love. I appreciate that. Sorry, I just saw it now because I'm kind of blocking the chat so that I can focus. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. The Seven of Wands, Valor in reverse here. You're laying your armor down. Like you are not, there's something that you don't feel like you need to fight for, you don't need to be defensive against. And it feels very much like a relief because whatever this was in the past, that you weren't getting any relief. Like there was no truce, there was no relief, there was no movement. And if there was movement, it was like a little like illusion of forward motion and then like tumbling backwards or spiraling out or like being undone. I'm hearing that Weezer song now. I think this is my favorite song by them, actually. It's so good. The Sweater Song. I think it's called Undone, though, officially. I'm not really sure what it's called. It's the Sweater Song. If you want to destroy my sweater, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold this thread as I walk away. Watch it unravel. I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor, lying on the floor. I come undone. It's like someone was holding a thread and unraveling you, though, and then you were left feeling vulnerable. I don't like that. I feel like there might have been someone else involved in this. Yeah, there was someone else involved in this for a lot of you. I don't like that energy. Whose ass do I have to kick for you, Cancer? Let me leather jacket it, Scorpio rising. And don't worry, I'll dress all in black. I'll make sure that no one sees me. Are we going a little too far with this analogy? I'll help you lose a body any day, babe. Okay. You don't hurt my Cancerians. Tell me more about this Seven of Wands in reverse. But that's why it feels like such a relief, because you're finding that truce through not really seeking it anymore. It's like there's something that you're just realizing it's not actually valiant. It's not actually brave to fight for something that I've been fighting for. Maybe you've been feeling, maybe you've been a little bit manipulated into that in some way. Whoa. The Empress. It's not about doing, it's about just being. Yeah, the Ace of Pentacles. There's something that was not love, and you're cutting the influence of it out of your life. Now, I don't know if this is something you were calling love, but Spirit is saying that it was not aligned with your heart. And so the influence, when removed, also removes a lot of strife from you. It's almost like, yeah, whoa. You might want to look up 2255 as well. I'm not saying that this person is a bad person. Because I'm really not getting that, whoever this is. I don't think they were trying to hurt you on purpose, but I do think that they wanted you to be vulnerable first. Like they were trying to almost like, again, like lure you out into this state of vulnerability, or like undo your sweater, you know? They were trying to unravel your sweater so that you would be naked, right? Like vulnerable or open. That's what they were seeking in you, but they weren't coming at it in an equal and reciprocated way. It's like they wanted you to be vulnerable first, almost to prove to them that they were safe to do so. The way that they were going about getting you to be vulnerable, though, whoever this is, was just not with integrity or honesty, or, and I don't know if they knew they were doing this. This could be someone that was acting out of a place of fear and being triggered by what you made them feel, but that's not an excuse. But I don't know how conscious, like I don't know how much self-awareness there was on this person's behalf. But what Spirit is highlighting is that it wasn't a true representation of love, not because like you didn't love this person maybe in a real way, not because the feelings weren't real on both sides, not because it was because of a misalignment and a lack of reciprocation. And love, real love, does not, it's not something that like, okay, well, you do that and prove it to me and then I'll give a little. It's like love has nothing to do really with what you are expecting to receive. So if the focus is on, okay, well, I need to receive it first to know that it's safe to give, then innately that's not love. That's coming from a place of fear, which is related to love, but not love, right? It's like, it's kind of the other side of the coin. But so choosing to not allow that to influence you, and that doesn't mean you have to cut the person out necessarily. It's a complete shift of the approach to whatever this is, though. And I'm seeing you're releasing, you're not going to fight. Like you're not going to fight to prove yourself. You're not going to compete. You're not going to welcome strife into your life. So this could have been someone too, if they were insecure, then they were maybe seeking I don't like the energy of this, but I feel like it's on a sliding scale for you guys, but this at its worst can be very narcissistic, because it's like I've been hurt, or I'm vulnerable and I'm insecure, and so I'm entitled to you proving yourself to me, or you like emptying yourself for me, or giving your all to me. But then like the tests never stop. Like that never stops. It's never enough, and then you never receive back what you've been giving. It's just someone sucks you dry. And then when you're sucked dry, they're like, oh, you weren't everything that I thought you were to begin with, you know? And it's like, you literally just destroyed me and left me a shell of a human being. So, and then just discarded me because you're like, wow, you weren't what I thought, an endless supply of whatever I wanted, right? But there's like this, there's a lot of themes of indecision and stress, because there's the Five of Pentacles, which is worry, and that's feeling like literally out in the cold, or in a state of lack and scarcity, physical lack and scarcity, or just like bad health, literally not feeling well, not feeling abundant. And then the Five of Wands, strife, that talks about internal chaos, conflict, or tension. So you are very at odds with yourself, trying to seek balance with something else. And the thing is that like you kept seeking a truce, you kept seeking, you were fighting for something and someone else wasn't. They may have said that they were, but they just wanted you to kind of prove yourself here, or they weren't believing it. And when someone doesn't believe something, they're not going to throw themselves into it to fight for it, right? So I don't want you to think that it has to do with you, because it has to do with this person, not you. It's everything to do with them and their relationship with themselves. You never could have given enough, though. That's the thing. Like, would be someone who's like a bit of a bottomless cup. And again, it doesn't have to be like that far on the scale, like this person's narcissistic and, you know, they were draining your life force energy and felt entitled to do it and, you know, totally stole your peace. It could have been. But more so, it's just something that you felt like you needed to continue overextending yourself. And then every time you thought that you had like gotten through to the situation, it was like it unraveled again and you were starting from square one. And so this new form is you just being, not doing more, just being. And everything comes directly to you with that approach. The Ace of Pentacles and the Empress. The Ace of Pentacles is the seed. The uncreated is the seed before it even finds form, right? It's really cool how that progression is happening here in your reading. Like in such an obvious way. We're going from the seed of the seed, the uncreated, and then literally the Ace of Pentacles could be viewed as a seed in the ground. In this, it actually is. A seed of a plant growing in the garden of the Empress. The fertile, abundant, expansive garden of the Empress. Your life, your energy. That's the fertile soil of the Empress. Okay, so what you're aligning with then from your new form or after you move through this process is, this is amazing. Okay, it's Justice with this Oracle card Feel, which looks very Cancerian / Piscean to me. Justice is Libran energy. You have a lot of Venusian energy here. You also have Leo. Very strong Leo energy, actually, with the creative energy and strength. And then you have your energy, Piscean energy, and Libra and Taurus or Venusian energy as well. Well, you're getting what you truly desire and deserve here. And you're going to feel, specifically, you are going to feel satiated. You're going to feel satisfied. You're going to feel like you are finally getting what it is that you truly deserve out of something. And again, it's not about like extracting what you deserve, right? Or like from a place of expectation. It's karma. It's a natural balance that is coming into the situation with Justice. It's just a balancing of the scales, and that's why it feels like a relief. Because you're no longer in that state of like flux and a lack of truce within your own mind, feeling like you have to do more, fight for more. You're just feeling the balance. You're feeling the scales balance and all the implications of that. Can you tell me more about Justice and Feel here? The Queen of Swords in reverse and the Two of Cups, Love in reverse again. Wow. You're just cutting out the misalignment. You're cutting out the imbalance. And so then like balance or justice, what is truly fair, can come in because you're removing the injustice. You're removing the thing that was throwing the balance off or unraveling the work, right? It's like you would get close to what you deserved, but then because there wasn't balance or reciprocation, it would just unravel because it wasn't solid. It wasn't a balanced energetic give and take. For some of you, you are actually removing like a person from your life, but for some of you, you're just you are not personally stagnating to prove something to someone anymore. In other words, you're not prioritizing somebody else's insecurities and walking on eggshells around them or trying to prove something to them because they don't believe in virtue or they don't believe in good people. They don't believe, like, they don't have a lot of hope. And so this would be someone who doesn't have hope, and then you feel like you need to just constantly prove that you are a good person because someone's been hurt and they don't believe in good people anymore or whatever. But it's fucking exhausting, you know? That's not your wound to heal. That's somebody else's. That's their shit to work through. It's not your job to drain yourself and to unravel yourself every day trying to prove that there is like goodness in the world or trying to prove that you are who you say you are. Someone either sees you or they don't, and that's up to them. And if they want to see you, they'll find a way to. They'll do the healing necessary to see themselves clearly so that they can see you clearly. And honestly, sometimes it is as simple as if someone's not doing that, then they don't want it bad enough or they're just straight up incapable. But either way, you're not going to get anywhere with that, right? And this doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It can be anyone. But I'm seeing that you weren't really allowed. For some of you, this is like family. Or there's an element of like hierarchy of power or something. That someone had something like someone was slightly above or over you. They had like a level of control because that like surprised me when that came out of my mouth. And I was looking at the Eight of Cups in reverse. It's like you weren't allowed to walk away. You weren't allowed to close something out. But it's almost like you didn't have that allowance because something was hidden from you. And it was like the fact that you couldn't actually attain that which you were seeking. It was never really there to attain because the person on the other end wasn't solid or invested or, you know, you were the only one pouring into something. You were the only thing holding it up, keeping it afloat, essentially. So there was no allowance or space for you to, like, take a break or walk away or rest or find relief. It feels exhausting. So what it is whether you're cutting out an actual person, I think it depends on the person that you guys are dealing with. But for some of you, you are just realizing that. And even with the balancing out of the situation, it's not about doing more. It's about removing the more that you have been doing to create the balance, not about doing more to create balance. You see the difference? And I feel like you're going to be trusting what you feel and trusting that what you feel is correct and just. And that's what's going to be kind of your guiding force here. Is there anything else that Cancer needs to know about this? With less of this influence, whatever this influence was, it saw your strength. It saw your power. It saw your energy. But it was having the influence on you of you were repressing that strength. You were like pushing your own strength down. And in the near future here, or when you come out the other side of this process, you're embracing it instead. You're integrating it rather than repressing it. And keep in mind that Leo rules the heart. So it has big implications on that part of you, which I think is really beautiful. All right, Cancer, I'm going to leave your reading there. That's what I have for you. It looks beautiful, darlings. And we're moving on to Leo. We're moving on to Leo. Okay. I love that. That felt very Cancerian and tender. Love it. Okay, I just started channeling a song immediately. I wonder if that's for Leo. It's a 1975 song. Many Tumblr posts have been inspired by this song. It's the song Falling for You. The part specifically that's always on Tumblr is the line, I don't wanna be your friend, I wanna kiss your neck. Don't you feel me? I think I'm falling for you. Okay, I'm falling for you, Leo. Who wouldn't, baby? Who wouldn't? Okay, let's see. Let us see here. What's going on with my lions? My little lions, my brave-hearted lions. What's happening? I'm using this deck. Okay, we're using this deck. Interesting. I may run and grab a coffee upstairs. I feel like I'm done with the beer. I drank half of the beer and I was like, my beer quota has been filled for Canada Day. I came, I drank half a beer, I conquered. I called it conquering. I cheersed you all. I supported Alberta and Albertan brewery. And now I want caffeine because I'm a caffeine girly. I'm not a beer. Well, I do love beer, but I'm more of a caffeine girly these days, apparently. Like, it's good. It's just, it's not hitting. It's not hitting. You know? Where's the espresso, though? Where's the espresso? I need it in my life. Right now. Right this second. I need it. Okay. Who had iron in the last... This is the beautiful part about me now keeping notes. I've been keeping some notes, guys. Which cards I pull for you guys. Who had... Okay. What? It was you. It was you. You were the one that had the iron card in the last one. I'm so wise for keeping these notes. So for the you and them reading that I just did on Sunday, the one on June 28th, Cancer, iron, you had the iron card. You got the iron card again. So there's something significant here. Or no, we're on Leo now. Wait, we're on Leo. Okay, but Cancer got it last time. There could be a connection between you and Cancer, because I think that's the only card that came out in the last reading that came out in this reading from this deck. It is. Okay, so they're, my bad. I just finished the Cancer reading. You got iron, Leo. Okay, I'm going to mention that after I timestamp you because no one's going to hear this part about me rambling. So Let me just say, Cancer. Maybe you're dealing with a Cancer, like romantically or something. The you and them reading. Okay, Cancer got this. You and them. There's some sort of connection there or tie there, I feel like, in that energy. I think I do need some caffeine. Good Lord. I'm going to pull the cards first, and then I'll go grab it. Interesting. Or else Cancer season could just be incredibly important. It's also connected to Mars, though. Pisces got the Mars card. Something about the water seasons. It's also making me think about the fact that all of the Mercury retrogrades are happening in the water signs this year. Yay for us, water signs. Fun times. Not had by all. But and we're in one right now. We're in Cancer. Mercury retrograde in Cancer right now. Just started. So these periods could be especially important for you. I'm just saying this out loud, verbally processing. I will relay it after the timestamp, by the way. Just I'll probably forget if I don't do what I'm doing now because Gemini moon. Okay. Is my dog okay? It's very weird that he just was... I don't know. He usually comes in. It's strange. Okay, are we good to go here? Let's see. Yeah, okay. Let's get 4 cards for Leo. Okay. Well, it could be better. It could be better. It's okay. That's where you started. That's not where you're at. Exciting. Yeah. Okay. What is going on here? Okay. This is interesting. We're going to have some things to unpack here, Leo. Definitely getting that caffeine before we start into this. Okay, tell me about this, what Leo is aligning with through this process. Okay. Okay. All right, let me run and grab that coffee from the fridge real quick, and I'll be back in a second. The timestamp. Actually, I might go to the washroom quickly because I just drank a beer and I'm about to drink a coffee. It seems like an intelligent thing to do, since I'm getting up anyways. These energies are intriguing me. So I'm like, I just want to dive into it right now. Okay. I'll be back in a second though. I'll regret it if I don't. Go. Okay. I'll be back in just a moment. Mars in Leo. Grain of mortality. Love those Greek insights. I love Greece. All right. I'll be right back. I had a run-in with one of the fucking spiders that we were previously talking about. And it was terrifying. Guys. The big ones. The big ones. What's up, Mito? Hi, buddy. The spiders. Every time I see one, too, it's always the exact same reaction by both of us. It's like me, opens door. Spider. Both of us going the opposite direction. And then me realizing, fuck, you went down the stairs that I have to go down. And then it thinking that I'm chasing it, and then it's running fast, and then I'm getting freaked out that it's running fast, because how do they go that fast? I'm sorry, but these particular ones, they're so big. I don't like them. I'm like, I won't kill them because I'm like, you're cool. But just like, can you be cool? Not in my line of vision, ever. I just never want to witness you. I just want to know that you're out there being cool, being your cute little spidey self, but I don't want to like bear witness to you being cool. I'm not here for it. They're so big. I don't like them. Is that warmer? Is that better? Ugh. Scared me a lot. Not gonna lie. Freaked me out a little bit. So, okay. Let's back there a little bit. Let's timestamp Leo and get into this. I'm like, I need to forget. Some dance to remember, some dance to forget. Living it up at Mountain California. The moment has passed. I'm all right now, but it is on the stairs out there somewhere, and just no. I think I got coffee and I can be on high alert now. None of this casually drinking a beer with my feet up business, not when there are these spiders accosting me in this, my own house. You just ended a 5-hour video call, so you're glad to see my live going. Nice. Was it a fun video call? Hopefully, because 5 hours is a long time to be stuck on a non-fun video call. So I hope it was pleasant. Okay, let's timestamp Leo and get going. 47:40. Hi, Leo. How are you doing? I hope you're doing great. Okay, so we're gonna just get into your reading here and see what wants to be seen basically in your inner alchemy. And kind of we're going to look at point A and then the process and point B, the process in between point A and point B. So where you started, your process, and then your new form. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Your call had a break in between and ended on 44444. Wow. Well, that's good, I guess. The universe seems to think it's good. Okay. All right, I love you, darlings, but I'm covering up the chat for a moment so that I can do Leo's reading. Okay, Leo, so let's take a look here. So where you started, point A. Okay, first of all, I want to point out here that all of your cards came out in the reverse, which is fine. That's not necessarily bad, because a lot of cards in the reverse are actually, they have a positive meaning. Like a card being in the reverse doesn't automatically mean negative. But sometimes when they're all in reverse, it just indicates a phase or a period where something is stuck a little bit, or on a plateau maybe, and it could be for a good reason. Like it could be that's the part of the process that you're in and it's meant to be. But I'm just taking note of that. Also, I used this Alchemy deck and you got iron. I also used this Alchemy deck in the last All Signs reading. I did the you and them one on, I think it was on the 28th of June, if you want to go back and watch it. But Cancer got this card, and this is the only card that came out in this reading that was also in the last one, the last time I used this deck. So there could be some sort of connection there. You could have Cancer in your chart strongly as well. You could be dealing with someone with Cancer in their chart. It doesn't have to be a romantic relationship either. It could be anything, but you might find something valuable if you feel called to in that energetic overlap. Okay, so I'm just mentioning it before I forget. Also, there could be a connection to the Pisces reading in this reading because they got the Mars card and the Iron card is connected to Mars as well. Okay, so, but we're starting not with the Iron card. We're starting with where you started, which is the Ten of Cups in reverse. Okay. Let's clarify that. I heard like happy wife, happy life, but this would be not that necessarily. But it's giving sort of family vibes. This could be a family dynamic for some of you if there's a dynamic that's coming into play. And like in that case, I would say the Cancer reading, in the you and them reading, it might be about that particular dynamic. It doesn't have to be, but I'm just feeling that a little bit. Okay, let's clarify this Ten of Cups in reverse. Tell me why, Spirit? Why is this the starting point? Judgment just kind of wanted to come out. Plutonian energy. Okay, so something being drastically and profoundly reconciled as a prerequisite to closure. Reconciliation as a kind of finalization, a tying up, if you will, before closure. The closing out of something then that wasn't working, that just wasn't emotionally fulfilling, and it would have been like some sort of unit though, involving more than just you. Or if it was involving just you, then it would be like you carrying ancestral or generational patterns forwards. Ten of Cups in reverse, and then reconciling that. Being in the middle of reconciling that. That's that for some of you. You're not necessarily directly still involved in these dynamics. You have just been carrying the weight of like your bloodline, basically. This is coming through quite interesting and clearly. For some of you, it could be your father just because, or the masculine, like the patriarch side, rather than the matriarch side, because of the connection with Mars there. But I also heard happy wife, happy life. So it could have to do with either your mom or your dad, I guess, if that's the case. But if you're actually involved with this unit, then it could either be a connection that you were in or are in, that is like a romantic connection. I don't really feel like it's, is it that for a lot of you? I kind of feel like it's not. What's this Ten of Cups in reverse? What's the nature of it? Like, what does it consist of for Leo? The Ace of Cups in reverse. Probably not love, then, I'm guessing. They're saying not love and not work related, most likely. So Yeah, this could definitely be familial, or it could be community, like a friendship type situation, like chosen family type thing. If it's not blood family, blood related. But something was being reconciled here to be closed out, and it looks like it was just something, some sort of unit was not working. Specifically, like a unit or a group or community or family dynamic of some sort or friend dynamic that, in essence, is actually meant to, when executed well, it's meant to bring a lot of like co-regulation of emotions, a lot of emotional intelligence, growth through safety, right? And just satisfaction, a lot of emotional satisfaction and fulfillment. Why was that not happening? What wasn't working? Well, I'm just hearing congruency. Congruency. Four of Pentacles in reverse. Something was incongruent, and so there was a weak foundation because of that. I want to look up the actual definition of that and like the etymology. I've been really into doing this lately. Gemini moon in the 8th house. Okay. But it brings through like very interesting messages. Congruent meaning and etymology. Let's see. Because I heard congruency very clearly. Yeah. Okay, so this is very interesting, right? So this is like sometimes I'll say words and I'm like, I know what that means, but I don't remember like the exact nuance of the definition. And so looking at the etymology can really help with that, like the history of the word, right? Where it actually stems from. Because there are nuances, like there are lots of different words that are similar in nature, in definition, right? So it can help. And also I'm a nerd and I like it. So the 10 of Cups. So keep the 10 of Cups in mind while I'm reading this. So it says congruent describes a state of harmony, alignment, or exact correspondence. When two things are congruent, they fit together perfectly, mirroring one another in character, size, or shape. So this refers to things that are compatible, consistent, or in agreement. For example, your actions may be congruent with your values if they accurately reflect your internal beliefs. This can also talk about geometry. So like figures that are identical in shape and size, even if one is rotated, reflected, or moved into a new position, they remain congruent. So the etymology, this word originated in the early 15th century, derived from the Latin verb congruere, which literally means to come together or to correspond. So with or together, falling, meeting, or reaching. So together, reaching, falling together, meeting together, reaching together. Essentially, the word captures the imagery of distinct parts falling together to create a unified, harmonious whole. Wow. So that's optimally how this happens, really. Like that, this is why I looked this up, because it's kind of perfect. Because when you think about how do we get to the 10 of Cups, well, we get there from the 9 of Cups. The 9 of Cups is having that personal congruency, like inside of yourself, so that then you can bring that to like a unified, a group, right? Whether it's just one person and you, or whether that is a group or a family unit or a community or something like that. But it does, like the whole point of it is that it is meant to somewhat naturally fall together, because really you're already in the Nine of Cups. You already have that internal alignment and emotional regulation and satisfaction within yourself. So then when you find something else or someone else that aligns with that, it kind of naturally falls together or into place, right? Ten of Cups in reverse, though, this didn't. It wasn't. It wasn't exact. It wasn't an exact mirror. Now, that's okay because you can still find harmony with things that are not like exactly congruent. But I don't know why that was such a big thing. I think in the past you were trying to reconcile that something was different from you, but you were still trying to build with it. This could definitely be something like with family, right? Like understanding that your parents are very different from you, but still hoping for their approval, or still like wanting a healthy relationship with them, even though maybe they come at life in a very different way than you do, or something like that, right? Why is this so like right in my eyeballs now? That's better. So because of that, like you were trying to build a foundation or show up with someone else or with a group of people and have it feel safe and solid and grounded, but that wasn't there. And there was this attempt to reconcile that. Okay? So it doesn't have to be necessarily something falling apart completely, but it's definitely the understanding that like they not like us, you know, like we are not the same, or one of us is not like the other. You might resonate with being like the black sheep or the outcast of your family if this is a familial thing for you. If this is a romantic connection, then it's kind of the same thing. It's like trying to make something work with someone, trying to build a foundation, but you're coming at it from different angles, or you're trying to just fall together, but it's not that simple because there's not an innate reflection or understanding of one another in the other. Feels a bit complex, which is okay. It's all right. We don't shy away from complexity. Okay. Interesting. So then you have iron, right? And this is the process, the alchemical process that you are experiencing now internally. And you got that with the High Priestess in reverse as well. Very interesting, because the High Priestess is the inwardly facing and expressed feminine energy, yin energy, whereas the Empress is the outwardly asserted feminine energy. So you have that here with iron, which is connected to Mars, masculine energy. Okay. High Priestess in reverse. Can talk about a couple different things. Let's talk about iron first. Okay, so this card, like I said, is somewhat connected to Martian energy. But it's also connected, it's about reliability and something that can withstand great pressure. It is about magnetism as well. And it creates infrastructures that span, that connect a lot of the time. It is strong, it is assertive, and there's like a big thing about like when this card comes out, relying on what is reliable. So it kind of feels like in the past, this 10 of Cups in reverse, 4 of Pentacles in reverse, it didn't feel like something that you could actually rely on. But you were trying maybe, and it was just feeling unstable because that foundation wasn't there. So I think that you were trying to rely on something that didn't truly support you. And maybe you had already built that, or you thought that you had built that. And this could have been a little bit of a like a difficult realization is what I'm kind of feeling. Like that judgment, that Plutonian energy with judgment feels a little bit harsh here. Like trying to make something work, trying to, again, like just wanting to be like accepted or approved of, or like wanting your parents to like be proud of you, or wanting to feel as though you fit or you can connect with people that you genuinely have a desire to connect with, but it's just not easy. So this pulls you towards, this process is pulling you towards what is truly steady and supportive in your life. But it asks you to be held by a structure that's already in place. And even if that structure is just you, right? Like think about how much iron is in our blood, for instance, and the resilience of that. Think about all that magnetism and reliability and that warlike quality being literally in our blood. The thing that is spilled during war. It's quite interesting. It's kind of profound, actually. War is kind of just like one big blood ritual when you really think about it. It's horrible, obviously, absolutely horrible. But that's what was revealed to you. I think that the High Priestess in reverse, because in the upright, it can talk about, again, like it's the yin energy pointed inward, right? So it can talk about keeping things close to your chest, or holding something inside, not really sharing it, or not revealing something, not seeing something as well. Like maybe intuitively picking up on it, but not having it proven to you in the physical or in a tangible kind of way. The Iron card talking about like being pulled towards what is steady and true in your life, and everything else just feeling heavy. Not in a supportive kind of way, but in like a, I'm crumbling under the weight of this when it should be holding me kind of way. So it feels like your process is a little painful, Leo, at least for the Leos that this is for, that this reading is for. It feels a little painful. Okay. But the new form that you're moving into is coming out as the Queen of Wands in reverse. So I need to clarify that. I'm kind of getting anger from this, actually. I'm not really getting insecurity. I'm getting pissed off. And I don't often get that with the Queen of Wands in reverse. I usually get it a little bit more with the Queen of Swords in reverse, because she's known more for being, it's a different kind of anger though. With the Queen of Swords, she might cut you with her words, or she might just cut you out, just like revoke and become cold where there was once warmth. She's not cold. The Queen of Swords is not cold, and she's not a bitch, you know. But in the reverse, in when she's mad, right, or when she's been hurt and wounded or used, she can become like that. And with the Queen of Wands in reverse, it's the same thing. She can be, but it's more of like an anger, like a fiery anger for what has been endured, what has been carried, what has been maybe like invested into, or what has been put on you that wasn't yours. It's like, it's kind of coming through as a righteous anger though. Not self-righteous, but truly righteous, as in you have every right to be angry about something. Tell me about this Queen of Wands in reverse. And I actually think that it's, well, I want to see a little bit more clarity, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a positive thing, that this is the form you're moving into, because it's like what's being revealed to you is what claimed to be like maybe loving and supportive, but was never truly reliable, like never really actually showed up and proved itself as such. If this was a relationship, then it would be like someone future faking with you, right? Like promising and promising something, but then never healing or never actually taking steps from a place of hope to make shit happen, to move the energy. And then you wake up like a few years being with someone, down the road of being with someone, and you're like, you've literally just wasted like years of my life. Like we have not gone anywhere. We've just talked about potentially going somewhere. And sometimes that happens when someone like mirrors you back at you, but not in a natural way, in like in a forced, intentional or strategic kind of way, more so. It's like a way of making you feel safe, using a specific energy to make you feel secure and committed, while not really like infusing that energy truly into the situation. It's just an illusion, or like a house of cards, which is why there's no true foundation. And in the past, you were making a judgment call on that. And then it feels like you made that judgment call, or you saw something clearly, and just more has been revealed to you, or is currently being revealed to you about that. And it's making you want to fight. It's bringing the energy of war, of Mars, the Lord of War, the God of War, into your energy. I think that's what this Queen of Wands in reverse is. The King of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles in reverse, the Ace of Swords in reverse, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Whoop, there it is. There it fucking is, right there. Someone gave you this. This was their mask. The King of Pentacles promising the Ten of Cups. But really, the Six of Pentacles in reverse, there was no reciprocation in investment, in energetic give and take. There was a blatant lie, actually, with the Ace of Swords in reverse about the work that was potentially being put in. There was no work really being put in. There was nothing. It was a one-sided investment. And it feels like you're becoming aware of this. So if this is like your family unit, then it's like your parents being like, we love you, but then it's like they don't try to truly know you at all. And so then, because they don't actually know you, they don't consider you. And it becomes a little bit, it becomes, conditional. It's a conditional love. It's like, well, can't you just make things easy and show up the way that like we think you should be, or the way that we expect you to be? But they're not seeing the way that you are, right? And so then that's not, and it would be like they're not really trying either. Whoever this is, it was one-sided. It is maybe one-sided, but yeah, that's what I'm seeing is being revealed to you as the source of you being angry. Something was, it was presented or offered to you as being a whole bunch of things that it never was, and never actually intended to be, I don't think. And that's what's really making you mad now. I think that you see it now with a little bit of distance and perspective, perhaps. Okay, but well, is there anything else about that? The positive thing about this is that it's allowing you to see clearly so that you can pick a path that truly aligns with you. You can see yourself clearly, and you can see what is incongruent with you so that you don't have expectations so that basically you can monitor your own expectations and regulate those so that you don't just hurt your own feelings by being disappointed constantly, expecting something out of something that isn't aligned, or expecting something to be easy when there's an innate difference or misunderstanding it's pretty profound. It would be a lot to reconcile. So it feels like the reconciliation, especially if one person's not even, or one side isn't even trying to reconcile it. So it feels like the reconciliation is just within you. Adjusting your expectations or creating closure for yourself is what that feels like. Okay, so what you are aligning with next is Strength in reverse. That's you. Okay. You are the Strength card. It just feels like a vulnerability with yourself. You're letting yourself go to that vulnerable space within your own heart. There might be a release that happens there, Leo. There might be an emotional release that happens there. I'm just going to say it. There might be something that wants to be purged. This could happen during Cancer season, right? The other thing that I forgot to mention when I was saying that Cancer had the Iron card and that there might be a connection there is that the season may also be important. And as well, the Mercury retrogrades this year are all happening in water signs. And right now we're at the beginning of the Mercury retrograde in Cancer. So either Cancer season or that Mercury retrograde, which goes a little beyond Cancer season, could be very significant for you as you work this out. Your season could also be important though as well. Like that time span. But coming out to clarify that Strength in reverse is you got 2 oracle cards as well, Development and Deliverance. This feels really powerful. And it feels like it's meant to be a validation that this storm is going to break. It is coming to a close. What's developing is your deliverance from something that has been heavy. If this is you breaking generational karma, breaking those chains, baby, or it could just be karma, or it could be generational wounds passed down, or conditioning or patterns or whatever. But development says gradual progress, continuity, slowly but surely, adaptability, and a time-honored approach. This is something you've been moving through for a while. You've been trying to see it clearly so that you can, make progress and find relief. Because deliverance says release, relief, a fresh approach, liberation from obstruction, finding a solution, and exhilaration. So that is what is developing slowly but surely. And you've been taking some form of time-honored approach. You've been taking your time with this, which I feel is why the cards were coming out in reverse. It's not a stagnancy. It's this is something that has taken time to work through. Even when you think of iron, it's very dense, right? It's that's part of what makes it really strong. But there's this vulnerability where you're actually your heart is opening, but not because of success. Your heart is opening because of a vulnerability that you're putting yourself in. And I think it's just the allowance to feel the truth of something, to see and then feel the truth of something, to allow yourself to be delivered from it. The only way out is through. And it feels like you're at the spot in this process, this gradual progress that's been continuing for some time, where you can find release now and relief. It requires a fresh approach, though. What is that fresh approach other than this vulnerability of the heart? Yeah, the King of Swords in reverse, the Five of Cups. There's just like a blatant liar here. Like, it makes me mad. Like, someone just lied about, like, oh yeah. It's like, this is the 10 of Cups. I'm going to offer you everything. And it's just the 5 of Cups. Like, there's no intent of changing, no intent of fulfilling or giving what they were saying. And it doesn't really look like all that much consideration or fucks given as to the fact that, like basically what this looks like is not a lot of integrity, not a lot of personal integrity or caring about the effect that this had on you. And that's why I'm getting pissed off. Because don't fuck with my people. And also just don't be a douche. Like don't be a narky lying douchebag. Like, just, it's not really that hard to not, you know? The fresh approach is to stop trying to make something make sense, because it doesn't. Allow yourself to grieve that maybe you never knew the truth of something or someone, and you may never. But I don't think that you can rely on getting it from them. I would say that with pretty much 100%. I don't think you can rely on getting the truth from this person. I think this is definitely a thing where you have been, whether you knew it or not, you have been creating your own closure through, like, piece by piece, peeling back the layers of this, and then Spirit also helping to reveal the truth of this to you. But you've been moving through this, like, you have been developing through this. And it feels like you've been present in it, and you've been committed to that, which is why you're getting to the end of it. You are going to be delivered from it, but it hasn't been easy. And whoever you've been working with, there's just a lot of intentional confusing you through, like, outright misleading or manipulation, really. And knowing that you were trying to make something work, or that you cared enough to try to make something work. And so, like, offering you the illusion of what would keep you invested, but then it not being real. Time is very valuable. You know how they say time is money, right? Energy is an asset. Time is an asset. These things, like attention, is a valuable asset. Money is not the only asset that things can steal from you, right? Other things can be just as devastating. Yeah, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. You're going to see, or you are seeing with emotional clarity, that there's not really an opportunity, the Fool in reverse, to build something. You can try to cooperate with someone, but I think that there's going to be communication about something. No. No. I just feel like there might have been some form of insecurity that kept you trying and like overextending, which kind of makes me feel like it's either someone that you were like in love with or family. I'm feeling more family though for a lot of you. Because with family there can be that it's like we think that because someone is our family, right? That we have this like obligation to stay and work things out, and oftentimes like that hurts us and causes this very strong programming or conditioning that then we carry forward with us into our intimate relationships. Because a lot of times, let's just be honest, there are toxic dynamics in family units, right? Not always. And fucking God bless you if you had a family unit that wasn't like that. Everybody, round of applause for those people. Love that for you. Wasn't my experience. Don't know about everybody else, but definitely a far cry from my personal experience with family. So, yeah. But I'm going to leave it at that. I don't think that there's much else that wants to come through. I mean, you're going to see this. You've already been invested in this. And it's currently revealing itself more to you. The thing is, allow yourself to fall naturally towards what truly like supports and sustains you, even if that's like the true and authentic self. Whatever that is for you, that is genuinely supports you and is genuinely reliable. Like, not just says that it is, not just talks out its ass the whole time, but then like, where's the proof? Where are the receipts? There's not a single one, right? We're gonna need receipts. We're at the place in the game where we're gonna need you to make those receipts fucking rain. And we're not gonna trust unless we see a little something, because this looks like an epic waste of your time and it's annoying. And it wasn't a waste of your time, like, because you've grown, right? And because you've learned, and because you might have been the one who was always meant to be the person who carried this in your family. And I know sometimes that sucks. Trust me, I know how much that sucks. Have you ever just been like, why did my spirit choose this? Why did I choose this life? Why did I think I was gangsta enough for this life? Well, because you are. But don't put yourself through more pain than is necessary. Like, once you see how to reconcile and resolve and release something, let that happen. And then let yourself fall into the arms of whatever's on the other side that can genuinely, congruently catch you. Okay? Because that feels important. So this just feels like the closure of somewhat of a difficult process. A difficult alchemical process. But the good thing is that it's closing out. And I think there's going to be something, inevitably there will be something so much lighter on the other side for you, Leo. So look ahead to that. And be proud of yourself, for how far you've come as well within whatever this is. Okay? I love you. All right, we're moving on to Virgo. Where are my Virgos at? All right. The Oracle cards. The Oracle cards, no, it's 53 and 40. I don't know if you can actually see. The numbers are kind of weird. Sorry, I just saw that. It's 53 and 40 though. Yeah. All right. Yes. That was a powerful reading. Damn. you're going to witness a very massive regeneration in yourself and your energy. Maybe in a myriad of ways. I really feel like there's going to be a massive like renewal there as you close something out, because it has taken from you a bit, and it's nothing that you can't get back. It's nothing that just isn't the essence of you. But when you're in something like that for an extended period of time, it just, I mean, it drains you, right? It's exhausting. It's intensive work. So it will feel nice to get out from under that and to magnetize to yourself something that can truly, like something that can hold you, not something that you need to carry on your freaking shoulders or back painstakingly for the rest of the group, right? Because I understand how that feels, and yeah, I want more for you. I understand, and it's very strong, but I still want more for you, because I'm seeing that you've been in that for a while, and I think you need a break. You need some sunshine in your life, baby. So fall into that. Fall into your own heart space, because I really feel like, I mean, if we're thinking about iron being in the blood, right? And you rule the heart, that which pumps the blood, literally. There's something about you being able to fall on and rely on yourself. Because really you're just going to offer yourself, like you were trying to hold all of this together, or just holding it as you moved through it, as you processed and worked through it, to find that release or relief. But when you let it go, you can hold yourself in the way that you are holding something else. And you have a great capacity for holding others in love specifically, which is beautiful. Okay, babes. Move this back a tiny bit and down. Yes. Okay. Let's get into Virgo. Okay, what deck are we using for Virgo? Why do I keep channeling songs in the middle of like, why? Is it so I can write it down, Spirit? Because you want me to write it down so that I can put it with the timestamps? I'm like, make it clear, Spirit. Tell me why you're doing what you're doing. Wouldn't it be nice? No, they usually are pretty good, just not all the time. They're like, it's fun to just find out. And I'm like, it's also fun when you tell me what the fuck is happening. Okay. Virgo, what deck are we using for you? This one. Okay. I haven't used this deck in a hot second. Okay, what one are we using for? Should I just put these in order now? Won't have to later. Libra. Okay, that one's for Scorpio. Sag. Okay. I'm just doing this quickly now, so I don't have to do this in between anymore. And then Aquarius and Pisces. Okay. All right, cool. That makes that slightly more streamlined. Okay. Let's get Virgo's cards. Let's see what's happening over here. A siphoning. You're shielding. My goodness. Get that refund. That's the other thing, right? It doesn't always look like just... Sometimes it looks like trying to lessen the load of people that you care about, but they are like, they don't have the self-awareness or the consideration to do the same for you. So you just end up carrying the load. It's not always like narcissistic, like demonic, you know, nefarious intentions. Sometimes it's just capacity. It's about capacity and awareness. But that can do just as much harm. Like if you are shielding the people, let's say you're like me and you're like a Scorpio rising, Pluto in the 12th, and your Pisces sun in the 4th house, you know, and your moon and Chiron in the fucking 8th house. It's like, hello, let me just absorb and transmute everything for everyone around me that I care about. And literally, like the dude on the Green Mile, just like take it into my body and get sick for other people, basically, or like be exhausted for other people, and then have those people not have any clue what is actually going on, or like how I'm transmuting things for them, right? Or you can energetically protect people. Or you can, even by like smoothing and being constantly like a people pleasing, or the diplomatic one, like trying to smooth the waters constantly. Like that also is a form of absorbing basically the difficulty and taking that on as your own responsibility, because you're the only one who's accountable for it. That's exhausting. That's fucking exhausting, and it's not your job. So, yeah, can't do that. Can't do that. It's just not sustainable either. Like, you will literally get sick. And you will feel most likely resentful and exploited at some point in time as well, because you know how much you're giving and nobody else is really like clocking that, you know? Or if they are, and they're just still exploiting it or taking advantage, that's just as shitty. So I hope that that's not something that's happening for a lot of you, but I certainly understand and can relate. And yeah, it's not easy. So take care of yourselves, my loves. Okay. All right, let's get Virgo's cards. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. More cards for Virgo. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me just see. Are both of those cards supposed to... Do you want me to keep both of these cards? Okay. Yes. Well... The new form. What's going on? I'm a little worked up here, Virgo. What's happening? Give me the new form. What? How? What are you aligning with next? Oh, okay, I see what that could be. Okay. Okay. Oracle card for you here. Song I channeled is making a lot more sense. Let's see. Transmute. Yes, you are. Okay. This feels a little bit tough. That's okay. Whatever the weather, we face it together, babes. I'm here to hold your hand and walk with you through it. So let's get down to it. Let's take out our umbrellas together. Let's go dancing in the rain. Transmute a little pain. Okay, I do want to look up the lyrics to this song, however, which is cool because I was just listening to it. It's funny because I haven't heard it in a really long time. Up until I listened to it. And it came on like randomly. Okay. Let's just get it poppin'. What's the timestamp? Hi, Virgo. Hope you guys are doing just excellent. We are going to get into your reading here, and we're going to take a look at sort of like point A and then point B and the process, the alchemical process in between. So where you started, and then point B is like your new form, and we're also going to look at what you're aligning with next from the vantage point, or from that, basically the frequency of your new form, okay? Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, my right ear just started ringing. Only my right one. Give me 1 second. Okay, weird. Okay, so, sorry, that was kind of loud for a second. I just needed to let it pass because it was very distracting. You could have some support, like cosmic support, while you move through something. Usually for me, when my ears ring, it's either like ancestral or angelic that's coming through and making itself like, because those two specific like energetic forces or entities or archetypes are very, 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 very fucking powerful and strong. Ancestral, it's because there's like this huge culmination and build up, right? It's like a huge group of like what has come before and what they still walk with you. You still carry them in your blood with you, right? And in the memory of your body. Because the body keeps score. The body carries that memory in your fascia, in all of it, in your fucking bones. So, but then angel or angelic, because, well, if you've ever fucked with angels, you know that they're so powerful. They're a little bit terrifying. There's a reason why everyone who encountered them in like the Christian Bible basically like peed themselves and just fell to the ground and was like, I cannot even look at you, because they're yeah. Also, don't look at like biblically accurate pictures of what they look like. I just wouldn't recommend it. It's a little bit scary. So, but the Ace of Swords, though, is where you started, which is positive because it's the truth. So yay, right? The truth is as good a place as any to start. It's better than most places, actually. So we'll take it. Okay, so you started with the truth. What were you learning, or what was this particular truth? Let's find out a little bit more. But yeah, if you're going through something difficult right now, call on assistance from, like, there's some spiritual support that wants to take place here. It wants to intercede on your behalf. Basically, like, they're around you. They want to help you. All you have to do is ask. Okay? That's what I'm feeling here. If you're comfortable doing so. If you have a relationship with them and you're comfortable doing so. If you feel super uncomfortable and like weirded out by that, then by all means don't. But, you know, my bra is like too tight and it's giving me a headache. Okay, so the Ace of Swords. As soon as I loosen this strap, we're figuring out what the heck that is. How does this even do this? It does look like you really had to dig deep to the root of something, though. Oh, that's better. Because look at this Ace of Swords card. It's like, she is the tree trunk. She is the root of truth that all of these branches, like, stem off of. So the truth itself very much came from you, I think, here. This starting point. This is a truth that, like, it wasn't given to you, it came from you. Okay, what is this truth? And it was a catalyst. It was a catalyst. You could meditate in nature a lot. Specifically, some of you sit with your back against a tree trunk. I do that too. It's very grounding. It's really helpful. You can receive a lot of downloads and things when you do that. I'm sure you know. The Four of Cups. Did you break your own heart? Not putting work into something out of fear. It's showing me the decisive choice to walk away from something and not invest in it. Specifically to remove yourself emotionally from something. But then I think you were studying the pain after you did that. You're studying the pain of something, and a truth came from you diligently looking at the pain. And then the pain, or the truth that came from that, it's like it brought you full circle, and you realized that you caused your own pain by walking away from something. I think it's deeper than that, though. There's something else that wants to come out about that. I am seeing like an emotional unrest and unavailability, though, that felt heavy, whether that was yours or someone else's. Can you tell me about this Four of Cups? The Knight of Wands. Yeah, it's somewhat of a, like a non... the Empress in reverse. Page of Swords. The Wise One. Why the Knight of Wands? What was the Knight of Wands up to here that caused the Four of Cups? It's just kind of coming through as a fixation with oneself and one's own experience. When really there was an experience that it involved two people. There was an experience that involved at least two people that are very connected here. It doesn't have to be a lover, but for a lot of you, I feel like it is a romantic connection, or just someone where someone wanted to experience something with you. It was something that you were meant to go, well, you were in it together, and you were meant to continue like moving forwards in it together, but it's kind of showing me that you removed yourself from something emotionally to study the disappointment and pain of it. And then through that pain, you kind of realize that you broke your own heart, basically, is what it's showing me. And I'm not saying you are the only cause of something not working. I'm not saying that, but it's looking like this is the realization or truth that you came to that was the catalyst for the process, the alchemical process that you're in now. Basically, you realized the part that you had to play, right? Because it takes two to tango. So someone else was tangoing with you here, cha-cha-cha. But you are realizing the part that you had to play, and that's important because that's the only part that you have control over. So that's what's being highlighted here, not in a blamey kind of way, right? Just in an accountability kind of way. So the Knight of Wands and the Seven of Cups. Some of you have Venus and Scorpio. That's what the Seven of Cups is connected to. But it's a card of being like so immersed in your own experience. The Four of Cups is also about this, but the Four of Cups is like all I can think about is like my own disappointment around something, and it's made me like ambivalent. So I'm not even seeing the truth of what is around me because I'm just kind of like, numb a little bit. But I think you were kind of numb because you were choosing to like pour yourself into exploring or unpacking something that was confusing and painful. And so that's where your focus was. It's like with the Knight of Wands, pouring all their energy into the Seven of Cups and the Four of Cups, that's literally just directly draining your life force energy. It's okay to like pour your energy, like look into things for a time, but it's like that's where your fuel was going, directly into like the tank of disappointment, illusion, assumption, confusion. There's something here. So that did eventually bring you to a truth, but you were at the root of whatever this truth was. Okay. What you realized, you were at the root of it. And it has something to do with like you creating your own confusion and your own disappointment, and then maybe blaming it on something else outside of you. But yeah, it's coming back to just you breaking your own heart. That's what it feels like. That's what I keep hearing. So okay. So then the alchemical process that's currently unfolding for you. So this is interesting. You have the sun's splendor. You know, in the absence of darkness, we wouldn't know what the light is. And then you also have the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Cups, both in reverse. Okay. These are energies that you sunk into out of a state of grief. Specifically, they're saying that you were grieving something that you lost, and you moved away from the past without initially reconciling or processing that. And so then the awakening or realization or truth that would have come from the grief initially didn't come from it because you kept pushing forwards in this Knight of Wands energy, rather than just feeling the disappointment or grief of losing something or of an opportunity not going exactly the way you wanted. Basically, you were a little bit fixated on making it make sense or like refining it, right? Or extracting the truth from it. But the truth needed to come from you just feeling it. Like the Seven of Cups and the Four of Cups is what eventually brought the truth out. It's a whole lot of cups, right? That's emotion. But the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Cups, both in reverse, they're saying that that's you. Both of those are you. It's nothing outside of you. You're contending with, so out of a place of grief, rather than kind of like focusing on, there was some form of injustice. Something didn't move forwards. And it's like there was a lack of anxiety. You perceived someone's like disconnect maybe, or something falling apart, as like there was a lack of anxiety around it working out on the part of another person, or that's how you perceived it. And so that hurt you because you were deeply hurt by something not working out. So it might have been because you weren't perceiving the other person as caring, or whatever was on the other end of the situation as not really feeling it the same way that you did. You went into this Queen of Wands in reverse, Queen of Cups in reverse energy. It's basically just a very distorted feminine energy. So an insecurity that doesn't allow you to trust your intuition, or your desire, and an insecurity or a deep insecurity that did not allow you to also trust your heart. This is what you are processing through now. So in order to process through something alchemically, you have to bring, in order to integrate it, you have to bring light to it. So I feel like you are aware of this. You're aware of this now. This is the process that's currently taking place, or else this is what is like revealing itself to you currently. You could have projected this like distorted feminine energy within yourself onto something, like someone around you. Like we do this often when we don't want to see something in ourselves. We like, let me put it this way. One of the best ways to heal is every time, like when you feel yourself being like, I can't believe that they're like this, right? Turn it around and ask yourself in what way you are like that. Or like in what way, like let's say you flipped the story, the script completely, and you were saying the same things or thinking the exact same things, but about yourself instead of the other person. I do this, and nothing will humble you like this practice, honestly. I promise you. Sometimes I'll watch a tarot reading and I'll have in mind that I am one side and someone else is the other side, and I'll go back and watch it and think about it in the reversed fashion. And you will be astounded at what it shows you, because humans project a shitload. We project a lot. We're not always trying, and we're very often not aware at all, actually. But we project a lot of our own internal experience, the parts that are unconscious. We don't see it in ourselves, literally. And what you don't see, you don't see, right? And so then you assume that it is coming from somewhere external, so you project it onto someone externally, and you don't see your own blind spot that, hey, it's me. I'm the problem, it's me, you know? And we're all the problem sometimes. Like, that's like, you know, we're all the problem. So it's not about that. It's not about blaming. It's not about one person being like the bad guy. It's about, this is all of us. So, but the sun's splendor, this card, it talks about, yeah, someone was in this with you. But this card talks about generosity. It talks about abundance and health, like healthy giving and receiving. It relates to the sun, and it talks about the long-term effects of being in the radiance of something, of the sun. Altruism, fulfillment, abundance. The sun, in this sense, doesn't have to be like the sun, actually, right? It's something with those qualities. Basically, like being impacted by being in the radiance of something. Like celebration and collaboration and something working out and someone giving generously. Basically, like this openness, this vulnerable unguardedness of the heart is what allows us to give freely in that way. And it comes from trusting yourself. It's the only place that it can really come from. You can choose to give generously of yourself without trusting yourself, but it will usually end up being distorted or skewed in some sort of way at some point down the line. That doesn't mean you shouldn't still do it, because you can still learn from yourself and come back into balance, right? Constantly like alchemizing and aligning with yourself further. But one day at a time, you realize that kindness and generosity are the secret ingredients that will get you everywhere, and nothing else will take you where those things can. You become more radiant light and generous through paying it forward, through giving without expectation, because you know that what you're giving you can't run out of, just like the sun can't run out of its shine, right? It is radiant by nature. So if you are just kind of starting, then it's about like appreciating someone else, thanking them. This card also has to do with the divine masculine, which is quite interesting because two feminine energies and skewed feminine came out, well, is what came out here. But scarcity often prevents us from feeling abundance freely. Like a scarcity mindset, or yeah, right? Like scarcity mindset is at the core of the Four of Cups. Because this person is surrounded by lots of cups, but they're just bored with their own life or ambivalent or just not seeing clearly. All they're seeing is how they're thinking. And what they're thinking is there's not enough, it's not enough, I gave and didn't get something back. It's like scarcity at the core of it. And that will just attract more insecurity and scarcity. Right? And so it's interesting. I don't know if you are currently in this scarcity. Like, are you feeling the warmth of what's around you, though? Because this is the alchemical process that you're working through. But it's like you have to come out of the Queen of Wands and the Queen of Cups in reverse in order to be in the divine masculine energy, which is one of embodiment, assertion, agency, and trusting oneself, for sure. Not just in theory, but in fucking practice, right? So giving freely, even giving anonymously, like giving something, doing something generous, knowing that you're not going to get anything in return, not even like praise or recognition. There can be, you can learn a lot from that. But this card talks about long-term success and health that like accumulates. So what is it exactly that what exactly is going on right now in this process here? It's kind of coming through that like in the light of the sun, in the light of the sun, you're seeing how you stole from yourself. It's essentially like the wisdom is integrating now. And you're kind of seeing how you had something maybe like beautiful, or you had this butterfly and it's like you tore its wings off, or you had something abundant and you let it die, or I don't know. This has a lot to do with the way that you are thinking. It's your mentality, though. It has to do with a way of thinking. Like the frame that you're looking at, or the filter that you're looking at life through. Because I said this for another sign, and it's true, but it's like we don't see things as they are. We see things as we are, right? We see things through our own eyes. So this is why they have those studies where it's like, even if there was witnesses at a crime scene, there will oftentimes be witnesses that say that they don't relay the same story because they all saw something different, even though the same thing in reality happened. They were all paying attention to different parts or elements of it based on their own personal, like, just their own perspectives and inner landscape. And it's like that all the time in life. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. What's coming? Is there anything else about this? Yeah, no, they want to move on to the new form. So point B, the new form is the Knight of Swords in reverse. It feels kind of like the recognition that, like, you know nothing, Jon Snow. You know, it's like, not that you know nothing, but that you don't know what you thought you knew. Or it's like, now that you've found one truth, it was the catalytic truth, right? This truth was the catalyst, and you are at the core of it. And there are all these other truths branching off from the trunk there. And it's wisdom, but it feels like it's a painful truth in this exact kind of... It's either the way that you broke your own heart or the way that you deteriorated at something. Why am I hearing, oh? It's like maybe out of self-preservation. I don't know. I'm seeing there's a comparison here between the Ten of Cups and the Ten of Swords. And they're giving very different vibes here. This one is like giving that parable in the Bible where like someone was like dying and bleeding on the side of the street and people just kept walking by them or like stealing from them while they were like... I was channeling that song and I can't remember what it's called. It's by Blink-182 though, I'm pretty sure. Is it? No. No, it's not. Who is it by? It says, why you always kick me when I'm... Something about like, why do you kick me when I'm down? I don't know. The energies here are very different though. Very, very, very different. There was something that was hidden from you that was kind of like blocking you from perceiving the truth of something. It was something internal that's now being processed through that was blocking you from seeing the reality of something here. And I think that it deteriorated or... Yeah. The song that I channeled was I Fall Apart by Post Malone. That's the song I channeled before I even started shuffling your cards out. But the Knight of Swords in reverse, it's like realizing what you didn't know or what you still don't know. What about that? Whoa. Okay, you're ready to talk about it. The King of Wands in reverse. There was some manipulative behavior on your behalf that you weren't aware of. It came from an unconscious place. But it was distorted and manipulative as a result. Like unintentionally, but it still was. And it had an impact on someone else, and I feel like they revealed to you that there was an energy block or a lack of awakening, and then maybe you sought some truth within yourself. You sought your own truth, and you did find it. I think you sought it for a different reason. I don't think you sought the truth based on like what somebody else told you about yourself. I think you sought the truth because you were there was something that wasn't growing in your life. There was something that wasn't like fortunate, something you were trying to build. But the more you tried to build the Wheel of Fortune, there was just conflict. And yeah, a lack of physical growth, a lack of success. Damn. And so I think that's why you actually sought the truth. You were like, hey, why am I not succeeding? Why am I not growing? Why am I not But it's because there was like a lack of investment in some way, or there was a distorted investment here. And that's, you're becoming aware of this. The King of Wands in reverse, though, specifically can just be very, like, quite controlling, like, even a little bit tyranny, or like justified in seeking out like justice, or like being the one who brings justice to a situation. But really, like, karma brings justice to a situation, right? Like, we don't bring justice to a situation. So this would kind of, it could come through as like revenge-ish type vibes, or just feeling justified in acting a specific way when really you didn't have the answers. Like, you justified maybe acting a specific way because of how you felt, or insecurities, or just things that you were unconsciously aware of. Even our attachment styles can make us do this, right? Can cause us to justify specific behavior that's like a little bit toxic sometimes. Like, well, if you just look up like avoidant and anxious detachment styles, I mean, there's a whole array, and like 95% of the population has one of those too. So you're not in this boat alone, buddy. That's, you know, I don't know if that's the good thing, but that's, you're not in it alone. So it's not a personal attack on you. I'm just trying to like be honest with what I'm seeing here. The thing is, you know this. You're wise, you're intelligent. Is there anything else about that? The new form. There's a little bit of insecurity here. Just because you're seeing clearly now something. And you have a choice now that you see, right? But there's something that scares you a bit. It requires strength and humility from you, and possibly accountability. And that feels very heavy. Like there's something you don't want to give. I think you don't want to open up your heart. It's because you don't want to be hurt again, because at the beginning of this, right, was like you got hurt, and that's, you were exploring the pain, and then you stumbled upon this truth that started like, you know, a whole nother thing. It was like opening Pandora's box up in there, right? And that is how it is. That's how healing goes. It's like you start out looking for one little thing, and then you're at the bottom of the fucking rabbit hole, and who knows how long you're going to be stuck down there. Trust me, I've been through this so many times. So many times. Okay, but should I, is it beneficial to look at this though? Yeah, they're saying to like read the lyrics to the song at the end, the very end. So I'm not really sure how that's going to tie in, but I have it here. So I will read that to you at the end. But let's first look at what you're aligning with next, okay? Okay. I just want to say though, Virgo, you're at a transition point right now, because I can feel it so strong right in my fucking solar plexus. And it's interesting because the deck that I used for you, it's that I felt called to use for you, right? It's all black and white. Like there's no color here in this deck. But yet there's like the whole array of color, and it's interesting because the rest of the card is black and white. There's this color that wants to like burst forth and break through for you. You have the opportunity to choose that now, but you have to choose it. And you can. And it doesn't need to look a specific kind of way either. It doesn't need to look like choosing a specific situation, person, path, course of action. I think choosing the sun's splendor is just choosing truth and softening to the truth, like showing yourself acceptance, radical acceptance and grace while you allow things to be revealed to you, not letting it, not running from it, not numbing yourself out to it, not like ruminating on some form of unhelpful or negative narrative that drains you or brings you down. There's something about that. But I feel that you're very much like at this like transition point, and it's a choice. There's a choice to not leap forwards into something, into a new way, to just be like, it's too late for me to change this situation or me at all, and it's not. It's not. But you do need to shift the way that you're thinking, because the way that you're thinking is the source of all the resistance, and it has been from the beginning. The way that you think or your dependence on your mentality is what caused you to like resist just feeling and moving through the grief, which would have shown you, I feel like, the same truth that you eventually found, but you unpacked it like mentally and refined it mentally. And in the meantime of doing that excessively, you got yourself into a little bit of, you hurt yourself a bit. Like you caused yourself some damage here, it looks like. And it's nothing that you can't heal. But, you got to feel something here. Feel your way through it. Don't think your way. That's not going to get you where you want to go. That's why the form that you're moving into next is a form of humility and vulnerability, because it's the admission that you don't know. The Knight of Swords in reverse does not know. They don't have the answer. And that's okay. But what you're aligning with next is the Nine of Cups in reverse and Friendship in reverse. I wasn't reading these cards in reverse at all, but it flew out aggressively and turned over and landed in the reverse. So I'm just honoring that. I'm going to read this from the book, but Friendship in reverse with the Nine of Cups in reverse. This kind of just feels like you don't think you can reconcile a dream. Like a dream, it's like, what's the point of choosing it now when it's broken or lost? When like I can't make peace with that, or they won't make peace with me, or like when I love them and we can't even be friends, or like something like that. What does the friendship card say here? A new ally, positive support, community, and camaraderie. Meditate when you want more harmony and peace in your community, and use this card to draw new alliances and friends. The Native American symbol of two arrows crossed signals peace, friendship, and the end of war. Whether this is war with yourself or with somebody else, I feel like you can close that out. You just have to choose it. And all is not lost. I'm hearing another song now, though, and it's called War All the Time. It's by the band Thursday. That's an old song. But the fact that this came out in reverse, it's saying that the source of your, like what you're aligning with next, is a disconnect, it feels like, from an ally, from positive support and someone who wants or wanted harmony and peace and camaraderie with you. The end of war. It just feels like that's not happening in the near future. Why is that not happening in the near future? The Ten of Cups and the High Priestess in reverse. It's like you're okay with seeing something, or you're telling yourself anyways. I don't know. Only you would know if this is true. You're saying that you see something very clearly for what it is, what it could be, what it is, but you're at peace with not taking action towards it, not committing to it. It's like you're at peace with building yourself maybe into this divine masculine, right? But you're not stressed about being like, about not healing the emotionally open or vulnerable element of you. The only issue is that that's where like the manipulation came from, because that's the part that you're most afraid to look at. So that's where the unconscious elements are that cause you to act from a place of fear. And that's what that's you have to look at that thing if you want to actually not just repeat the same shit again. You love me because I tell you the truth and I don't lie to you, because only people that hate you lie to you. You love me, right? Okay, we're still I love you. And yes, so that's what I see. The song that I channeled, I Fall Apart by Post Malone. I don't know if you were dealing with someone. Yeah, this song is basically like feeling like you're not enough and you're left with a broken heart. You've been like bamboozled or fooled, and you're blaming yourself because you got cut deeply and there's a scar there, and now you're like ruminating about it. He says, I fall apart down to my core. Didn't know it before. Surprised when you caught me off guard. Never caught a feeling this hard. Tell me you don't want me no more, but I can't let go. You said we'd be together. I fall apart down to my core. It's about feeling like, yeah, you were trying to brush it off, but it keeps on going. All these scars can't help from showing. That's the thing. Like, if you try to run, like you can run, but you can't hide, because this is something that's inside of you and it will follow and haunt you. So it's really like, what kind of life do you want to live? Because you're being offered something really beautiful, but you have to choose it. Okay. I don't know what that other song, War All the Time, is that relevant? I'll check that and then I'm gonna let you go, okay? War All the Time by Thursday. Let's see. It says war all of the time, in the shadow of the New York skyline. We grew up too fast, falling apart. If the sun doesn't shine, we'll replace it with an H-bomb explosion. A painted jail cell of light in the sky. Basically about choosing war instead of peace. The thing is, this is like just a little bit of a warning, I guess. And this message won't be for everybody, okay? But this is the one that wanted to come through. So you're not going to find emotional fulfillment there. And you're giving up also something that potentially, like a community or a partner or just union with something that is genuinely a comrade, like someone who is on your side, okay? So it's up to you, but I'm seeing you being like, I'm good with going it alone. Like, I'll just build myself up as the emperor and I'll be by myself. But the only thing is you'll be not the emperor. You might be the emperor in your mind, but you would be still the King of Wands in reverse, because you're still going to be acting from like this space of avoiding the thing that actually needs to be looked at. So, yeah. War all the time. I also feel like you feel at war with yourself all the time, but that's just because there isn't true resolution here. So you're like, yeah, what you are working through right now, your alchemical process it feels a little heavy. But the beautiful part about the when you're working through a heavy alchemical process, the beautiful part about that is that there's so much relief on the other side. Like, there's so much lightness, joy, relief. There is rebirth because you die and then you are reborn. But you have to let that part of you die, you know? So you have to be humble enough to maybe be honest with yourself about what you want. And if you genuinely don't want to be in tune with that part of yourself or anyone else in that way by extension, like in an emotionally intimate or emotionally meaningful way, right? Then that's definitely your choice to make, but it will make your life painful and hard. And you've already figured that out, I think. And you won't be able to avoid that from happening because humans are relational beings. And you were hurt so badly in the beginning because you did want a relational thing here. So when our hearts get broken, there's nothing that you can say to be like, oh, it's okay now, you know? But you can let the cracks be where like the light gets in. You can allow the light to bring consciousness, and you can allow the consciousness to bring healing. And you can allow the healing to bring more love, which is what's needed, I think. So that's what I have for you. And I love you. Okay. And we're moving on to Libra. All right. What's up, Star Lover? How are you, my love? Okay. I was not looking at the chat. I hope you guys are all doing okay out there. You doing all right? You just chilling, killing, hanging out? Okay. Some intense songs. Ooh, I fall apart. That's such a good album. Like, I really forgot. It's been a while since since Post Malone's first album came out. It was such a banger. I mean, like, White Iverson is such a great song. Like, it's just so catchy. Catchy as fuck. Real big fan. Most of that album is pretty great. I love artists who are just, well, and people, just anyone who is just like real, you know? Thanks, Donna. Are you Canadian too, or are you just saying it? Because you know that I am. Yeah. Any artist or person who's willing to like put themselves out there in a raw way, like nothing is sexier. Oh my gosh. Nothing. Like, marry me tomorrow, please. Just marry me. Already in love with you. There's something about emotional, like, openness and intimacy and depth, and especially like pouring that out. It's just so attractive. Especially when men do it, because it's like so rare for them to actually be in tune with. And this is like the system, right? The system set it up this way. It's not really most men's fault. It's the patriarchy, but and being like teaching them like, this is weak shit. You shouldn't invest into this, right? But yeah. When it happens, it's very attractive. Okay. Libra. Oh, that was satisfying. Something about Leo and Virgo's readings that was like, it was like the core. I don't know. There's something coming through about that. Maybe it's collectively as well. Maybe Leo and Virgo season are going to be somewhat like the core of what we're collectively almost working our way through or out of, processing. But I was seeing like the 5 of Swords and the 5 of Wands and then turning in reverse. So like us coming out of that, almost like Leo and Virgo, and their readings may have been a little bit indicative of this, even collective energies, which is really interesting. But I'm almost feeling like it feels a little heavy, and like it feels heavy because it's in contrast to what is being offered, which is the sun's splendor, you know, which is the magnetism of that iron energy. But it needs to be chosen and then acted on with agency from a place of love and courage. It has to be chosen over the fear and the doubt, and over like heart over head, essentially. And that doesn't mean like stupid decisions. Your heart actually functions more like a brain than even like your brain does scientifically. There's science behind this. I think that there's a community tab post that I put the information about this on if you want to check it out. You might have to scroll back a little bit. But like, there are like brain cells in your heart. So, kind of interesting. Okay. Point A, the process. Point B, and what Libra's aligning with next. Give it to me, baby. A few Reiki symbols, you like it? It has been a while since I've done that. You're right. I feel like that's going to be more my baseline, though. I'm going to probably have a grounding thing at the front. I'm going to sleep super late today. My schedule is actually nocturnal, so it's kind of like on point for me. But yes, late for people who sleep at a normal time, for sure. But I don't know. I tried to flip my schedule around, and my circadian rhythm was just having none of it at all. And it kind of makes sense because I find it a lot more peaceful at night to work. Also, the energies are a lot. And if it's taking me this long to get through it in night time, then I don't even want to think about how it would be during the day. It would probably be intense because there's more distraction. All right, the process. Wow, that's one process. Okay. Yeah, because things feel lighter already. Like, it feels like that was the... You're a Scorpio moon and Venus. You can go back if you want. Virgo started at around 4:43. If you want to go back. That's the timestamp I have. If you want to check it out. And then I'll probably be done Libra and then be at Scorpio by then. So, yeah. Okay. The new form for Libra. Oh, new levels, new devils. Okay. And what Libra's aligning with next? I actually like this for you. Yeah. It's a hell yeah for me. Okay. Foot is asleep. All right. Let's get an oracle card. Clarify what Libra is aligning with next. Okay. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Libra. Gorgeous angels. I hope that you're doing incredibly well. And yeah, let's get into your reading. Let's get down to business with it. Okay. There, that's going to stand up better like that. Oh, no, I just pushed everything over. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to start by looking at kind of like point A and then point B, so where you started and your new form that you're evolving into. And in the middle is going to be the alchemical process that's taking place. And then we'll look at what that is aligning you with next as well. So where you started, point A, you have the Page of Cups. Well, it looks like you started from a pretty like open-hearted and pure space here with whatever this was. There's an openness for sure. There may have also been expression from the heart. I feel like there could have been the expression of divine love. And by that, I just mean somewhat like unconditional love. The Ten of Wands in reverse. Potentially like you were at peace with the outpouring of unconditional love here. And it didn't feel heavy to you. You're saying it didn't feel heavy. It didn't feel burdensome. That's beautiful. Anything else about that? No. Okay, don't take it personally. Also, you guys, if your readings are not as long as those last ones that I did, which were like that, because Spirit's just kind of showing me I just dove down to the depths, and now we're coming back up. So I feel like Leo and Virgo was like this important sort of crux point. That's what makes me feel like it might be collective as well for those seasons. But yeah, I feel like some of the readings and now, like, it's going to start feeling lighter and easier to move through the energy again. So they might be a little shorter, but that's not a bad thing. All right. So the process, the alchemical process is coming through as the Tower. So this is Mars energy. I was like, that's one process. That's one alchemical process. Yay. You also got it with this card of dissolution. I actually really like this, though, together. Yeah. So it's action to dissolve, really. The Tower is, well, the dissolution card, it talks about surrendering to formlessness, surrendering to the dissolution of something. And it's connected to water, the element of water. So the form becoming formless. What is solid is dissolving into liquid. And it's kind of at the heart of alchemy. So there's this, what is it? Solve a coagula? Dissolve to unite is basically what dissolution is about. So you dissolve definitions, you dissolve labels, you dissolve identity, you dissolve your ego, basically. You drown it in the emotional waters here. But then it takes you back to, through humility and through sometimes being a little bit disoriented or like the self that you knew has disappeared. It's just dissolved. It's just no longer there anymore. And so then you're forced to ask yourself, like, who am I? How do other people see me? How do other people describe me? And so it requires a surrendering. And through that surrender, when everything else has kind of dissolved away, which fits very well with the Tower, you are reconnected to your primordial essence. You return to your deepest and truest self, essentially. So it's very beautiful because essentially all that is being dissolved away is that which is no longer relevant or isn't really aligned with you. And with the Tower, all that is crashing away is that which was never built on solid ground, or that which is no longer built on solid ground. And so with both, all that you're left with is the true essence of the thing. And in this case, it's the true essence of you, which is beautiful. And we love that you're, we love that. Anytime that you're, things that are not in alignment with that are being stripped away and you're coming back to more and more to the essence of you, that's beautiful because your essence is beautiful. Okay, so let's see more about that. Yeah, the King of Cups. Oh, sweet. Wow, okay. Spirit is so cute. The Ace of Cups. It's literally love. And look at how Libran is this Ace of Cups. Like, it's all about balance. That's so cute. Also, later, literally the card of the self came out, and this flew right onto it. It's love of yourself, which then just kind of like springs forth out of you, like spills naturally over all of your edges onto everything around you. So this might be happening through this process of dissolution, though. And remember how it's to do with the element of water, which is cups. The Ace of Cups represents the essence of the element of water. So there's something very emotional. It started emotionally. This whole process is an emotional one. It's the realm of water. What is at the center of all of it is love, I think. Love is what is dissolving everything around the edges that doesn't matter. And love is what is left at the center as well. Always. But that's what you're finding there. Yep, okay. So your new form here that you're taking came out as the devil. I kind of think this is just you empowered and knowing yourself in a way that you haven't before, in a way that is kind of self-sufficient and unapologetic, but not from a toxic place, from a balanced place, and a place that is still like in tune with the heart. Let's clarify that a little bit, though. That is connected to Capricorn energy, so this could definitely be happening or culminating around this time, because we just had a full moon in Capricorn like a few days ago there. Anything else about that devil there? Yeah, it's about you knowing yourself. The Nine of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. It's specifically you knowing yourself in the places where you used to feel not that comfortable in your own skin, not that confident, a little bit like insecure. You certainly aren't anymore. No. There's a knowledge of yourself that is just aligning more and more. And it's like the self, how can I explain this? It's like the infinite self behind all of the levels of human you. It's like the primordial, again, essence of you that contains all of you, all that you've ever been. And all that you still are. It's pretty deep. It's infinite, right? The nature of you is infinite. The nature of you is love. This is just you finding embodiment and expression of that in a way that you never have before, I feel like. Because it's like you're pouring love on the areas that... the specific areas that need it most. Okay. Is there anything else about that form? There's something here about the collective energies. Who's talking to me here? What is up? What's up, Mundi? Perfect timing. What's up, Gabby? Aw. Aw, thank you. You're so sweet. You guys are amazing. I love you too. Okay, so let's see. But there's something about the collective energies, and I might have to put in like a little thing in between Libra and Scorpio and timestamp it and talk about this because it feels like from Aries like to Virgo there was like weight, like things were getting heavier and heavier, and I almost wonder if that's indicative of like the weight, the energies of this year so far. The astrological year, the astrological new year, like from Aries season, and now we're in Cancer season. I'm wondering if things feel heavy and something splits or something like falls apart, but it's like reaches a breaking point, and then we have the choice to dissolve into the sun's splendor. It feels like around potentially Virgo season. So I'm not really sure what's going on astrologically at that time, but I'm gonna check it out for sure. I'm gonna look at that. Let me make a note actually because I do really want to look at that. Astro. It could also be Leo. Leo and Virgo season, that's when it kind of like felt heavy, the most heavy. And I was kind of like, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. But at that point, I was like, I'm not doing any like, I'm just doggy paddling my way out of here because shit's deep. It's feeling heavy. Um, Cancer house is your 8th house. Oh, Lord. Well, mine partially as well. It's split between Cancer and Gemini. Ooh, love that. Okay. So, sorry, Libra, for the little interlude there, but there's something about the collective energies. And it almost feels like your season is when things start to pick up again and become light again because I'm not feeling that same weight. It's like things have dissolved. The weight has dissolved, and then there's this peace. Peace and clear sight with all of this blue, but it comes after something like falling apart, falling away. Only then can there be like this deep knowledge and diplomacy and peace, it seems. And this could be something that we each, like, we're experiencing collectively, but maybe we each have to choose individually. I'm not really sure. I have to look more into it, but that's coming through as a download for sure. We'll investigate and let you know what comes of that. Okay, so what you're aligning with next then, because you're moving into this devil energy, this sexy devil, this positive devil energy, you're moving into the self, which I showed you a little earlier. And it's here with the Ace of Wands. So you have the Ace of Wands and the Ace of Cups, which is amazing. Fire and water, right? It's like once everything is drowned and dissolved in the water, then yourself, your spirit is aligned with new fire, like a divine spark. A divine spark, but it's something that, again, you have the opportunity to choose with these matches on this card. It's not just being handed to you, they're taking the match out of that. So tell me more about this. Yeah, tell me more about what Libra's being aligned with. It's a deeper knowledge of self. but also it's a deeper knowledge of self, and part of that is knowing and admitting and being okay with what you don't know, and still moving forwards with an open heart regardless of not having all the answers, because we never do anyways, right? But this is the self behind the self. So sometimes okay, so one way that I helped with my PTSD, one approach that I took that helped me kind of like, that just helped me. Because PTSD has a lot to do with your mind, right? Like your neural pathways. Well, it's your mind and it's your nervous system primarily. So those are the things you have to address and heal to come out of PTSD. Well, yeah, to gradually come out of that state. And so sometimes your mind will be telling you things, but it's like your ego mind, or it's your triggered mind, right? And the big thing about PTSD, or just really anything, is like with your mind, is catching it before you spiral into the full-on trigger, or into the full-on like rumination, or whatever you want to say it is, right? Catching it and like reversing it, or replacing that rumination with a truth. Basically, you are like rebuilding your neural pathways. You are like resetting your nervous system painstakingly, like one trigger at a time. This is why it's taken me 5 fucking years to heal from that shit. No big deal. But like, let's just give some fucking credit where credit is due. It's been a hard 5 years, guys. But basically, I would remind myself, like, I am not my mind. I am not my thoughts. I am not my emotions. I am not even what I'm feeling in my physical body. There is a me that is the witness, that it's just always right behind all of those bodies, witnessing and observing those elements of me. And that is myself. But that's the infinite self. That's the essence of yourself, right? But when you remember that that part is there and in charge, and that you actually have the ability to not just ruminate, like that your thoughts are not you, that your feelings are not you, and you don't have to let them define you. You can kind of like take the vantage point of that witness, and it allows for a healthy detachment and like a return to the baseline of peace. So that can be helpful, but that is the self that I'm seeing being highlighted here. It's the infinite self that is, it's not what your mind says you are. It's not what your feelings tell you. It's the you that is like holding all of that. That's what you're returning to and aligning with. And there's this infusion of life force energy and vitality. And the more that you invest into that and make, like, actively make decisions from that place, the 10 of fucking cups, you know, like you're pulling in so much fulfillment, joy, beauty, peace, and just, yeah. Relationships, things that align with you and that are deeply, profoundly fulfilling on a soul level. So that's what you're aligning with. Nothing else even wants to come out. Just commit from the heart. Commit to radical acceptance of yourself, and being able to witness, like to step back and see what is happening within yourself, within all of your bodies, your mental, emotional, spiritual, physical body, but not attached to it. Know that it doesn't define you, but that you can still witness it and hold it in this like embrace of non-judgment, non-criticism. It's very powerful when you learn how to do that. And it's not always easy. You know, I don't always succeed at doing that when I'm getting sucked into a trigger, but it's really helpful, extremely helpful, and very empowering as well. Because you're essentially just remembering and revalidating like your infinite nature. The more that you do that, the more you come out of that victim, the victim identity that becomes ingrained in you when you are a victim to something. Because sometimes we are, right? But we don't want to stay in that space. So, because it's just not empowering for us. And it's not the full truth of us either. We're not just someone who has been hurt or abused. We're a lot more than that. So that can be part of our story, but it shouldn't be what we orbit around. Okay, we're moving on to Scorpio. Me just sharing like intimate details of my life, no big deal. I hope that when I do this, though, it actually like helps someone. Like anyone, literally. If it helps one person, then sweet. Then it's worth it. All right, let's go into my Scorps. Scorpio, I have a feeling that you're not going to be the heavy reading of the night tonight, which is fucking awesome. We love that. Also love that that reading was like 15 to 20 minutes long. Yay. Because it just got right to the point. And trust me, like, this is when not having a long reading is sometimes a good thing. Sometimes people have an hour-long reading because you're just like, you're having to crawl through really intense energies and unpack them, right? And you don't always want that. If that's what you need, that's one thing, but you don't always want it. Okay. All right. Scorpio. He's got that card. Yeah, if anyone is going through something like that, just keep going. You can do it. You can. I know that it's very frustrating. Nothing has actually been more frustrating probably to me, other than probably like working through family karma and dynamics, but it's it's the inescapable things that you know you have to work through. Or it's like work through it or die, you know? Like literally do or die. But those things do teach you who the fuck you are and how strong you are, but it's not easy, and it's the things that you can't escape. You can't avoid certain things and the work around them, so I know that it's hard because you really don't have control or power over it other than just like surrendering and allowing what needs to dissolve and just kind of witnessing and holding yourself. But it's also kind of a beautiful gift because I can't even believe that I'm saying this, that it's somewhat a gift because God, PTSD sucks, but you do find that indestructible part in yourself and you realize that it's not like this heavy-handed, forceful element. It's just who you are when you are just being, really. There's something so intrinsically validating about discovering that again. There's something really freeing about it. on like a heart and soul level. Yeah. Okay. Scorpio. Oh, sometimes shuffling is so just satisfying. Extremely satisfying, depending on the deck. Collective. Sorry, guys. Just receiving downloads, no big deal. Collective. Okay. Going through as a collective build-up and decompression. Interesting. Okay. Right. This might be too much information, but like, oh, I'm getting a headache and I want to take my bra off, so I might go put a more comfortable shirt on. So it's hurting. It's hurting me. I'm not a fan. We're going for comfort here. How dare I wear a bra? I should have known I wouldn't be comfortable. Who created these torture devices anyways? All right, let's see. Okay, point A for Scorpio. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Okay. I see you, baby. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go put my sweats on and take take this off. Pull this last card quickly here. I like how things just get more intimate and more intimate. as we move through these. Oh my gosh. What is happening here? Because I claim it as a Scorpio rising. I freaking claim this. And you should too, from the looks of it. Okay. Let me go and really quickly put on my sweatpants and just a more comfortable shirt very quickly. I'll be back in one moment. This is incredible. What is happening with you, Scorps? I think this literally looks amazing. Okay, I'll be back in one moment. Oh my gosh, why is my foot stuck? Okay. Begin to tell you how much fucking better that feels. Where we're going, we don't need drugs. Oh, why am I this way? Because I'm awesome, right? Right. God, this couch is squeaky. A squeaky mother effer. I'm back. Okay. So much better. Honestly, F that. Okay, let's timestamp and get into this because this looks amazing. Absolutely amazing. Can you stay though, not fall like that? That's better. Okay. Hi, Scorps. I hope you're doing exquisite. So let's dive into your reading here and see what's going on. This looks really, really awesome. So like, yeah, I just want to dive into it and see what's going on here. So we're going to start with like point A and then point B. So point A, kind of where you started in this particular process, like where you were, your sort of like embodiment of energy. Point B is like the new form that you are evolving into. And then in the middle is the alchemical process. And we'll also look at what this new form is going to be aligning you with as well in your external, as within, so without. Okay, so the starting point is coming out as the Four of Wands, point A. Not too shabby a place to start, if I do say so myself. Your 5 Scorpio planets are all waiting for this. Get on board, babes. It's looking beautiful. The Four of Wands, us Scorpios, we have to take these light readings when we get them, you know. I'm sure you know. So the Four of Wands, it's a card of joy and celebration. It's a card of, well, I heard personal pleasure. It is the card associated with Venus in Aries. And as a Venus in Aries girly, I can confirm that it is a lot about personal pleasure. Not gonna lie. Not in a bad way either. But let's see. There is a focus on knowing that you fulfill yourself, that you're good on your own, genuinely. You're kind of the embodiment with the Four of Wands of, like, you could hold up the whole structure yourself. Like, you are Venus, yin energy, in Aries, masculine energy. So you kind of just have it all, and you are, you have it all, and it's within you. So you're not really valid. You're not seeking outside of yourself. You don't feel like you need something outside of yourself. It's kind of like anything, like you are the sundae and everything else is just kind of like the cherry on top, which is really, it's kind of a liberating and nice place to come from. It has its highs and lows, obviously. It is a placement that's in detriment for a reason. But the Four of Wands does talk about freedom, liberation, celebration, and generally a structure with which, like within this structure, you feel both safe and held and secure, but you also don't feel pinned down. You feel free at the same time, which is why it's a source of celebration, right? So anything else about Scorpio's starting point here? The Ten of Wands. Is that the Ten of Wands in reverse? Yeah. Wow. There's a lightness. The Tower. I'm sorry. Spirit is so funny sometimes. Spirit. The Empress and the Emperor in reverse. Okay. Tower at the bottom of the deck. That's our shit. That's our shit. Okay. This is how the lightness came to be, is that it was struck down with a violent force. But there was an unburdening. There was an unburdening of, it could have felt a little bit violent, but usually we get the Tower like at noon every other Tuesday, to be honest, as Scorpios. It's not really scary to us. It's just Martian energy, one of our rulers, co-ruler with Aries. It doesn't really freak us out because we're used to being in a state of constant, like, evolution, even though it's our nature, even though being fixed is also our nature. We walk that line. But with the Ten of Wands in reverse, there's an energetic burden, I feel like, that was dropped. It was eclipsed out by something else, by something light, by something joyful. And I feel that joyful thing kind of came crashing into your awareness. It feels very internal. It doesn't feel like it was coming from something outside of you. It kind of feels as though you started giving to yourself in a reciprocated way. And by that, I mean, like, you started talking to yourself from an empowered place. You started speaking to yourself in the way that you truly deserve to be spoken to. I'm just seeing you embodying and expressing yourself in a really gorgeous way. that whatever that shift was, it eclipsed out. Well, what was the Ten of Wands before? Is it worth looking into? Yeah, no, they're saying don't. They're like, you just swam through the heavy energy, and remember, you were all happy that it's done. So why are you asking? Why are you asking to dive into the Ten of Wands for Scorpio? Fair enough. Fair, Spirit. You make a great point. Okay, let's look at the process then that you're in now, or what caused this alchemy, or what caused the Four of Wands. What caused that shift? I'm kind of curious. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse, a lack of movement stemming from a lack of truth or a lack of clarity created, dun, 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 dun. It's you and all your pals are here. You, Death, the Tower. It's a party. Okay. Ain't no party like a Scorpio party, because a Scorpio party don't stop. All right. I really like it. This is like meh, but sometimes that's what's needed to bring this. It does feel like there was the dissolution of something that wasn't working anyways. Could have been between you and another person, or it could have been a way that you were attempting to commit to yourself previously and bring yourself into a state of balance. But however you were doing that, maybe it wasn't working. You were having a difficult time like sticking to it or adopting a mindset or a mentality that like you actually believed in. So it might have felt like you were just like saying stuff just to say it, but it didn't feel real, right? It felt like, let me speak these affirmations, but you didn't have like a personal conviction and connection to it. There was an insecurity, so it felt like faking it till you make it, kind of, until it didn't, until the real thing caught up or crashed in. I think you realized how far you had come at that point. And that was the point, that unburdening, you realizing that you had dropped something heavy energetically and you were starting to think differently. That's the starting point. So the alchemical process that's taking place internally right now is the Eight of Swords and gold. Yes. Massive fan of this. Like, hell yeah. So gold is actually about, this card in the alchemy deck, it is about culmination. It's about illumination and splendor. But it's not talking about the actual external, like the alchemist's gold isn't like gold, riches, coins, you know, it's found within you. It's associated with the, you know, the sun, the core of you. It's the mystical essence at the core of you. So it's wise. It's like philosophical gold, ethereal gold, divine gold. This is essentially when you tune into that warm, bright, softly radiant element within yourself. And it's very associated with the heart. So there's something marvelous, rare, something of incredible value that you are uncovering in yourself here when this card comes out. And it's meant to be cherished. it's meant to be, this is new for you because normally I feel like you're used to tuning in or tapping in or diving into your depths, but usually like to do shadow work, usually to you're going to the bottom of like Mariana's Trench internally. But not this time. This time you're diving into this, you're diving down and you find yourself in this like golden, well, in your sacred heart is really where you are, and it's made of gold. But that's what wants to be known now. That's what wants to be explored and studied within you. Not the shadow this time, but the properties and source of this beautiful, golden, valuable thing at the core of you. This is something within you that is meant to be, you're meant to be in reverence of this part of yourself, my love. Deep reverence, yeah, because something really gorgeous has healed the star. This could have been a pretty significant time with Pluto in Aquarius for you as well, your ruler in Aquarius. But this is something that you've pushed through to this, and you've had to make sacrifices and walk away as a result. But with the Eight of Swords, what's being alchemized in the warm light at the core of you, in your ethereal essence, is like the fears that it's the fears and paranoias and, worries and ruminations of the mind that you've been carrying. They really can't coexist in that space with you. They can exist in the shadow, they can exist in the underworld, but they don't really exist in the sacred heart. Only love exists there. That's why it's so, that's why it is such a profoundly healing place. That's why you're meant to spend some time there in reverence. It's like this beautiful healing chamber at the very core of yourself that you've stumbled upon, like the secret garden. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that movie, but there's like this hidden garden. And it's beautiful. Okay, so point B, the new form that you are evolving into is the Eight of Wands. So you're moving from the Eight of Swords to the Eight of Wands. You're getting out of your head, specifically the fearful, doubtful, paranoid, or egoic head, and you're moving into the spirit. You're moving out of contraction and into expansion. And it's coming from the golden core of you, the heart. Okay, so tell me more about the embodiment of this Eight of Wands. I'm just seeing you really trusting yourself. You know yourself at this point. The card fell. You know yourself, and so things are kind of like flowing with ease and at a more consistent pace here with that Eight of Wands. It's you don't have to push it. The Eight of Wands just like naturally flows. It is kind of it flows in its own essence. And for that reason, it kind of snowballs. It's kind of like unassuming, but also unapologetic. Because it's just an energy of being itself, knowing what it stands for, knowing what it fights for, but not needing to fight for it, like being able to pick your battles. But the Eight of Wands it's an energy also of expression. Whether that is happening physically or verbally. Tell me about this 8 of Wands. The King of Cups. It's you. Oh, the 9 of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. God, I love this. Yeah, the King of Cups is you. The King of Cups is scorpionic energy. I love it so much because it's your spirit is pushing you along in this natural flow. And again, they're just highlighting and validating that it's the essence of you that's fueling that expression. But it's not a forced expression. It's just you being you. Embodying and expressing your true essence from the core of you. From this unassuming yet unapologetic, sovereign place is what that is. If you found the gold inside of you and you're just moving like someone who knows that their core is gold, you know? The 9 of Pentacles, though, that is you feeling yourself a little bit, but it's also like everything coming back to you. Things that you thought you'd given away that had been lost forever. It's coming back to you. Maybe not in the form that you expected. Maybe not from the person or whatever situation that you gave it to. But everything that you've put out there is making its way back to you now that you are kind of like sitting in this space within yourself where you're able to receive it. It feels very personally empowering, and it feels very like you're honoring yourself and you're coming from a very authentic place. So what this is aligning you with next. Okay. Is the Wheel of Fortune, which is the energy of Jupiter. So you have the Sun and Jupiter as your major arcana cards and planetary influences. And then with the Wheel of Fortune, these two cards came out together. Guide came out first, and literally, where are you being guided to? Into abundance. With the Wheel of Fortune. Like, Spirit's like, let me make this extraordinarily clear. So clear that there's no way that it could be misread. Because, like, literally, we have, like, a finger pointing to abundance with the Wheel of Fortune. You're being guided, and it's your own... It is your own sacred heart that is guiding you to this, because that is the source of abundance within you. So when it was saying, like, when you spend time in this space within yourself, you cherish it, you get to know its properties, and you get to know the source of those properties. Ask yourself those questions when you're tuning into this element of yourself, this part of yourself. Like, what is the source of this warmth and light? What is the source of this love? Where does that come from? And allow that to guide you. Well, I think it will naturally guide you to reconcile what hasn't been healed and what hasn't been changing, so that you can just continue getting out of your own head, dissolving that which is not serving you, dissolving fear. And the more that you become the more that you become emotionally fulfilled. It's you just become free. You don't need anything outside of you to mirror it back to you, but ironically that is when like it starts doing so. But this feels like personal expansion and abundance from a place of sovereign, like, anchoring, first and foremost. And that's just reflected. I do also think, though, that you're going to be guided. You could be coming into contact with new guides, or your guides could just be very loud or very prominent at this time. It's like they want to help you. I think that there's a really abundant opportunity on the horizon here for you, because you're in a very clear, sovereign place. So it makes sense that you would be aligning with that, and that you would be able to hold it as well. Is there anything else about that? Excuse me. No. Yeah, see, the messages are getting very clear. Yeah, the Queen of Swords at the bottom of the deck. The messages are clear. That Virgo reading was like the pinnacle of like, and it has nothing to do with it's not about Virgo. It's not like shitting on them. It's just that's where the energy sort of peaked. And now we're coming down, we're decompressing. It feels very nice, I must say. If we would have kept on building all the way up to Pisces, I may have just broke, you know? It was feeling a little, I was like, we're diving really deep into this, and I'm having to share messages that, you know, at the end of the message when I'm like, remember that you love me, you know? You know that we really said some shit. Thanks, Fib. Thank you. 888. As an 88 baby with a life path number 8, I appreciate that. All right, we're moving on to Sagittarius, though. Sagittarius. Let's see what's going on. I love you so much, Scorpio. That looks absolutely incredible. It looks just stunning. Nothing negative to say about that whatsoever. Love that for you. Okay. Claim that shit for yourself, please. It's beautiful too, because all you need to do now to claim it is just be with yourself in that beautiful space. Find the secret garden within and spend time there, like, in awe. Just in awe of the beauty that's growing at the core of you and has been growing there all along. Unbeknownst to some degree, even to you, like this secret garden at the core of you. I think sometimes it's easy for us to forget, as Scorpio heavy people, that there's just as much love, beauty, and light in us as there is poison and shadow. Just like everybody else. You know, it's just we're comfortable in the shadow. But it's important to remember that that's definitely not all that there is. Not by a long shot. Okay. You deserve to be reminded of that. So spend time basking in that space. That is what wants to integrate. Okay. Let's do Sag. My sweater. Not gonna lie. It's sitting right there. Oh my goodness, my foot is asleep. Okay. All right. Sag. Let's see. Okay, show me point A for Sag. The messages needed for my Sag collective. Actually, I'm just gonna light some polo and just like clear out the last little residue of that energy, because yeah, it's dead. we have moved through that. So I'm just gonna like help that transmute out, because we are through that. Thanks, Spirit, for the clarifying. I love Spirit so much. There's like the constant little like chirping validations, and it's just so sweet. Like, Spirit is just hilarious. Are your guides like that as well? I'm always curious how Spirit like communicates with other people. As a Pisces, it's constant. It is constant. Wouldn't change it for the world. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely clearing a little bit here. Let's just let that leave. Oh, it smells so good. Okay, perfect. That smells amazing. Absolutely incredible. Okay. Dude. Okay, let's see. Sag. Point A. Okay. Where are you going to go from there, buddy? Point B. And what are they aligning with next? Wow. Let's get an oracle card. Okay. Beautiful. It's very temperance-ish. This is some temperance-ish if I've ever seen it, Sag, and I'm here for it. Okay. Put these decks away as I go, so I don't have to do so much afterwards. All right. Good. Excuse me, my throat's trying to get a little sore. What's up, Sag? How are you doing, gorgeous creatures? All right, let's get into your reading. So we're gonna look at point A, point B, kind of like where you began within this particular alchemical journey. And then point B is like the new form, and in between we're going to check out what that alchemical process itself actually looks like. And then we'll see where what your new form is aligning you with, as well on the horizon here, what's coming in for you next in alignment with that. So it's looking like your starting point here is the Six of Wands. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. That's pretty awesome. The Six of Wands, I mean, it's a card of success and recognition. It's a card of coming out of something that has been a grind, coming out of something that maybe there was like actual competition involved, or maybe there was just tension and conflict internally that made something difficult to achieve for you. But yeah, let's get a little bit more on that Six of Wands and see. What is that for you? Okay, this is a lot. You had to be vulnerable with yourself. You went through a phase of needing to, be vulnerable. And you found in yourself, as you were vulnerable with yourself, that which is like indestructible and infinitely expansive within you. It's giving Sagittarian vibes, giving Jupiter. Going within and finding like your ruler, the nature of your ruler within you, and just feeling that infinite energy. But it did require some vulnerability. So strength in reverse with the Page of Pentacles. This is what came out first. It's almost like you had to admit that you were a bit of a beginner at something, or that there's something that had a steep learning curve. There's something that you had to truly invest in seeing clearly. And it required humility, I think, because I'm pretty sure that it was a part of you that you were investigating here. Part of yourself. Okay. And then the Empress, the Four of Swords in reverse, and the Knight in reverse. So this deck has the Knight and the Morning as extra cards. So the Knight came out for you, and it came out in reverse. Okay, so the Empress, Four of Swords in reverse, the Knight in reverse. I love it because you found in you that the infinite summer, that infinitely expansive, abundant, fertile element, which is the Empress. And then she kind of just like trumped this Four of Swords in reverse. There may have been something that you were a little stressed about. You could have even been stressed about like this specific situation, whatever this was that required you to be vulnerable with yourself and kind of like admit or be honest with how much you don't know. It's almost like starting as like an apprentice somewhere. You know that you have the tools to learn, you know that you can grow and that you can get to where you want to be, but you're still starting there, right? And so it's almost this sense of it. It can feel a little bit intimidating because there's like an awareness of how far you still have to go, despite the fact that you know you're in the right place at the right time with all of the right resources to get there. It's still, you're still looking at where you are and where you have to go. And there's a natural sort of, I don't know, disparity there between that can kind of feel a little bit difficult, I guess. But really, this brought you out of the night energy. So, like your mind being unquiet, it might have. I'm hearing that song by Len, Steal Your Sun. Is it called Steal My Sun? Yeah, Steal My Sunshine. The night stole your sunshine, maybe for a little bit. But it's showing me that it had to do with like a mind that wasn't completely at rest. Yours specifically, your mind, not somebody else's. Okay. So the starting point was being vulnerable with yourself about where you were, how far you had to go, and then allowing that vulnerability to lead you to this beautiful success. Gorgeous. Okay. Let's take a look at, so then the process, the alchemical process here that's taking place for you is the Queen of Cups. And you also got it with this alchemical card of glass. I'm channeling a lot of songs right now. But now I'm hearing Heart of Glass, which makes sense with the Queen of Cups and the glass card. It's pretty pointed. That's pretty, yeah. Soon found out had a heart of glass. Seemed like the real thing. Mucho mistrust. Okay, well, I don't really think that that's what you're finding necessarily, but maybe because the glass card is about, well, maybe the Nine of Swords. Watch yourself with that. Remember where you came from that stole your sunshine previously. Don't allow just another version of that essentially to take you, yeah. King of Wands in reverse, that's you. To take you out of this empowerment that you're in. Because there's something here with, what is that? Let's move this over here. Like, she's looking into this cup. The Queen of Cups, right? She's looking into her cup and there's nothing in there. Like she's literally holding it above her head and there's nothing spilling out. But yet she has this look on her face like she's not holding an empty cup up to her head, right? And I don't know, maybe that's because she is the ocean. You know? Maybe that's because she is the essence of water itself. But the interesting thing about the glass card here is that this card is about transparency and genuinely being focused on seeing, specifically seeing something a certain way, I guess. It's like looking at your work, looking at the work that you've done as the alchemist in your own life, right? Seeing what was once confusion or what was once cloudy or what was once veiled become focused and obvious. But this card is very much about what is your perspective? What is your mentality? How are you looking at the world? How are you seeing yourself? Because this card talks about true perception through that looking glass. You naturally focus on what is most central in your life and everything else fades away. So when this is paired with the Queen of Cups, that's really beautiful. And she did come out in the upright. So it kind of feels like what is coming into focus for you is just like how much love there is in your life and how you've kind of created that. There's something about the glass card that talks about like glass can get dirty or smudged, right? It can get distorted quite easily in a myriad of different ways. So it requires attention and cleaning, regular cleaning. So basically with this energy, it's like a practice of realignment with yourself, even if it's a daily practice. So whether that is, I don't know, like journaling, anything that brings you back to your vision of what is true, though, when you start to slip into either another way of seeing things and maybe someone else's way of seeing things specifically. It's how do you return to your heart? Because from that place, from the vision of your own heart, from the transparent, true perception that's coming from a place of love within you, everything else falls sort of to the wayside or the periphery. And you know what the next step is to take. It becomes super, super clear. It kind of like becomes the baseline that you compare everything else to, so you know what is what. Like that internal space, that clear perception. You can judge other things against it. Not from like a super critical way, but you know what I'm talking about, right? So is there anything else there about that? Something about, there might be a little bit of an anxiety, a fear that like, do I have enough? Do I have enough? Like if I give it away, then is my cup going to be empty? Like, am I going to be left with nothing? That's just an anxiety, though, and this alchemical process is dissolving that. Can you guys still hear me from back here well enough? Because I want to lean back with my legs up. I don't know if you can, though, but I'll move you closer a little bit. You can hear me a little bit more. I want to lean back, motherfucker, lean back. Let's see. Maybe that's all it wanted to be said about that. Stop. Maybe it's also about how other people express towards you during this time as well, during this process. I feel like it can tell you a lot about who wants to, like, who sees you clearly, who sees the value in you the way that you're witnessing it in yourself, who is healthy and healed in the ways that keep you safe, I guess, from that anxiety or fear coming true from someone just taking. Because it's only when there's not like respect and reciprocation that your cup runs dry. But with this gift of true perception, you're able to see. You'll see. You'll see that clearly if somebody is there with you or not. If they're just taking or not. If they're interested in, you know, showing up just to kind of consume in a cannibalistic way and then leave. Because if it's not feeding you, it's consuming you. So it becomes pretty clear, right? You know what feeds you. Okay, so point B, your new form is coming through as the King of Swords. The epitome of the sovereign embodiment of true perception. The King of Swords. That's the solidification of this true perception, I feel like, in you as a baseline. So whatever is kind of being worked out now, and I feel like it's somewhat being worked out through a bit of an emotional and spiritual lens as well. Once it becomes your baseline, then you're in a whole nother, I don't know, it's like you quantum jump. You're in a whole nother timeline. You're literally somewhere totally different here. Tell me more about this new form. Okay, it's the Fool again. And the Knight of Wands in reverse. Is that Sag? Yeah. This new beginning, it feels so much more stable. Like they're kind of just highlighting that again. It just feels so much more stable with this true perception under your belt as your baseline. It's like you are able to see when these old elements of you start to pop up. Because I feel this is like an attribute or like an archetype of yourself or a way that you used to show up that wasn't toxic necessarily, but it was more erratic and inconsistent, unstable and unreliable. But it's because there was this like shifting in your perception. It's because sometimes the glass was clean, sometimes it was dirty, sometimes, you know. And it's because that vision wasn't coming from the same place all the time, I feel. It may have been skewed by like emotional intensity or other like ruminations of the mind or an unquiet mind like we spoke about. But this is the beginning of a new era where even if that pops up again, you're going to see it very clearly for what it is immediately. Just like you'll see it very clearly in other people if that pops up as well. Nothing gets by the King of Swords and the Queen of Cups. No. That's like emotional intelligence, deep intuition, compassion that keeps you tender and out of your ego so that you can genuinely see the truth in yourself and others. It's like a humility as well. And with the King of Swords, it's just very, very clear discernment and it's coming from a place of seeking justice. Sorry, there's something in my eye. It's coming from a place of seeking justice. Not seeking confirmation bias. Not seeking whatever will just get me what I want. Because that's not true. That's not truth and justice, right? Yeah, you just have something under your belt that you hadn't completely refined and established within yourself previously, and it's beautiful. It allows you to make decisions without waiting or taking too much time, like looking at the horizon. You just have this intuitive knowing paired with a very clear perception of like what is true and what is not. And that might hit you in different ways. For me though, truth is a very specific resonance. It's like a vibration. And just energy can't be, you can't fake energy. Energy doesn't lie. So once you discover what the resonance of truth with a capital T is, right? Not like just the truth that my ego is seeking, not what I want to hear always, but what is true. It carries a specific resonance. And you tune into it like you tune into like a radio station, right? Like it's something that you will know. And you'll get to know it more and more and more. What's up, Magnetic Magic? Bye, Christina. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay. So where this is taking you, what this is aligning you with next. So 3 cards came out. It is the 3 of Cups in reverse. And then Justice and the Ace of Cups. I guess after talking about what is just and fair with that King of Swords. This could be a couple things. It also came out with these 2 oracle cards, which I'll talk about a little bit in a minute. The Gentle and Completion. Yeah. Okay, so this could be a few things. The 3 of Cups in reverse, it could be an era that could represent kind of like an era or a chapter of your life where you struggled to celebrate connections because you couldn't always see them clearly. You couldn't always see what was fair, and maybe there was like an element of feeling exploited, or that could have added to the inconsistency also with the Page of Wands or the Knight of Wands in reverse, sorry. And you could have even had a part to play in this as well, in just like your relationships not being quite as stable and consistent as you would ultimately like. Because the Knight of Wands in reverse has trouble holding stuff down. They're free-spirited, but almost like because they don't have that solid baseline of true perception that they are judging things against, right? Again, like they're a little bit erratic. They can be really fun to hang out with. They can be very free-spirited, adventurous, bold, risk-taking, you know, but not always like the most considerate of others or even of consequences to their own actions all the time, right? So it can make things feel a little unstable. So either that was like an era that you're taking an approach to. Well, with the Gentle card, it came out above that. And it says, penetrating, a soft approach, faith, moderation, a subtle but deep influence, understanding, and non-violence. I'm just going to clear my throat. Okay, that's so much better. I needed to like heavily clear my throat because something was stuck in there. Yeah. It's this gentle, graceful, moderate, temperate, even one might say, approach. But it has a subtle but very deep influence, and I think that you're starting to understand that. Because this is not really a super gentle approach, right? It's also not very subtle. But this is the Queen of Cups and the King of Swords. So I feel like you're taking a different approach to something, and you're seeing how that approach is extremely powerful and healing. Now, if this is a specific dynamic, like with one person that you haven't been able to make things work with or reconcile with, basically, and then I think that there's a completion that's happening, and I think that there's justice occurring. So there's justice occurring either in your relationships as a whole or with a specific relationship. And let's see. Justice and the Ace of Cups are clarified by this completion card. Final attainment, victory, a crescendo, a job well done, perfection, peak performance, and prudence. I feel like there's success in reconciling something. Either a phase where relationships have been difficult, or at one particular relationship itself. Is there anything else about that? There's Libran energy here. There's also Uranus and Aquarian energy. The Seven of Cups in reverse. There's going to be emotional clarity for sure. Something's going to be incredibly cleared up. And it's not something that you need to fear. It's going to give you victory. You're going to see how your performance in something, I don't really like saying it that way. It says peak performance, but you weren't performing. You were being yourself here. This is what you're being aligned with. Basically, like, what is coming into form right now through the process that you're currently going through alchemically. It's kind of cementing or like crystallizing in your being. You're going to be putting that more and more into practice, and you're going to see how deeply that approach like truly penetrates to the core of issues and to the core of relationships, and how it has this really beautiful impact. You're going to attain something here that you've been working towards for a long time, it feels like, with this new approach. But yeah, something's going to be very cleared up emotionally for you. Something you've been holding for some time. Maybe with a lack of clarity around it. They're not telling me anything more about that, but it is going to be very healing for you. The Three of Swords in reverse. This clarity is going to get you out of your head in any way that you're still wondering, or in any way that there's like an unreconciled loop that your mind is still sort of continuing, right? That's going to be reconciled here. It's going to feel beautiful. Like crossing a finish line after a marathon. And I think that you're going to be proud of yourself, and I think that you should be. So that's what I have for you, Sag. We are moving on to Capricorn. But I love you so much. And let's see. What else? What are you guys saying over here? That hits right now, yeah. Start watching Rising more. Rising is usually pretty powerful to watch, but it's always what you feel called to as well, right? Okay. Cappy. So let's see, 177. I don't remember what your card is about, so I'm going to look in the book at yours because I just don't remember. The Alchemy card that came out for you, I don't have that clear of a memory on this one. Actually, the next two, I just don't. Well, this one and the next one. Yours and Aquarians, I don't have a huge memory of that. Okay. Aquarius. Not Aquarius. Capricorn. And then Aquarius. Okay. Let's see. We need this light on so much anymore. It's going to be getting a little light up. I'm going to open the window a bit. Oh my gosh, that couch seriously needs to get less. Oh my gosh, the moon is still in the sky. Like the sun is coming up, but the moon is in the sky, and it's so bright and freaking full and beautiful. I don't know if you guys will be able to see. Well, you should, because it's not super glary right now outside. You might not be able to see through the window. Can you see this? Can you see it? It's right there. Like, that is the moon. Oh shit, it's going behind a cloud now, but my gosh. Luna! Whenever the moon is like super prominent like that, I'm like, it's a message from Luna. Because right now it's like fully behind the clouds. Like if I would have opened the window now, I wouldn't have seen it at all. That's how fast it went behind the clouds. It's literally gone. Balloons. Yep. That's my Luna. She's shining through for me. For us. Okay, come back over here. Get over here, you. Let's get over. Let's get over. Let's get into Capricorn's reading. All right. Okay. Is it raining? No. It's supposed to, though. Capricorn. What does Capricorn need to know about their current alchemical process? What's up, Andrea? Have you seen how long my lives normally are? It is hours. It's kind of funny though. This reminds me of when I started the channels. Like we used to hang out for like a full day at a time and just like literally. It was kind of like parallel play. I don't know if you guys know what that is. I guess they use the term for like children, but I kind of like it. I think it's cute. But parallel play, it's basically just like coexisting together, like playing beside each other but not with each other sort of thing, but still like having the social engagement. And yeah, I don't know if this needs to be wiped, but I'm feeling like why is it looking so blurry? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just the light diffusion from all the lamps. Could be that too. All right. Capricorn. Wow. All right. Spirit just gave me 3 cards together. They're like, let's speed up this process. Here you go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, and what are they aligning with next? I love them. Wow. Damn. Well, you manifested that. Why do I still get the feeling that it's going to shock you? Are you going to be shocked by this? Let's see. Okay, one last card. Okay. All right. Let us get into it. Timestamp yo cute ass and get into it. Okay. What's good, Cappy? I hope you guys are doing wonderful. So let's see what's happening here for your reading. Okay, so point A, this is where you started, and then we're going to take a look at the new form that you're moving into and the alchemical process kind of in between point A and point B. And then also what that is aligning you with next outside of yourself as well. Okay, so you have the Ace of Wands as your starting point, which is pretty beautiful, honestly. The Ace of Wands. Okay, let's see more about that. So this feels like there was some form of fresh energy infusion. I don't know what would have brought that on, but usually it's conviction or it's inspiration of some sort. Something really like resonating with you or coming in and being presented to you, and it's inspiring. It gets you lit up or it turns you on, you know. But sometimes it's more about the root of desire, the root of like Eros, which is with the Ace of Wands, which is kind of like sacred desire. It's again, it's like life force energy and what gets that pumping for you. Can you tell me more about what that was for Cap? The Hanged Man. Wow. And Death at the bottom of the deck. You could have had a phase where you actually were forced. This is reminding me of Yair so much, my friend. You could have had a phase of like forced rest almost is what I'm getting. Which may have been frustrating for you, a Capricorn. And as a Capricorn Mars and stellium, yes, your girl gets it. I have enough of you in me. Actually, Capricorn's like the #1 energy I have in my chart. I understand how frustrating that is. However, this like break served a purpose because there was a massive transformation or transmutation happening even in this itself. This is what actually infused that Ace of Wands energy in for you. I think you had a phase where you were able to rest and observe. And the Hanged Man, that's Neptunian energy. And then obviously Death is Scorpionic energy. But I think you were able to kind of witness this transformation in sort of an interesting way. But like, it's coming through as you were gleaning a higher perspective on something. On maybe how spreading your energy too thin wasn't allowing for a particular level of healing to occur, or a specific level of alignment, a more intimate level of alignment within yourself that you just really weren't giving yourself, you weren't prioritizing or giving yourself the time to really sink into. Because the thing is, when parts of yourself are integrating, I mean, that's shadow work, right? It's like taking integration is when an unconscious part of ourselves becomes conscious. And so you have to take consciousness there. You have to like take the hermit's lantern. You have to take a flashlight. You have to take your light into your light of consciousness into that place and witness it. And that is how it integrates in. If you become aware of it, and that's the integration. So you have to prioritize doing that. And if you don't, well, you might know that it's happening, but it's not strongly clicking, basically, because you're not giving it that direct attention. You're not witnessing it. So it feels like you were put in maybe a phase of, I don't know how clear it was to you, though, this whole process at this point in time, because the Hanged Man being Neptunian energy, it can represent coming out of something with a higher perspective, but sometimes in the process of gaining that perspective, it's not all that clear. It's like once you get out the other side and you get some distance between yourself and the thing, you can kind of see. But when you're in the middle and things are a little hazy, it doesn't always feel super safe or comfortable to open up. How aware of this? Is that important? How aware of this was Capricorn? How much did they really witness? Your guard was down. You witnessed quite a bit. They're saying strength in reverse. You opened your heart. You kind of made yourself vulnerable. You had to contend with your ego just a wee bit, just a little bit. I feel like your ego would have been telling you things like, resting is wasting your time right now, or like, why are you prioritizing this? Or you could be working or doing an array of other things that are more productive. But the thing is, productivity is dependent on the goal at hand. If the goal is to go through a profound transformation so that you can integrate a very important lesson and then move forwards at a much more rapid pace, or a pace, or like much more smoothly with more ease, basically from that point forwards, but basically with a renewed or refreshed energy infusion, or just like new inspiration and conviction and passion around something, then productivity, the most productive thing could be to make yourself vulnerable, sit back, put your feet up and say, show me what I need to see, and to give yourself the time to actually do that. Like if rejuvenation is the goal, then rest is productive, right? It just depends what the goal is, what productivity is. Productivity isn't always the same thing. And I think that's our world gets it a little twisted. I know that our world gets it twisted. And Capricornian energy can be especially vulnerable to falling into that trap, because you're naturally very hard workers, and you genuinely have a passion for the work that you put into things. You do not shy away from a challenge. You don't shy away from putting all of yourself into something, because you know that that's going somewhere. You know that it's going into that project. It's going into that career. It's not going nowhere. It's like it's building and accumulating in some form. And you're right about that. Is there anything else there? But I think you kind of stopped fighting it. You may have just gotten to a point where you had to surrender. Some of you could have actually kind of been like on a leave at work, or you could have been physically sick, or just kind of like out for the count for a moment. You could have been on vacation. But something about this Hanged Man energy feels pretty significant. Like you were forced to sit down or to rest in a way that you normally don't, and witness a bit of a misalignment or an imbalance that was coming into a state of harmony. And that was important for you to actually see. You needed to see what wasn't healed so that you could see what it looks like when it is healed. The Sun and the Wheel of Fortune. Okay. So the alchemical process that's actually taking place here is the Queen of Swords in reverse. And then there's this card, the New Pearl. This is the one that I was saying I can't really remember too much about it. So I'm going to look in the book here, which I have with me, because I'm not really being reminded of exactly the ins and outs of this card. So Queen of Swords in reverse and the New Pearl. The New Pearl, it says, is about grit, irritation, and waiting. Waiting is literally the Hanged Man. Okay, so this talks about how the pearl forms slowly but surely from a single grain of sand, and how that's an alchemical miracle. The process is generated from irritation itself, such as the medicine of the New Pearl. The work is underway, but the gem has not yet formed. Don't become petty and hasty, seeking a return on your efforts, but rather turn to patience, consistency, and humility to remedy the discomfort. Let the magic of time and salt water do its work. Relax, believe, and support a fellow alchemist in finding the grit that will become their pearl. Don't worry about you right now. The entire ocean is your ally. So it's very much about what we were kind of talking about, the need to just sort of surrender, right? Relax, surrender, ease into it, believe, have faith that something important is forming. It's just not quite there yet, and it's not something that can be rushed. So the best thing to do there is witness yourself, and then maybe even witness another or support another, as the book says here. Okay. Let's clarify that with the Queen of Swords in reverse, though, because the Queen of Swords in reverse can be, most oftentimes, it is about cutting something out to some degree. It could also be like a little bit of an edginess, though. Like the book says, the need for, what does it say? Patience, consistency, and humility, right? Otherwise, you start feeling like a little bit like, I want to push this. I feel like hasty. I feel like I want to speed this up, or I feel like a little petty, like I want to force something to occur rather than giving it the time that it needs to unfold and understanding that it is where it is on its own journey. So if this involves somebody else or even just your own process, you are where you are, right? Being radically accepting and non-critical of that is important during this process, I think, for you. Tell me more about the Queen of Swords in reverse. The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. Isayu. Keeps coming out. You're very much in this super abundant energy, but they keep on highlighting that it's like it's coming from a space of difficulty. It's like something that was misaligned, the Two of Cups in reverse, is becoming the Empress and the Queen or the King of Coins. Extremely abundant and aligned energies, but aligned with themselves in a different way, in an even more profound way than the Two of Cups. The Hanged Man, kind of just like needing to wait around or hang around and be vulnerable, strength in reverse, while this death process occurs. And then that is turning into the Pearl and the Wheel of Fortune. So this is kind of about cutting out the things that, like watching for and releasing the things that would get in the way of that process. Primarily the ways that you would get in the way of that process. Right? How do we get in our own way? This required like an expansion of your mentality or the way that you think about something specifically. I think that it required you to think about something in a more fair or just way, even for yourself. There could have been something that you were being hard on yourself for. You were kind of forcing yourself out of fear, maybe, to, I don't know, overextend, overwork. Or you just were having a little bit of crushing expectations on yourself, perhaps. These are things, though, these are like ego things, right? And those are things that you would be asked now to cut out with the Queen of Swords, because they would ultimately fuck with this process a little bit that's taking place, or just slow it down, or kind of get in the way, like muddy it up a bit. So it's about trusting that this Wheel of Fortune is definitely turning in your favor, and that's happening now. So your new form that you're moving into is the Nine of Swords in reverse. Yeah. I really like this. It's kind of like a hopeful and unbothered energy. It's not your usual stoic vibe. It's healthily detached, but it's not stoic. It's, again, there's like a feeling there, an infusion of something passionate and inspired that is very life, it's very generative, it's very like life-giving. I mean, it is life. It is a miracle, an alchemical miracle, right? Something that is just grit and tension, and then it forms this beautiful pearl. You've gone through, yeah. You went through fear here. You had to kind of like reconcile something that you were afraid of to get out of your own head, it feels like, and move away from the past. Particularly like anxieties of the past that were getting in the way. I think that like here, the pearl is peace, peace of mind. And I'm feeling like that it infiltrates like everywhere. I was seeing like dye being dropped into water, but it was being dropped into like your mind, like your I was seeing like your hollow body basically full of water. These visions are so weird sometimes that I get, but I was seeing like dye being dropped in and it's just like spreading through the water. So, but that was being represented, that was like the peace. So it's coming from the mind, and a disconnection or a willingness to cut out things that were not serving your forward progression. But a lot of it had to do with the way that you were thinking. So that's your new form. You're just kind of, yeah, you're very comfortable and confident in your own energy. You're not overthinking or bothered. So what that new form is then going to align you with, well, this is really interesting. So first, 3 cards came out. The Knight of Cups flew off by itself. And then the Ace of Cups and the Magician flew off in the other direction together. They all came out at the same time, though. Pretty intriguing. And then the Oracle card that came out is the Divine Feminine. Okay. You know, it's interesting. I feel like there is a lot that is finding you. Like, this is just a huge energy of receptivity to me. Hugely. And Capricorn is, you're an earth sign. You are a feminine element. But you're also incredibly hardworking and assertive, right? You have that masculine element to you, and it probably has to do with the fact that Saturn is your daddy. Right? But it's always interesting to me, the signs that have that crossover. It's kind of like Virgo being ruled by Mercury. It's more natural for Gemini because Mercury is more of like an airy kind of like, it's the planet of learning and expression and things like that, right? But yet there's Virgo with that ruler, and it's kind of the same as you in Aquarius. But I think that this is you manifesting, just you manifesting love. Tell me more about this Ace of Cups. It doesn't have to be in the form of another person. It's you manifesting love as a means of, like, I'm just hearing like open sesame. Open sesame. You're calling in this energy in the form of actual physical opportunities, it seems, that are going to ask you to open up and receive. So essentially they're gifts. It could have a romantic element to it. Tell me about this Knight of Cups. Let's see. This is also just, yeah, you're expressing from a place of love and receptivity, because you've learned how to receive yourself. You've learned how to rest while you receive healing and not judge that. And you're about to see like how vast the payoff of that is. That sometimes just working harder isn't the way to get, like, you can work smarter, not harder. There are certain like habits, routines, and parts of your day-to-day structure, I feel like, that you haven't walked away from yet, and you will be doing that the more that this clears up. And it will be those things in your life that kind of block that receptive energy, and that will become clear to you. Yeah, there's some things that right now aren't that clear as to exactly what blocks that. But in the future here, they're going to become crystal clear. And once they do, you won't have a problem leaving certain things behind, I don't think. Habits and things that don't serve you. You'll basically just see like where your attention is going that's actually like draining or wasting your energy, and where it can be better spent for you to just receive. The Ten of Cups. Okay, deep emotional fulfillment. Very deep emotional fulfillment. The Divine Feminine card here. We know basically what the Divine Feminine is, but I just want to see. So yeah, receptive, creative, empathetic, and emotional. Representing collaboration, nurturing, sharing, birthing, inclusiveness, and vulnerability in perfect harmony with the world around you. So more of that energy is required for the situation to thrive here in the near future. And so you're going to do what it takes to allow more of that energy into your life so that you can thrive, basically, is what I'm seeing in that specific way. So that's what I have for you, Cappy. I really like that. It honestly looks absolutely gorgeous. All right, babes, we're moving on to Aqua. But enjoy that. I know how hard that lesson was probably for you to learn, right? Because it's not always easy. That Capricornian energy can't stop, won't stop sometimes, right? And we tend to lean into it because it is a strength. I mean, Capricorns are mother effing powerhouses. But again, just because you can do more, it doesn't mean that doing more in the way that you are used to doing more is always the optimal or even the most effective approach. And that can be a relief for you. Good morning, Josephine. Scorpio rising too. Swimming in the deep stuff. Maybe that's why your reads resonate like a mofo. You get the fine details. Aww. I do deep dive into the details. I do. Well, it helps having Pluto in Scorpio conjunct my Scorpio rising, but my Pluto is in the 12th house. So my Pluto just like, I feel like the Scorpio rising, when I deep dive, I deep dive out of my first house and like back into the 12th, if that makes any sense, with my Pluto. And then my Pluto like illuminates shit for me in the underworld. It's helpful. Although having those placements can be a little bit of it can be a little intense. All right, we're moving into Aqua now though. My Aqua babes. Let's see. I'm going to make myself a breakfast bagel after this. It's going to be delicious. Damn it. I bought like really good turkey to go in it. And it was on sale. It was great. I was impressed with my grocery buying skills today. There were some really good deals, and it was on all the stuff that I needed. So I was like, God bless you. Whoever set this up for me, bless you. Honestly. Because groceries are effing expensive these days, and I'll take what I can get. Is this better? Yeah. Okay. The Golden Rose. This is the other card that I don't really remember. The one that Aquarius got. So I'm going to rediscover these two cards together. The others are... These ones haven't come out that much for me in my personal practice, so I just haven't had a chance to learn them as much. Okay. Aquas. if Django wants to come in now. He was just like in his dog bed, like, I was like, you want to come inside? Like, open the gate, and he's just like, with his little paws crossed over. So cute. So refined for a Rottweiler. I guess he's getting to be a little bit of an old man for... I always forget that, like, big dogs like that, they're not... I don't even want to say it out loud. They don't last as long, you know. They have a shorter lifespan. A little bit. I think he's like 6 now. 7. He's getting to be an old man a little bit. In comparison to how he used to be. Just like the most puppy-ish puppy ever. Are we good to go? All right, Aqua. Point A. Where did Aqua start out here? Where's their starting point? Okay. Show me the process here. It's moving them to point B. And their new form here, point B. Okay. Not what you once were, that's for sure. All right, and then what are they aligning with next from that point? Why the... What? Aquarius. You're like, that's just how I am. I love you so much. Okay. You're like, but being a stress case has got me so far. The Saturnian ruled air sign strikes again. I'm so sorry. This is just, I'm finding this hilarious. It's so on point. Okay, we'll get to that. My goodness. Okay, let's get one oracle card. Aquarius. Only you. So intelligent, and yet sometimes you make no fucking sense whatsoever. My best friend is an Aquarius, and sometimes he says things and I'm like, he says it with such conviction and like assuredness and certainty too. I'm like, that has gotten you so far in life, but I am a human bullshit detector, and I will like call him out now and be like, okay, you just said that with like the fiery conviction of 1,000 suns. And he's like, yeah, I have no idea if that's actually correct. I'm like, I know, like, I know you. But he's like, but most people would have just been like, oh, okay. And they like moved on and taken it as truth. I'm like, well, Aquarians. Hello? Hello? There we go. No, I knew I was going to have to say this card name again soon, and I can never remember. I think it's just Ex Machina. All right, I'll figure it out. Okay. It's timestamp. What does it say? 8. Okay. Oh. Okay. Hi, Aqua. I hope you're doing good. All right, let's dive into your reading here and just see what this alchemical process is for you, what it's moving you into alignment with, all of that good shit. So, your starting point. So this is basically, yeah, it's point A, and then the process, this alchemical process is moving you to point B, which will be your new form or your more expanded or evolved form. So point A is the 8 of Wands. The 8 of Wands. Mercury and Sagittarius energy. Let's get more about that. So this could have been, this could be like actual conversation that cleared something up for you, maybe, that you received and kicked things off. This whole vibe is incredibly Aquarian right now. Like, I feel like this deck is very you. Did you see that? I'm pretty sure you did, because I'm leaned back. That was aggressive and unnecessary, honestly. Okay. The Sun. I think that there was something that was said, and it illuminated a lot, is what I'm feeling. Actually, I wasn't taking super chats at all this reading. People just sent donations. But, so not this one, my love. I can't read. Boo 87. But I am going to do one where I do super chats, just not this one specifically. But in the near future. Yeah. Okay, what was that though? Like, what was what was illuminated? Did you just walk into this illumination yourself though? You're like, obviously, I'm fixed air, Lisa. Do you forget who you're talking to? Who's going to come in and tell me something? I'm going to illuminate that myself. Oh, what was illuminated? Then it's almost like you, yeah, you did you did it by yourself. You're so loud right now. You are very loud right now, Aquarius. As I'm questioning if you did it yourself, and you show me the Hermit card. Okay. Yes. You walked into the light here. It's funny because there's a person in the lantern. There's a person walking into the sun. You did this for sure. You immersed yourself in some sort of truth. It may have been because there was disappointment or confusion in some area, and it kind of forced you to do that, but it could have also just been a change in your life that required you to kind of seek a little bit of clarity so that you could move forwards, because I'm seeing that you did it for the sake of progress, like forward motion here. It's like straightening something out within yourself. And then knowing that once you have that clarity under your belt, it's going to just slingshot or propel you forwards, basically. So I really like that. So you instigated this yourself. You were the catalyst of this. Fixed signs, babe. When they don't want to change, good luck. when they want to change, they're just like, now's the time. I'm instigating it. I'm the only one who makes me change. Trust me, I have a lot of fixed energy and I get it. I get it. Okay, so the actual alchemical process is the moon, which is interesting because you have the sun there. And then the moon is the alchemical process that's actually taking place right now with the golden rose. Okay. Let us look at the book, because again, this is one of the two cards that I'm drawing a blank on. I don't remember. Don't remember what this is about. The golden rose. Okay. The secret, the altar, the gem. So it says that the rose is used as a symbolic image for the summation of alchemy. The outer petals representing the first 7 planets in operations, and the inner petals protecting the revelations from unwelcome eyes. But what resides at the center of the golden rose is a secret and meant to be kept as such. The rose spirals both inward and outward simultaneously, offering beauty to the onlooker while concealing its inner chambers. This is the complex nature of the golden rose. No wonder I didn't remember what the hell this means. This is complicated. Okay, so it challenges the alchemist to reorient their thinking, to devote their work to honoring the secret rather than attempting to become the master of it. AKA kneel at the altar of the unknown. Which is, the rose is a model of yourself, and more will be revealed. The outer petals is, you know, of the self is what you can see. And the inner petals protect the really important core parts of us. But we can't force our way into those inner chambers also. We have to kind of peel back the layers like one at a time. We have to honor the secret that is there. Because if you try to force it, you're just going to spook it, right? So you gently, and with radical acceptance, kind of pull those levels or the layers back, where you like take another nesting doll out. But basically you allow the secret to be revealed to you, even if that's your own internal secret. Even if that is your own, essentially like the essence of your own being at the core of you. Okay, so that with the moon makes a lot of sense. I like how you instigated this process by seeking the truth, walking into the sun, and you got shit moving that way. but then the alchemical process itself that's taking place for you right now is like, honor the secret you don't get to know. Surrender to the unknown. Kneel at the altar of it. And the moon is literally what is hidden, and can't be forced. It's like what is partially illuminated. What cosmic fuckery springs forth here? That's probably what you're asking. You definitely instigated with one journey in mind, but you're on a whole nother one altogether, is what that kind of seems like. And such is life, especially the spiritual journey. Okay, so tell me more about this alchemical process that's unfolding. It feels like it requires surrender to the revelation of something sacred and secret. It needs to feel safe and it needs to feel protected to reveal itself. The 3 of Pentacles in reverse. What's that? I'm not taking super chats. I don't know, but I just said that. So I'm sorry about that, but yeah, no, I'm not taking super chats as I said. Sorry. But let's see here. What is this? Yeah, it's you can't push. You cannot. This is something that just needs to fall into alignment. It's really one of those things. It's weird. No amount of collaboration, cooperation, trying to like gently tease or ease this out is going to work. Like it's not something that you can push through. It's something that needs to be, it's really what this card said and what the moon represents also, which is just, it has to be revealed to you. And it has its own sort of timing as well. So that is the current alchemical process, but it is coming into place. The Two of Cups talks about this calibration, basically. And it is at the core of you. Oftentimes that the Two of Cups calibration, often it will happen through like witnessing yourself in the reflection of the world around you, whether that is like a pet, whether that is a friend, whether that's a stranger or a lover or your family. It can literally be anything, even just an experience that only you are involved in the world, right? Or like art or a place that you travel to. It can be anything, but anything really can be a mirror reflection back at you in life. Not in a narcissistic kind of way, but just in a way where you're seeking to learn more about yourself. And when you have that openness, when you're not pushing it, then the world becomes something that shows you yourself in the way that you're open to seeing yourself. Okay. So the Six of Cups in reverse, that's your new form that you are evolving into here. Well, it's not really telling me a lot other than it's totally different from what you've been in the past. And I think that that is pretty much the crux of when a fixed sign decides to change, right? When a fixed sign decides that they are going to shift, it's like sayonara to the old way of being, right? Like literally deuces. I'm not even looking back. I'm walking away. I'm not looking back. I am instigating this change and I am okay with it because I'm putting it into motion because I know I'm ready. Nothing forced me into it. And so it's kind of like understanding how you take that approach, right? Nothing can force me. It'll happen when I'm ready. That is kind of like what this alchemical process inside of you is teaching you. It's like nothing's gonna force me to reveal myself to you. I will do so when I'm ready. It's like how healing isn't linear. You can't force yourself to be there when you're not. But this is something with the Six of Cups in reverse where you're moving away from the past. Specifically, what in the past or what element is being moved away from the past here, or a way of being or expressing. Wow. The King of Cups. Are you moving towards the King of Cups though, or away from the King of Cups? Like, are you becoming less King of Cuppy? King Cuppy-ish? What are you? Are you becoming less? No. Okay. You're moving away from like injustice and a lack of commitment that occurred from basically like a blind spot. And they're saying the blind spot was a bit of a lack of hope. So that would be an element of you then that was not integrated, or that was missing, or needed to be redefined, reestablished, because the star, which is your card, is very much about hope. And Aquarians are generally quite hopeful people. You might be realists, but you're not like nihilistic. You're not even usually super stoic, really. Every Aquarian that I know gives a shit, and they're open about the fact that they give a shit. And that's good. It's cool to care. Let's not get that twisted. But you're moving into an even more caring element, because there's something about being connected to your emotional body and self in a stronger way here that is removing a blind spot that was prevalent for you. What did the blind spot cause? Like, what was experienced due to this blind spot is what I'm asking. Judgment. Maybe a lot of difficult judgment calls that you felt kind of insecure making, because they could have been a little bit emotionally charged. And you could have been asking yourself even like, how did I get into this situation to begin with, right? It was because of the blind spot, whatever that was. That's being reconciled. You're moving forwards with like a level of emotional maturity, intelligence, and, you know, awareness, and also sovereignty that you just didn't have before. It's quite beautiful. It's strong scorpionic energy. Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? This is Pluto transforming the fuck out of you. Pluto, judgment. Scorpio, the King of Cups. Pluto is in Aquarius right now, fucking your shit up. So, in the best possible way. But yeah, profound, like, radical change absolutely happening for you. Pluto doesn't play around with that kind of thing. So wherever that's happening, wherever you do have Aquarius in your chart, you could check and see where Pluto is in regards to that right now, and if it's aspecting you natally. But it being in the same house even is, you're gonna feel it, because Pluto's not subtle in its transformation. It goes very deep. And it is a lot about revelation as well, like disclosure. Pulling up out of the unconscious or out of your shadow to show you what was hidden there. Yeah. There is an insecurity that is maybe preventing you from leaping out into something new with this like confidence of really believing in yourself. It could be a new relationship, because maybe something wasn't completely reconciled or settled within you about a past relationship, and you had maybe just put that part of you on ice or on the sidelines, the King of Cups, for a bit, to focus on other things and also just not have to deal with that, the emotionality of it. So let's look at what's aligning with you next from this place of the King of Cups, this transformed place. So you have this card. I never remember how to say it. I think it's like Ex Machina, how you say this. But I'm pretty sure it translates to God from the machine. And it's basically about God, or like a cosmic force intervening pretty much, and suddenly introducing something completely unexpected into what was before that, like an apparently unsolvable difficulty. So something suddenly appearing or being introduced into a previously believed unsolvable difficulty, which then provides the solution through unraveling and resolving the plot. So it's basically a miracle. Or at least that's how it's witnessed or perceived by us mere mortals. Okay, so interesting. So that's here in what you are being aligned with. And then also, okay, this is the part that I find hilarious. This is what I was laughing at the beginning, because you told me you're having a difficult time surrendering, huh? Yeah, I feel you. Fixed sign support group. Everybody sign up. We're gonna come and co-regulate our frustrations. But the Four of Swords in reverse came out with what you are being aligned with. That's the only card that came out at first. And it's basically like an unquiet mind. I am not at peace in my mind. And I was like, okay, well, why not? And then the Nine of Swords in reverse came out, which is like, because I'm not anxiously ruminating over something. So you're like, what is bringing me a lack of peace is the fact that I'm not in my normal lack of peace state. I'm being asked to surrender that, and it's stressing me out. Like, it's like, make sense. We're going around in circles here somehow. It's the classic Aquarian trying to justify. I'm just thinking of my best friend, and it's just making me chuckle. Because this is something he does. Excuse me. But then there's the star. It's you. Looking so cute. And the Ten of Pentacles. This is big. This feels like a massive level up that has physical implications. Like a new job, or a new position at your job, or just more money, or this could literally be coming through you not doing more work, but you being a miracle. It's a miracle, right? The ex machina, however you say it. But there's something healing here. And it has like legacy like implications, because I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if, but on this, like this little bear who looks like, I don't know, he's a millionaire or the executive of some big company or something. It says, when I die. So I feel like it's almost like his will that he's holding here. And the Ten of Pentacles, it's like there is a lot to share. That's a legacy energy. So I think that what it is that you're stressed out about not stressing out about, because it's like you don't know where you would even place that rumination or stress, because it's the mystery that's forcing itself to remain a mystery. It's the secret that is only going to reveal itself by it revealing itself to you. And the more you push or resist that, the more it will persist. So I think that you're at that point now where you're going to be aligning more with a phase where you're going to continue to be asked to surrender. And it's just to keep you from getting out of your own way, staying out of your own way. Because you literally told me, I'm stressed because I'm not able to stress in the ways that I normally do, or overthink or ruminate in the ways I normally do. And I think that maybe the whole point of this is to break that. Call me crazy, but I think that Spirit is trying to get you to break that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Is there anything else that wants to come out? But the beautiful thing is, it's literally revealing itself. The reason it's staying secret is because you're smart, but like you wouldn't be able to comprehend or grasp this. This is a cosmic miracle. This is the divine inserting itself into the machine, which is humanity or the world, and creating something that makes really no logical sense. It is the solution to something that you now consider unsolvable. So you wouldn't be able to think your way to this anyways. It's not a solution that would ever come to you. It has to be revealed by something greater. But the Ten of Pentacles and the Star, I think you can trust it. I think you can trust it. It's looking incredibly abundant. For some of you, you're coming into just a large amount of wealth, abundance, or just health. Something physical, though. For some of you, you're getting a lot of attention as well, the Star. And it's beautiful because it's like for being you. For just being you. You're not having to do more or do anything extra. It's just being given to you for you being you. But this surrendering element is a requirement. It's a hard requirement, okay? So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is surrender. But yeah, I hope that you do, because it looks like whatever this is absolutely gorgeous. So I'm going to leave it there, Aqua. We're moving on to Pisces, but you know that I love you. I love you long time and forever. Long time and forever? Maybe just forever, which is a longer time than long time. Okay. My spicy Pisces. Last but not least, let's get that going. Okay, here it is. Are you guys okay with me grabbing my dog and giving him his breakfast before I start Pisces? He'd been out there all night and he did not want to come in last night for some weird reason. But I kind of want to feed him a little bit. However, he's a Rottweiler, so he will be loud. Well, he'll eat loudly. He's probably kind of hungry, though. Okay. I'm going to do that very quickly, because otherwise he's probably going to start whining soon. And if he does that in the middle of the Pisces reading, I'm going to be annoyed. So I'll be back in a moment. Django in tow. Oh, I'm always asleep. grimy. I'm not gonna lie. Here you go. I paused everything just to bring you your supper, well, your breakfast. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Hi, sweet boy. It's your supper. We love you. Okay. Oh my goodness, he's so freaking cute. You're gonna hear a Rottweiler eating loudly and drinking loudly, potentially, for a moment. Okay. Pisces, let's get into it. He's actually gotten quieter at his eating. I was noticing this the other day when he was eating on the live again. Okay. Let's see. He'll probably come over and try to say hi and most likely knock over the entire setup because he's huge, but thinks that he is a lapdog. Like literally tries to sit on you and crushes you because he's definitely not a lapdog. But in his heart and mind, he is. Okay. It's like they have body dysmorphia or something. Because the Rottweiler that we had before him as well was the exact same way. Like he just had no no spatial awareness, no awareness of his own spaciousness, just just loving life and believing that he is like Pomeranian, but no. Figured you were thirsty. Been out there all night. Where do you think you're going? Hi. You can say hi? Here. Come over. You're gonna lay on your bed and just watch me? Okay. You know you're not usually allowed in the living room. I was gonna let you break the rules though. But you're a good boy. He's so cute. Okay, let's see. Is the deck ready here, Pisces? Feels like it. Okay. Show me. Ooh, Pisces point. It's ready. We're ready to talk. We're ready to chat here. Okay. Which way does this want to be? Okay. The process, the alchemical process for Pisces. Just gonna watch me. Okay, that's cool. Oh. It's kind of like the opposite of Capricorn. and Aquarius a little bit. Okay, point B. Show me Pisces' new form. Hi. Did you miss me? I missed you. Okay. And what are you aligning with from that point? Anything else? Okay, one more oracle card and then we're gonna get on into it. Excuse you. Excuse you when you're burping. He's just watching me. Oh, buddy. Love you. Sometimes he'll just watch me and then I say love you and then he like settles down. It's like so cute. Like that's all I was waiting to hear. I love animals so much. Minus the spider that I saw on the stairs earlier though. I mean, I love you, but just from a very safe distance. Okay, clarify what is aligning with Pisces next. Thank you. Wow. Ooh. Ooh. Why does that feel so powerful? I need to know when the nodes change out of Pisces and Virgo. I just don't remember exactly when that is. I feel like this might correspond with that though. What's up, divine timing? You're still around here? Okay. Let's see. For Pisces. For the lovers. Okay. Hi, Pisces. How are you, my beautiful fishy family, my fishy friends? I hope you're doing incredibly well. Let's get down to business here. So we're going to start by looking at kind of like your starting point here. So basically at the beginning of this particular alchemical journey, this alchemical adventure, the state that you are in, or how you are embodying your energy a little bit that wants to be highlighted. And then point B is like your new form that you're evolving into. And we'll look at the process, the alchemical process that's making that happen. And then what you will be aligning with next from that new form, okay? So point A, where you kind of started here with everything, came through as, so this is an extra card in this deck, the Shaman, the Medicine Healer. These cards are stunning, so I'm going to show you them close up. This is the El Goliath deck. Like, honestly, the detail... Okay, also love his nose ring. It did come out in reverse, so let's clarify this a little. The Medicine Healer. It's kind of just coming through as an ungroundedness. A little bit. It's not that like you were completely out of alignment with a healing element of yourself, it's coming through pretty strongly as an ungroundedness, and potentially because you weren't surrounded by your tribe or a community, people that understood you. You may have actually been surrounded by people that really didn't understand you, or and it caused a bit of chaos. People that maybe even went out of their way to misunderstand you, or I don't know, but I feel like it aggravated a sense of like lack of belonging. Let's see more about that. Can you tell me more about what contributed to this shaman in reverse energy for Pisces? It's another extra card in this deck. There's quite a few extra cards in this deck. It's a big one. The hidden inner strength, the shadow cat. It's like seeing yourself this way, but really that is there. And maybe actually that is this in some way. But it was hidden, right? The hidden inner strength. It could have been that you're like a strong element of who you are as a healer. Some sort of strong aspect of that was not offline, but also not super obvious at this time. Like, yeah, hidden. I don't know if you were aware of it even, or if it just didn't feel safe or seen to be like, and that's what it was. It's kind of like keeping a very vital part of you, a very healing part of you, a little bit on lockdown because you didn't feel safe to expose this element of yourself. Why? I think it's because of the not being, it's the environment that you were in or the people that were around you, I feel. Anything else about that? No. The alchemical process that you're in is kind of pushing you out of something, I think, that was not, it wasn't centered or fulfilling in a way. It's like an environment that you weren't centered in yourself within, which means something was uncentering you in your own life. You were essentially orbiting around something else or walking on eggshells, maybe. It could have come through a couple different ways. But you're very sensitive and you're very you soak things up. You're like porous, you know? You soak up. You're energetically porous, basically. Emotionally and energetically porous. So it just means you're very open and you can soak up that which is around you. And so sometimes you soak up the needs and expectations of others and you just sort of, especially when you're a little bit ungrounded or you're not totally in your natural element, you can soak up that from other people and just kind of instinctively or naturally, a little bit like Libra, but kind of different. You just sort of start. It is different because with Libra, it's like an awareness of wanting to be diplomatic and smooth things over. But with you, it's like you're soaking up those energies and expectations and you're just adhering to them, or you're just naturally transmuting or loving people, or fulfilling those needs basically for them. without being directly asked, but because you pick up on it, you end up kind of doing it. Yeah. Okay. So this alchemical process is coming out for you as the Fool in reverse, the eternal vagabond. That's Uranian energy. As well as Mars. So you have Uranus and Mars. Good God. Buckle up, space cowboy, because ye fucking haw. I mean, this looks like a wild ride. Kind of here for it though. Especially if like the last little while has been slightly like yawnathon for you. Well, get a couple good nights rest, because it's about to be not that, let's just say. And that's probably the understatement of the year with Uranus and Mars. Well, this is just coming through as something that you don't really have. Do you have a lot of, it's coming through as something that's just very unexpected, kind of crashing in out of nowhere. And it has this like force to it with that Martian energy behind it as well. But specifically, I feel like this could be forcing you or pushing you out into something that you were unable or unwilling to pursue previously. And it could be just because, not because you were unwilling, but because of your circumstances, right? And you were feeling a little bit, I don't know, like you were adhering to others' needs and you weren't really pursuing or prioritizing your own so much. Something like that. But Mars obviously talks about, well, it can talk about activism, but it talks about will, like the assertion of your will with this kind of like vigor or almost bordering on violence a little bit sometimes, right? This is about being able to assert yourself in the world and have your presence felt and your voice clearly heard. This energy helps you stand strong for what you believe in. It's very supportive. The divine masculine energy. So Mars is strong when it has clarity of purpose and it can uphold and represent the unrepresented, or it's about strength that's required to face a challenge. And it could be, speaking your truth, saying, like not being quiet about something that matters. It could be getting yourself out of a harmful relationship or a job or getting involved in some sort of activist work. But this energy requires sort of like this precision, mainly in the dosage of Mars energy, like how much you take in and how you put it back out. Because if there's an uncontrolled amount of Martian energy, yeah, it can become violent. It can become potent, but not in a healthy way, basically. It can become like a tyrant, just very forceful. It needs to express itself. It needs to express itself in a positive way. So if you have too much energy, like Mars energy can be good with, like sex or working out or even creativity, right? Or activism. Basically, the ways that you need to that you assert yourself physically. Or, yeah, assert or express yourself somewhat physically with your physicality, with your will, with your body, and for a cause or for like a purpose. So there's something that it feels like you're sort of being thrust out into. Something that somewhere you haven't gone recently with the Fool in reverse. Somewhere you haven't ventured. Can you tell me more about the Fool in reverse? It's somewhere I think that you've wanted to explore, but you haven't had the opportunity to. Yeah, the Sun, you wanted this. The Two of Wands in reverse and the Page of Wands in reverse. There could be a masculine here with the Mars energy and the Sun, right? The Moon is the feminine. The Sun is the masculine, associated with masculine, and Mars is also. There's specifically strong Aries energy here represented. But it feels like you picked a path and you didn't have a lot of hope. And that could have been because you didn't have information, like you had invested heavily into something and you felt because there was a lack of information or truth, potentially from an emperor figure in your life, potentially from like a masculine in your life, whether you are a masculine yourself or not. I feel like there was a masculine energy in your life that wasn't being clear with you. And whatever you're being pushed out into now, you're receiving the clarity that you didn't have. I don't know if that's coming directly from that masculine, but you're receiving that, which was missing or evading you before. You're receiving some emotional clarity. Is there anything else around that you want to highlight? No. Okay. So point B, the new form that you are evolving into through this alchemical process. This is so beautiful. You have two more extra cards from the deck. One of them is just the yes card. And there's also a no card, as you probably guessed. The other is the Sacred Heart. The heart and soul of Goliath. The heart and soul of the deck, basically. Okay, that's better. So this is your new form, the form that you're growing into. It's embracing your own sacred heart, Pisces. Saying yes to all that is. And something about that is you weren't able to do that, or you didn't feel able to do that in whatever this past situation was. Your inner strength was hidden for some reason. It didn't come out. And I don't know exactly why that is, but I feel pretty strongly that you either didn't feel safe or you felt as though someone else needed you more than you needed to show up for yourself in that particular way. Essentially, you were self-sacrificing, which is, we do that. We do that sometimes. It's not always the best. You have to know where to draw the line. Okay. Anything else about this form that Pisces is evolving into? The Tower in reverse, the burning tree. It's going to be peaceful. It's going to be tranquil. It's interesting because even in the book, right, about the Mars card here, it talks about the path of non-violence and how the optimal embodiment and expression of Martian energy is not war. It's fighting for what matters without fighting or fighting, you know, like, I don't know what kind of gun that was, but you know what I'm talking about. Fighting without actually fighting is the best use of Martian energy. Not war and bloodshed and like a fist to the face. Not fighting fire with fire. But like peaceful protest. Or, again, saying something that matters. Not remaining quiet about something that genuinely matters. Not staying silent. It's about waiting and strategically utilizing that incredibly powerful force for things that genuinely matter, not fighting just for the sake of fighting or from a place of ego, but for the things that truly matter. And so there's a peacefulness that's highlighted that's not normally at the forefront of the way that people talk about Mars, which is a shame because it does make a lot of sense. That is the powerful way to use that energy, right? That's not puffing out your chest and walking around and comparing the size of your gun or something else with everybody else. You know, it's not about that. It's about the sexiness of like that strong, silent, that strong, quiet strength that doesn't need to prove itself. It just is, and it proves itself just by being what it is. But the Tower in reverse, they want you to know that although this is coming in somewhat suddenly, it's not coming in like a violent, crazy way. So I guess what I said at the beginning about buckle up, space cowboys. Like there is a big change that's occurring, but it's more so something opening up that you didn't think would. Or someone opening up that you didn't think would. But there's like a pathway forwards that wasn't available before. But it's coming through the means of your sacred heart. It's coming through gentleness. It's not coming through violence. Yeah, the 9 of Pentacles, the tranquil spotted deer. Tranquil, peaceful. But it's something about it still feels very life-changing. I don't think they're going to tell us anything else about that, though. Just that it is your sacred heart. That's kind of, well, that's the new form that you're taking. And it's not coming into being through something like, it might be shocking, but it's not going to be, I don't think, jarring. It feels like the natural progression. Or finally being able to maybe like just be who you really are because you're in a space or an opportunity or a community, an environment where you're safe to be that. Safe to shine, essentially, from the heart. So what that is aligning you with next is the Chariot. Chariot has been pretty prominent in this all signs reading, and it makes sense because we're in Cancer season. We're also in Mercury retrograde in Cancer right now, which just started. Cancer season could be very significant for you, Pisces. The Chariot of Osiris. It also came out with these 2 oracle cards. Connect and Womb. It's interesting too because Cancer can be associated with the mother archetype, with the womb. Cancer energy kind of is the womb. A little bit there. Cancer is the womb, Scorpio is the well, and Pisces is the fucking ocean. Connect to the womb space. There's something that you're creating here. And it's coming from a place of internal conviction, of emotional and spiritual conviction, cosmic conviction, There's something in you that wants to be birthed. I almost wonder if it's just a version of you, a new version of you as well. Coming out of this like space of regret or feeling burdened and gaining some wisdom and just being able to glow. And it doesn't require more work. It just kind of requires tuning into this alignment and then moving with it. Letting it move you, basically. Letting yourself be moved by it. It's going to light up something inside of you, a personal conviction, and then your job is to just birth that or follow it, okay? That's what I'm seeing here. Is there anything else about what is coming in there? What's aligning with Pisces before I let them go? It might be another person that I'm channeling the song Wild Heart by Bleachers. Specifically the part where he says, I will find any way to your wild heart. And it felt like that was someone else saying that, like, I'm coming towards you. I will find any way, like a promise, like a proclamation, kind of. I will find any way to your wild heart. The Knight of Swords and the Sage, the purity. I feel like someone is coming in to speak to you. And it's wisdom. It's coming from a pure place, a very pure place, a very wise place, a deep place as well. This person, they maybe made a promise that they would find their way to your wild heart. And now that you're embodying it, your sacred heart here, they're able to like locate you or find you. I don't know if you already know this person or if this was something like a soul contract or a promise made in a past life or something like that. I think it could be different for all of you. For some of you, I feel like this is someone you already know in this life, though, that just hasn't been able to kind of like, you haven't been able to come together, I guess. Anything else? Yeah, just focus on your own forward progression, Pisces, and that's going to happen again, not by pushing, but by allowing yourself to be unburdened. Witness your own unburdening, because that's what's leading you back to your wild sacred heart, and your wild sacred heart is what is fueling the chariot, the conviction that you find there. Move the way love makes you move, Pisces, and you'll be fine. All right, darlings. That wraps up this particular ridiculously long all signs reading. I love you guys so much. Is there something being said over here in the chat? What's up, Ron? Started when you went to bed. Aw, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your kind compliment. That's very sweet. I don't know anymore. Let me see if something here. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull a card or a few cards and just see. I'm gonna see if a clear answer comes out quickly for Boo 87 here about whether this person is coming back. Specifically, I want to know whether that particular person is coming back. I'm not going to look into like random insights into your love life because I'm not really doing super chats, to be honest. The Ace of Coins in reverse. No, at least not right now. There's love there. The love is mutual. Queen of Cups, the love is mutual. You're not making that up. It's probably why you feel confused, because the love that you feel is true. But the Ace of Coins in reverse is very clear that there's nothing happening in the physical realm right now. The Three of Cups in reverse, no. He's right now, he's holding on to a lack of reconciliation. He's more comfortable being on his own right now. Or just in general, he's more comfortable being by himself. I'm not seeing him being with somebody else. He's just comfortable moving on his own. He might eventually come your way, but he needs to close out a bigger cycle first. So I don't see that happening. It has to do with him stepping into his own empowerment and sovereignty. So I don't see that happening soon, but it could happen eventually. Okay. So thank you guys so very much for hanging out, for your kindness, for your generosity. I love you so very much, honestly. And I will see you again on Friday. Friday is the next all signs that you guys voted for. We are looking into their desire for you. So we're going to look at the desire that someone has for you, the dirty details of it. We're going to get very Scorpio rising with it. I'm excited. And then we're going to look at the root of that desire. So where it's actually stemming from kind of like a deeper, more profound place. What's really lighting them up about you. And then we're going to look at whether it would be healthy for you to indulge in that, or whether it would be more appropriate for you to probably avoid it at this time based on kind of where it's coming from, okay? So I'm excited about that reading, and we'll do that on Friday. So I will see you then. I love you always. And yeah, stay safe and well until the next time, okay, guys? Bye.